Fire Magic. Supernatural's Underground, Book 2. By Holly Hook. Chapter 1. We stood out of sight at Leon's funeral. It was best since Xavier had full responsibility for his grandfather's death. I squeezed Xavier's hand, which shook and felt as cold as mine. My best friend, Janine, stood on the other side of me. I was glad there weren't many others on the balcony with us. Most had crammed into the immense chamber below. Shadows shrouded us up here while the crowd below stood listlessly. Below, huge torches spit on the walls. It was always torches or candles down here. Using electricity from above would alert the city of Cumberland that there was an entire community of supernaturals right under their feet. The multi-species crowd was thick. Everyone had to gather for the funeral of the supernatural's underground leader. If you didn't, they considered you a walking sphincter, although Leon had been the biggest embodiment of one I'd ever met. Funerals. We watched in silence as everyone parted to leave a long red carpet free of feet. It was like watching two massive walls of people come apart. The chamber must be at least half the size of a football field. Indoor waterfalls fell in rows along the walls, spraying those who got too close. This was some big ballroom that was probably used for happier things. Like plotting how to stop the mayor. Okay, so, Leon's funeral wasn't that unhappy. Xavier's grandfather had tried to destroy him with war magic and had banished him from the underground. War mages valued honor over flesh and blood. Well, some of them did, and Xavier hated the whole thing. His death meant Xavier could return. I didn't realize there were so many supernaturals in just one city, I said, trying to distract Xavier from the obvious. He wouldn't look at me as he spoke. There are more. Not everyone wanted to come to Leon's funeral. These people are here because they have to be. I said, so he was that big of a sphincter. Xavier offered his first smile in days. Yep. Thorne, my martial arts teacher, sure didn't like the man since Leon had tried to roast me along with Xavier. He treated us like toilet stains. I was glad Thorne had found out I was still alive. But Leon was still Xavier's grandfather, and the pain lived in my new battle partner's eyes. I searched the crowd below for Thorne. He was normal, but often hung out down here and trained people like me to fight. I couldn't spot him. He had a life on the surface, a regular life where he could go out in the sun and enjoy normal things. I spotted Les, who Xavier said was a werewolf. Trish, Xavier's only mother figure, also stood near the front of the crowd. She wore a blue Victorian dress today and was minus her lab coat. Her pale skin glowed in the torchlight and her eyes were reddish around the pupils, like the eyes of all vampires, which was why I put in my contacts every day. I even spotted Elzina, the old seer mage, standing near the front of the room. She wore what I guessed was her best blue robe. And the casket. Leon lay inside, even more old and withered than before and decked out in what had to be his best purple robe. He looked fake. Stuffed. I could smell the embalming fluid from up here. I was glad Xavier, being human, couldn't. The stuff was revolting. Xavier avoided looking at the shriveled potato in the casket. I couldn't blame him. You didn't kill him, well, directly, I said. Xavier said, I killed his battle partner. That's the same thing. They drag the other into death when one dies. I said, Alana manipulated you the whole time. You did it to stop Casio from finding us. Alana the succubus had hoped the mayor could break her bond to Leon before he croaked. She wanted to exchange our location for it. Something's happening, Janine said. She leaned over the balcony. My normal best friend now got to hide with us thanks to Casio. She knew the mayors and had to be kept safe. Ever since getting down here, she'd been exploding with curiosity. Janine loved supernatural stuff while other normal people hated us. And she was right. The crowd below partied for several ancient people all clothed in purple robes. More war mages. Probably elders. They walked down the aisle like a bunch of exalted priests and people backed away from them. These dozen men and women looked as if they'd come from all over the world. No one dared breathe until they reached Leon's casket. They stood in formation, puffing themselves up. Next to me, Xavier sighed. So, everyone with your type of magic has an ego, I said. He facepalmed. Yes, he said. The torches in the room dimmed, died, then came back to life with magenta flames. A strange glow fell over the entire room. Yep. Egos. These people were here to show off, not pay their respects. Not that Leon deserved any. Smoke filled the air up here and the ventilation was bad, but at least it was masking the embalming fluid smell. Dad had refused to go to funerals ever since Russell Fox bit us 14 years ago, and now I knew why. My chest tightened. I had done nothing to save him from the infernal dimension. One of the elder war mage women spoke with a hefty African accent, maybe Nigerian. Leon Lovelli. He was among the most powerful of us, having killed 14 demons in his long life of 102 years. She let silence drag out before continuing. When he was 42, he married Estelle Johnson, a normal, hard-working woman, and had 6 children. 2 inherited his magic and continued the magical Lovelli line. The other 4 lived successful normal lives. However, his marriage ended when it became known to Estelle that his battle partner was Alana, the succubus who once was the lover of Casio. So that explained some history. Some people down in the crowd snickered. Leon was not being honored here. Perhaps this was a joyous event. It was no wonder Leon had been so desperate to restore his honor. And why he'd taken it all out on Xavier. But the thought made me wish Leon was alive, so I could see what it was like to bite someone after my mistake in the 2nd grade. Next to me, Xavier's fists clenched. I knew there was more to that than just Alana being his battle partner. Well, she was a succubus, I said. Xavier just said. I can't blame my grandmother for leaving him. The quiet laughter died below. A now magenta torch spit and flared, then went out as if Leon's angry ghost were watching over everyone. Could it be doing that? We were in the world of supernaturals, after all. Even though everyone knew vampires and werewolves and pixies and demons existed, people still weren't sure if ghosts were real or not. There were lots of stories and sightings, but scientists had yet to prove it. The woman continued. Leon's demon-slaying career continued until 1985 when he received the rank of Elder War Mage of Cumberland. The unfortunate passing of his much-loved sister, Nina, elevated him to the position. Here he served as Cumberland's Elder War Mage and leader of the Cumberland Underground for over 40 years. During this last part of his career, Leon Lovelli took the approach of remaining quiet and keeping the underground out of sight. The mockery remained in the woman's voice. A few other people snickered. Xavier remained quiet. I could sense his torment. He couldn't show his face down there for multiple reasons. People would see him as Leon's grandson or as his killer. I wasn't sure how common knowledge it was yet. I was sure Trish and Elsina knew. Thorne did. We'd told him. But I couldn't see even Trish, who hated my guts, sharing the news with the world. She protected Xavier like a mama bear. And where was the rest of Xavier's family? I knew his parents were imprisoned along with my father, but didn't he have a younger sister and maybe some aunts and uncles? Maybe we should go. I pulled on his sleeve. He had put on his own magenta robe for the funeral, and he just looked, well, somber in it. He pulled away and said, I should have left this place. I knew I'd end up doing this. I've never been able to control myself. People always get hurt. He didn't have an ounce of happiness about this. Either Xavier had Stockholm Syndrome for his grandfather, or something else was eating him. Stop blaming yourself, I said. I watched Janine back away to give us some space. You had to kill Alana. She would have sold everyone out there. Imagine how you would have felt if you'd let her live and Casio found everyone living under him like this. He made eye contact with me, a first since the funeral started. The woman down below continued to speak about how many demons Leon had killed. In his later years, she said, Leon maintained a silent approach to protecting the underground. Even though he no longer fought on the battlefield, he ran the underground in Cumberland with an iron grasp, one that was necessary to keep you safe. Casio has not yet found us, and we must all come together to ensure that it does not happen. Casio may have killed Alana, his battle partner, and it is possible that he could extract some information from her. What? Janine mouthed. That's the official story right now. Trish circulated it. The magenta splotches in Xavier's eyes dulled as he spoke to E. If they knew it was me, they'd all come after us. I tensed and said, we should go. I can't. I need to face the crap I've done. Xavier said. This was about more than just his grandfather, who deserved his fate. His torment was about everything. Xavier hadn't saved his parents. He hadn't saved his last battle partner. And now the leader of the underground had died, leaving everything open. You sound like an old dude, I said. Come on. We should go. You did the right thing. And Leon tried to kill you, so consider it self-defense. Besides, we still need to figure out what the deal is with me. Janine nodded and said, and we need to find my second cousin. I don't know if he's registered or not, but we've got to find him before the mayor tracks him down. I've put him in danger. We were both trying to pull Xavier away from this, but he was refusing to move. I nodded at Janine in the pale light, hoping she could see me. Someone else was standing on the balcony with us now, someone who had crept up the stairs. Trish, complete with her Victorian dress and doctor's lab coat. She glared at me and then Xavier, who hadn't noticed her there. I knew what it meant. She needed time alone with Xavier. He didn't notice as I tugged Janine towards the stairwell, brushed around her, and crept down the stairs. I paused at the bottom of the landing and listened. Trish shuffled towards Xavier, muttered something that got lost in the funeral speech, and then a new sound cut across the balcony. Xavier's sobs. The war mage had broken down. I faced Janine. I think we should go. If I were crying, I wouldn't want Xavier to see that. I knew it wasn't a good idea to leave a funeral even though I had never been to one because of the embalming fluid smell, but Xavier needed time away from me. Janine and I walked down the wide underground corridor that led away from the ballroom and towards where the living quarters were. Well, the apartments were what Elzina liked to call them. The place was quiet and creepy, with only one cough coming from down a dark corridor with just a couple of candles burning. I almost wished I had brought my sword with me. I felt much better with it, even if I couldn't tap Xavier's magic all the time. We might be bound, but it wouldn't be strong enough for that until I bit him. Which was exactly what Casio wanted and what I feared. The brick changed to a dark red, which told me we'd entered the apartments. More candles burned inside crevices. I wondered how they stayed lit all the time. Magic, maybe. Xavier seems really down and out, Janine said. I said, well, he indirectly killed his grandfather. I might not like my mother, but if I indirectly killed her, I don't think I'd live with myself. Then again, all my mother had done was disown me and leave. Janine told me he had to do it. I know he did, I said. Xavier would carry this burden for the rest of his life. He had killed Alana because of me, because she had helped lead us into the skyscraper that was his office. Xavier had thought I was dying when Casio surrounded me with the flames that I had somehow survived. He'd done something to me that brought me closer to being his dark pentagram, a key he needed to bring Earth and the infernal dimension together. Until then, I hadn't been able to make people burn from the inside out when I stabbed them. He'd woken something inside of me. "You're a rare genetic mix, Alyssa." Ugh. He taunted me all the time now, even when he wasn't around. There were supposed to be 5 pieces to this dark pentagram thing. I'd already been turned into a vampire at the age of 2. Piece 1, thanks to my rare gene that Russell Fox had brought out by biting me. Then there was this fire thing. Piece 2, whatever it was. Making my bond with Xavier stronger would be the 3rd. And 4 and 5? I did not know, and I didn't want to know what else lurked in me. I was supposed to be from a bunch of rare bloodlines that came together from around the world. Casio had waited centuries for me. We turned the corner that led to my apartment, which was just a candlelit room with a bed and a large dresser full of clothes. I should rest, but questions burned in my mind. Like, where did Xavier live? He had never shown me his place, and everyone had one down here. Much of my new partner remained a mystery. I hesitated at my wooden door, which I'd locked. My brass key hung heavy in my pocket. "Is something wrong?" Janine asked. I said, "I'm just thinking." Xavier had another battle partner before me. It was something I'd never told Janine. We'd been down here for only 2 days, after all, but I'd been thinking about that almost as much as this dark pentagram thing. It made an uneasy feeling rise in my gut. "He what?" Janine asked. "It was a girl, wasn't it?" "You read me well," I said. Janine had that special ability. Janine just said, "You like Xavier." I flinched and said, "Why would I like him?" "He forced me into this." I hadn't asked for the mark that would bind me to him for the rest of my life. She smiled and said, "Well, he swooped in and saved you in a completely hot manner, and then he charged into the ATC tower with you. He killed a succubus for you, too." Okay, so Xavier had those things going for him, and to be fair, he had to find a fellow fighter before he got banished and lost his chance to save his parents. No small stakes, there. I told her, "I guess he's not so bad when he's not being annoying." "I knew it," Janine said, grinning at me. "You couldn't resist all the hotness oozing off him. It was just too intoxicating for you." "I just said that he's not so bad." I said. Janine said, "There's more to it than that. I could tell by the way you were touching him. You grabbed his arm in that loving way and you talked to him like he's a lost puppy." "I do not." Had I? "We might need to work together, but I wasn't responsible for making him happy. Why don't you just bite him and get it over with?" Janine asked. "I bet he wants you to. The way he looks at you." I held up a hand. "Stop." I hadn't told Janine about my huge mistake in the 2nd grade, when I bit my best friend, Hannah. Even though she'd asked me to do it, I got in huge trouble. Mom left us, and Dad and I had to move across the country and change our identities to stay away from the authorities. If I bit Xavier, not only would it make the mayor happy, but it might also make Xavier see me in a different light, one that was red and ugly and full of nightmares. I would stick with blood bags. "I'm not biting him because it's complicated," I said. "You know what? I'm curious about where Xavier lives. I think we should look around the underground and find out. Then we need to go find your second cousin before the authorities do. And then we need to find out what this dark pentagram thing is, exactly. We're getting a long to-do list. You up for that?" Janine laughed. "You think I'm not up for an information-gathering mission? What is it I do? Let me go get changed and I'm all game." Chapter 2. Since Janine now knew that the mayor of Cumberland was really a demon and Casio knew about that, she and her mother had to pack up and move underground with a bunch of supernaturals. So had most of the folks from that apartment building Casio burned down and blamed on the gas company. Janine's mother hadn't come out of the little apartment she now shared with her daughter much. Their room was bigger than mine, with 3 rooms and a primitive toilet in a closet, but it was comfortable. I could barely hear the traffic from above and some distant sewer water flowing. I knew the sound was non-existent to Janine's mother, who sat on a bed made of furs as we entered. She was reading a magazine with some celebrities on the front. She wouldn't look up as I walked in behind Janine. Her mother was one of those normals who preferred that we supernaturals didn't exist or at least stayed out of sight. Now she lived down here with an entire society of them. Some normals lived down here, especially if they were friends with supernaturals or all into the cause, but Janine's mom had refused their company. Thorne, my martial arts instructor, had tried talking to her, but he told me that had ended in yelling. Janine's mother hadn't come down here with a smile on her face. She knew the truth about Xavier and, to avoid him, she'd had to make the choice. She still had a bandage on her neck from where one of Xavier's vampire minions had bitten her. I thought she should be grateful that she wasn't turning like I had. Only a rare gene caused that. "Hey, Mom," Janine said as she skipped into the room. "Alyssa and I are going to look around the underground if you don't mind." Her mother dropped the magazine onto her lap. "I don't like you parading around this place with these strange people," she said. People. With an unpleasant ring. "I'm not strange." I flicked my hot pink pigtails. I made sure not to open my mouth all the way. I hadn't had the chance to file my teeth down in days, and it was bothering me. "Well, maybe just a little. I guess pink is out of style, and my boots don't match this nice sweater I threw on." Sweaters weren't my thing, but funeral. Janine's mom avoided eye contact with me. Instead, she sat all the way up on the bed and glared at Janine. "You need to stay in the room and be safe. Look at what hanging around them almost got you." "You're bold," I said. After facing the mayor, I could deal with Janine's mom. She hadn't yelled at me directly. Xavier and I had freed her and the other prisoners, after all, but I was sure she was taking out all her frustrations on her daughter. "Mom, that was the mayor who was the problem. The supernaturals here in the underground aren't with him. They're against him. And no, I haven't got bitten or enchanted or otherwise attacked since we got here. These people are cool." "I don't like you going out there," she shouted. Janine's mom was a force to be reckoned with. It was no wonder Janine insisted we tell her where we were going. And after using her credit card for our makeovers, she had to win some points back. "It's okay." Janine rubbed her forehead. "I know you're all stressed because the apartment burned down. You know what? Xavier did that. You voted for him because you thought he was going to get rid of the supernaturals. He's a demon, Mom. You know that now. He's everyone's enemy." "I know he is. Any of these people could work for him in secret and you don't know." "Normals work for him too," Janine said. "The ones in suits do. That means we need to avoid the surface just as much as down here. Xavier's treatment centers for supernaturals aren't really that. That's where he takes them into the infernal dimension and makes them sleep or makes them serve him." "See?" Janine's mother asked. "You are staying here, young lady." Janine had backed herself into a corner. "I can protect her," I said. "I'm her best friend. I have some fighting skills. No one is going to bother her if she's with me. In fact, she's safer with me." "See, Mom?" Janine asked. "I have Alyssa here." She was finally calling me by my birth name. Her mother got up and moved to stand in front of me. She rubbed her bandage like she was trying to make a point. "You sure Alyssa will not bite you?" "Alyssa won't even bite her boyfriend," Janine said. "He's not really my boyfriend," I started to say. Janine continued. "She wouldn't even bite the people she's fighting. Her martial arts guy offered to let her, and she didn't. So why would she go after me? She had lots of times she could have, and she didn't. So, Xavier had told her about my test fight. I wasn't mad about that. There was nothing I hated more than talking about biting and not wanting to do it. He had taken a burden off my shoulders, like he knew I needed some help in that area. No. He wasn't that bad. Janine asked, and Alyssa and Xavier got you out of the ATC building. Remember that? Janine's mom deflated. Okay. Just be careful. I suppose you've hung out with Alyssa long enough. But don't leave her side and don't break into any more buildings. My friend shrugged and said, I didn't break in. I walked in and asked what floor you were on like a nice, normal polite person. Janine skipped around her mother and joined me at the door. We were free. I let out a breath as we left the candlelit chamber behind in Janine's mother's side. We're just going to see where Xavier lives, I said. The funeral was supposed to go on for a couple of hours. The elder mages all had the duty of speaking when one of their own died, and Xavier had warned me that they all got long-winded. The corridors still sounded and smelled empty. Anyone still behind these rows of wooden doors were either sleeping or staying out of sight. There was only the faint bread roll smell that Janine's mother was giving off. She hadn't eaten a big lunch. The walk through the corridors was long and full of echoes. I followed the general direction I'd seen Xavier go in many times to return to his quarters. Wooden signs told me we headed into the West Underground. From here, I'd have to figure out where he lived. Maybe we'd come across more signs. Or maybe I could ask him. I hadn't asked Xavier where he slept yet, and I wasn't sure if he wanted me to. Or if he was waiting to see if I did. There must be a reason he hadn't showed me his home base yet. I wanted to voice my questions to Janine, but she just echoed those thoughts, and I didn't want to face them out loud right now. I had never heard the underground this quiet. My sword was all the way back in the testing chamber since no one could take weapons to the funeral. That was a hike, and all we were doing was looking for Xavier's place, anyway. The war mages must stay somewhere separate from most. I never saw too many of them milling around among the others down here. They were the ruling class. Xavier was the exception. This place is so cool, Janine said, stopping to admire a candle that was flickering with a purple flame. I wonder how they did this. I said, mages. There are all kinds. I can think of at least 4. You'll see them wearing robes. Magenta means they're a war mage. If it's blue, it's a seer mage. The woman who was up guarding your mother in the ATC building turned out to be a dark mage. Bad stuff. I've seen none of those down here, so you can reassure your mom. Then again, anyone capable of making a daisy grow with the wave of their hands would scare her. She said, true. But Xavier rarely wears a robe. Be glad. You can gaze upon his body. Janine. My shout echoed off the brick walls of the tunnel. She wouldn't leave it alone. Never mind. I think I hear someone. We stopped in the corridor in a 4-way. Squeaky wheels rolled somewhere distant. These tunnels ran under the whole city, and a wooden sign hanging on the wall told us we were at the intersection of Frankincense and Durley. Fancy lanterns hung from the ceiling, lighting the way. Even the street names down here were magical sounding. Then I picked up a doggy smell. A werewolf. I didn't know where to go from here, so we'd have to ask for directions. Hello? I called. The smell was strong. A wooden door squeaked open nearby and the towering form I had met briefly when Xavier first brought me to the underground, stepped out and said, I'm here. I'm looking good. He stood there and flexed his biceps, which were very hairy and bulging from. Where does Xavier live? I asked. Down Frankincense here and then left down Hammerley. Why? He narrowed his hairy eyebrows at me. Just wondering, I said. I need to ask him something. He's probably at the funeral. Les said. His voice held a barely controlled growl that even a normal might hear. Those war mages are all full of self-importance. They might be the most powerful mages, but they forget that they're mortal like most of us. And he smiled. Les wasn't a friend of Leon's. And he didn't like the upper class. I'd keep that in mind. Thanks. Anything else I should know? I asked as I wondered why he wasn't at the funeral. It's a gigantic door, Les said. You can't miss the importance of it. The war mages all live in their own dormitory. The rest of us get the holes in the wall. But they're cool holes in the wall, Janine said. Les smiled. Not so after you live in one for 14 years. They get old fast. Head there now so you can see how the other half lives. So, there was a reason Xavier hadn't shown me his place. Egos. He said. He didn't like his own kind that much. We thanked him and moved on. We turned down Frankincense and walked down the underground road until it widened, and the wooden doors got newer and newer. The cobblestone got lighter and turned to tiles. After the corridor widened enough to allow 3 or 4 trains through at a time, we spotted patterns in the floor. Flowers. Magical blue moons and green trees. The crevices in the walls turned to nice little alcoves with glowing whitish blue blossoms instead of skull candles, and the ceiling arched higher and higher. We passed under a chandelier, complete with regular candles that showed no signs of burning out. This is a lot different from the rest of the underground, Janine said. I said, I've never been down here. Looks like Xavier lives it up down here. This must be Beverly Hills for exiles. Balconies hung overhead, complete with little gardens and hanging vines. Despite no openings, natural light filled the space. None of it hurt me. If Rome got shoved underground, this was what it would be like. Xavier didn't want to show me this. I swallowed. Maybe only war mages can live here. Or those who have killed demons. You killed a demon. Well, sort of. Janine couldn't take her gaze off the surroundings. I rolled up my sleeve to reveal the magenta tick mark that had appeared there when Xavier had killed Alana. Since we were bound, we both got the mark of honor when it had happened. It was right above my crossed swords that showed I was bound to Xavier. But to Xavier, it was a mark of shame. His grandfather's death had come with that tick. Now we bore it together. Another intersection lay ahead. Another wooden sign told us we had come to Hammerley. By now, it was almost as bright as day down here with all the enchanted candles above us. We turned in the fancy apartments, all in white marble and pastel terracotta, only got taller right along with the ceiling. Glass mosaics decorated the top, some of which glittered with stars that couldn't be real. Others showed blue sky and clouds that looked like the real thing. When I stopped and watched, the clouds drifted. There was no way they were the real thing. I wasn't getting sick from the fake sunlight. Wow. Wow, 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 Janine said every few feet. We were walking through a long cathedral now. Xavier had never mentioned this. It ends up here. Janine pointed. Large wooden double doors, shining with gold and polish, took up the end of the street. They belonged to a solid marble front of an apartment, one I thought must be a palace at first. Lion statues flanked both sides of the steps. The marble cats both roared in silence, like they were trying to warn any intruders back. Vines and hanging plants hung off the front of 2 marble pillars. Is that where your boyfriend lives? Janine asked. No. No way. I haven't even kissed him, I said. Janine said, that place is amazing. To think, this has been under Cumberland the whole time. I always thought there were like, sewers or something. Well, there are, I said. This is under those. I could hear no running water here. I wondered what part of the city this was under. It wasn't the expressway or downtown. I'd be able to hear the noise from that. As I started at Xavier's home, I thought of some people who lived down here in the underground. When I first got here, I saw Elzina lived in an alcove right off one of the narrow streets. Another family lived in a space that didn't even have a door. They were worse off than me and less. Some people had literal holes in the wall. And now here were the war mages, living it up better than anyone on the surface. I wondered if I could ever look at Xavier the same way again. We walked up to the door, and I knocked. The wooden doors were heavy and might have magical wards. In fact, I felt a bit tingly just standing in front of them. Breaking them down might not be a good idea, and I wasn't launching an attack on Xavier's place. To my surprise, footsteps approached. The door on my right creaked open. A normal woman in a maid's outfit stood on the other side. She was an older, plump woman who smelled like a mixture of cleaning supplies and the toast she'd eaten for breakfast. Thankfully, it didn't make my stomach rumble. "Who might you be?" she asked, friendly and trusting. "I'm Nora, the Lovellis head maid. They are gone to a funeral right now." Then she squinted at me and smiled. "You're not Casio's people, are you?" "No," I said, glad she was just teasing. I glimpsed more chandeliers and lush carpet behind her. Fancy paintings. Furniture not meant for sitting on. This mansion in the wall was Xavier's place. After he had taken me to that tiny apartment, it was no wonder he didn't want to show me this. "Let Janine stew on that," she said. "If you were, I suppose you wouldn't have made it halfway down frankincense. Some wards keep out anyone bound to a demon's service. Or most demons." "This area's protected?" I asked. "Of course," Nora said. "The Lovellis and the other war mages have put up wards around this district. They start where the street widens." I couldn't help what came out of my mouth next. And I understood Les's anger. "So, the rest of the underground is unprotected." "That's not her fault," Janine said. Nora nodded, but she frowned. "It has always been that way. We can't afford to lose any war mages with Casio gaining so much power. The war mages need to put the magic where it's needed most. They're important. The rest of us are expendable." At least Nora told the truth and didn't offer some spin. I liked her, I decided. But could I think of Xavier the same again? Janine glanced at me and raised her eyebrow. "Yes, this was messed up. Would you like to come in?" Nora asked. "I can make some tea." "Sure," Janine said, pushing in front of me to climb the marble stairs and through the open door. Despite this news, Nora seemed okay. And if I met Xavier here, I could ask some serious questions. Hopefully, he was just embarrassed, but he had still put me in a hole in the wall while he slept in an underground mansion. I imagined a huge ornate entryway beyond those doors, and that's what we got. The carpet was red with a hint of magenta, as if the war magic of this place had soaked into every fiber. A chandelier so big that a dozen people could stand on the top hung from the ceiling, which made a huge swirling pattern above our heads. It reminded me a little of Casio's little prison chamber I'd found Janine's mother in. Leather couches and chairs stood between entryways to other rooms and paintings hung on the walls. I spotted one of someone who must have been Leon in his younger years, his much younger years. The man had brown hair like Xavier's, but that same pointed, merciless face I knew in the now-dead version. Janine tugged on my sleeve and pointed. There was another painting to our right, one of a younger Leon in a red chair. Alana stood behind him with her arm wrapped around his shoulder. She was smiling and her eyes were like black pits of coal. So Alana was more than just Leon's battle partner. Janine whispered in my ear. Which is why his wife divorced him. I whispered back. I could see Janine's imagination going in the way she studied the picture and shook her head. But before she could say anything else, Nora closed the wooden door with a slow creak and told us to follow. She walked us through the entryway on the right, where we entered a narrow hall lined with oil lamps. Even the elite of the underground didn't even have electricity. It was part of staying hidden from the top side. This way, Nora repeated, hurrying us along. I almost blurted that I didn't and couldn't drink tea, but I hated exposing my secret to anyone, so I stayed quiet. The whole place was silent except for us. Then I caught a whiff of paint. One of the wooden doors was open a little and someone was inside. Paint fumes drowned out any smells, but I glimpsed a young woman. I couldn't tell if she was normal or not, with her back turned to me and an easel out in front of her. She had pure red hair and was sweeping a paintbrush on a picture. And I saw the picture. It was of a young girl with dark hair who was leaning against a coffee table, all prim and proper. But that wasn't what caught my attention. There was an unfinished painting leaning against the wall with only the top corner unfilled. I stopped for a split second to see, but that was enough. It was Xavier. He looked almost the same as he did now, with his longish, now cut to dark hair, leather coat, and hat. He was minus his sunglasses in this image, leaving his striking blue and purplish eyes dazzling and noticeable. I felt like I was about to fall into them. But it was the other person in the picture I noticed most of all. It was another girl, about my age, with slightly greenish skin and long fingers, 5 of which were splayed out on Xavier's coat from behind. Her dark green hair spilled around her tank top as she kissed Xavier on the cheek. Chapter 3. I was so shocked by the image that I didn't remember the rest of the walk to the sitting room, which turned out to be a glass dome, somewhat like a greenhouse. I hesitated at the threshold, because behind the glass was a pure blue sky complete with a sun and white clouds. A flowered field spread out in all directions, and I really felt like I was about to step outside. A wooden table sat in the middle. There were colorful teacups on the table. It was as if someone wanted their own Alice in Wonderland getaway in the house. I started, waiting for the explosive headache. Janine stepped into the room and faced me with sympathy. She opened her mouth. Nora, we appreciate this, but Alyssa can't sit in the... Oh, it isn't real. This is only an illusion, done by some talented mages and fae hired by the Lovellis. She stood right behind me. Illusion? I stuck my hand into the room. No burning. No ill effect. The sun was as fake as the one had been out on the street. Go on. Nora's voice encouraged me. It's safe. She didn't understand what that fear of debilitating pain was like. White clouds drifted past. I wasn't dying. I blinked. The room brought back memories of when I was small, before I got bitten. An image of my grandparents' vast yard spread out in front of me for a second. I had a pinwheel in my hand, one that glittered with reds and pinks. Russell Fox had banished me from that world. This room is filled with calming magic. Nora remained as she spoke. It's therapeutic. You two look as if you need it. Xavier comes here often. Xavier comes here often. The word stuck. Janine sat down at the wooden table and pulled up a matching chair. It really makes you feel better in here. My mom should visit. I'll feel how I want to feel, I said. I had to admit Nora was right. I let out a breath and stepped into the room. Soft grass bent under my boots as I made my way to the table. The door looked like a hole in the ground and sky, and I couldn't take my gaze from it. A gentle feeling swept over me, and Nora vanished from the doorway. I could see why Xavier came here. He had feelings for the girl he said he'd lost to the shadow wraiths. What's wrong? Janine asked before I even sat. Even this magical room couldn't make the storm completely break apart. I hadn't realized she had been his girlfriend, too. Xavier had left out that part. I spilled everything to Janine. Well, everything factual. I didn't realize he went through that. And I thought he was a jerk. Her mouth fell open. He never told you this? I said, well, he did. Just that he had a battle partner. Xavier told me it doesn't always turn into something romantic. Doesn't always, Janine said. From what I've seen so far, that he doesn't always must be, like, 1% of the time? I guess, I said. I got why he didn't like talking about the loss. Who wanted to talk about letting someone they loved down and watching them turn into a shadow wraith? Well, I knew why he'd asked me 9,000 times if the one in Dad's office had touched me. Did I look like that pixie girl? Was I a replacement for Xavier or just something convenient that he needed to get his honor back? Janine didn't think so. And I wasn't sure. Nora took forever bringing us the tea. I knew before she entered the room that she was nervous about something. Someone muttered way back out in the entryway. What happened? I asked as she appeared in the doorway. Nothing, she said, placing the teacups down on the table. She smelled like adrenaline and fear. It was so strong that it was masking the paint fumes still in my nose. I asked, no. What happened? Even I can tell that you're nervous, Janine said. Nora cleared her throat. A messenger just arrived. There was just an emergency at the funeral. Drink up and then get there as soon as you can. Janine and I left the tea, but Nora didn't seem to mind. We ran back through the underground Beverly Hills and back into the dimly lit underground streets of the rest of the underground where I, Xavier's battle partner, had to stay. What made the pixie special enough to be in that painting while I had to sleep in what might be a catacomb? Leon was gone and right along with him, his hatred of me and Xavier. This is just business, Alyssa. But the question that really burned was what kind of emergency could have happened at a funeral. People headed away from the chamber already, nervously shuffling towards their homes. We were fighting against a current of supernaturals, and even a few normals mixed in. I had the pleasure of bumping into a few werewolves complete with doggy smells, and Janine had to brush past a man with a green scaly neck who might be an incubus. She started staring at the man's otherwise perfect features until I yanked her away. By time we reached the funeral chamber, the hallways were mostly empty. Whatever had happened had made everyone evacuate the area. We were headed into something that might kill us, and all I could think about was Xavier's secrets and the fact that my father was still missing. Xavier stood at the bottom of the balcony stairs, leaning against the brick and lost in thought. He didn't look until Janine and I were almost on him. What happened? I asked as another greenish woman rushed down the stairs, shaking her head. The tension was killing me. She reminded me of the pixie in the painting with him. Now I was going to see pixies everywhere. Xavier snapped his gaze up at me. How did you hear something happened? I didn't know where the two of you went off to, but you weren't here. We figured you needed some time to talk to Trish, I said. I thought you wanted alone time. Xavier said, I did. We talked for a while after you left. Trish is off packing. She told me to wait for you and Janine to come back. Packing? I asked. Janine panted for breath next to me and said, we visited your palace. Oh, I mean house. You what? Xavier's eyes widened. Alyssa. I'll explain things later. I didn't want you to see, oh, well. Someone magically stole my grandfather's body. What? How? I asked. That's the emergency? A war mage's body falling into the wrong hands is worse than you think, Xavier said. Then he waved me up onto the balcony. Come on. I'll show you what happened. Did you catch it on film? I asked. Xavier said, no. You'll see. It's because we're bound. I followed him up the stairs and onto the dim balcony. My gray vision snapped into place since the purple torches had all gone out and there was no light. Below, the funeral room was empty except for the elder war mages, who stood around Leon's casket. Only a pair of torches on either side of the casket were lit in normal light, casting the mages in a circular glow. The air reeked of metallic fear, even though everyone else had left. It mixed with the torch smoke, creating a scent I would remember for the rest of my life. Now Leon's casket was empty. The fabric inside still had the faint impression of a small, frail, stuffed human. The smell of embalming fluid was faint now, barely registering on my radar. How did this happen? I asked. Who would want a body? I checked. Janine hadn't followed us up onto the balcony. I had expected her to, with her being as excited as she was about being around supernaturals now. Xavier and I were alone. Below, the elders talked in voices so low I couldn't make out the words even with my superior hearing. I'll show you. Xavier stepped between me and the sight below. Xavier reached out and grabbed my face, gently, with each hand. My skin tingled with his touch and my nerves lit on fire. His wood smoke smell was intoxicating this close. I felt his magic pulsing through me. His war magic. His power that could only destroy, but right now, it felt like it was only bringing us together. I could feel every fiber of my body pulling toward him. We were closer now than we had ever been. I could see why battle partners usually became romantic partners. And I prayed Janine couldn't see this. Oh, she would never let me forget it. Ready? He asked. I nodded, speechless. I couldn't speak. What was wrong with me? Why did Xavier have to be so close? Xavier pulled me close to him. Closer, closer, until I thought we were going to kiss. No. I wasn't ready for that. How would I even react? I'd kissed no one, let alone Xavier. But then our foreheads touched, and a bolt of magenta energy surged through my mind, blocking out everything. I was standing on the balcony now, looking down at the crowd below. Leon's form still lay shriveled and doll-like in the casket, the purple torches above doing nothing to take the pallor of death away. Another one of the war mages was speaking, but I couldn't make out his raspy voice too well. I was seeing, and hearing, this from Xavier's point of view. I had forgotten how dull a human's hearing and sight were. I went with it. I had Xavier's form when I looked down, but I couldn't feel it. The mage below, another ancient man, said something about significant contributions. The crowd below shifted. They were bored. This had been going on for a long time. Trish was standing next to him, pale and red-eyed. She stood close, like a protective mother bear. But then the air in the room changed. It got colder. Painful, then icy. People cried out and moved away from the casket. Then I saw why. The air there was darkening. I wasn't sure how air could darken, but some sort of dark cloud was forming around Leon's casket. People screamed and the green-tinted woman I had brushed past earlier backpedaled into a blue-robed man. Both went down and panic broke out. Wind snapped through the room and some torches went out. The darkness tightened around the casket and turned. Screams broke out. People ran. 2 war mages in the crowd threw balls of energy at the invader, but it was no use. Their magic fizzled and swirled around the vortex for a second before dissipating. The elders all backed away and formed a ring around the casket. More energy flared between them all, ready for use. A tornado of inky blackness swirled around Leon's body, blocking all but the edges of the casket from view. Xavier remained still as I kept looking through his eyes. I could sense his terror, his guilt. It flooded through me and spun like the magic below. The tornado swirled harder and harder, growing more intense, resisting the blasts the elders were sending towards it. And then it fell apart, and the wind died. The darkness dissipated and fell to the ground, forming little inky puddles that vanished into the floor. It was much in the same way the shadow wraiths went away when they were defeated. Silence fell, and the elders stared at the now empty casket, mouths hanging open. I snapped back into the present and Xavier stood there, 6 inches from my face. "Did it work?" he asked. I nodded. He was still holding onto my face. "Tell me what happened," Xavier said. He wouldn't let go. I said, "Dark magic." Dark magic took the body away, and the elders couldn't stop it. "Good. It worked," Xavier said. "I've never tried that before. It saves a lot of explaining because we don't have time." Now he rubbed his thumb under my chin. There was nothing here. There couldn't be. Xavier was still pining for the pixie girl he'd lost, and even if he did like me, I was just a replacement. Right? But from the way he looked at me for a second, I didn't think so. I said, "So, Leon's body got stolen." That reminded me of Marissa's magic, Xavier filled in. She's Casio's favorite dark mage. They're so bad that even we war mages want little to do with them. They're human like us, but they have a long history of dealing with demons and shadow wraiths. The nature of their magic usually makes them turn, well, bad. It's based on anger, sadness, jealousy, and revenge. His palms remained on my cheeks. We had to act now, but he stayed put. I figured. I checked to make sure we were still alone on the balcony. Check. Why would Marissa want to steal Leon's body? What would Casio want with it? Xavier let go of my face, and the tingles stopped. He hadn't had to leave his hands there that long. But he had. I'd think about this later. We had to cooperate if we were going to get our parents back. I couldn't let myself get too caught up in this. My father was still sleeping in the infernal dimension. Xavier said, "The bodies of war mages still have all their power inside of them. It's why we're always buried in hidden tombs, like Leon would have been. Only the elder war mages know where these tombs are. The power in our bodies is that dangerous. We are never, ever cremated. It would wipe out everyone at the funeral ceremony and for miles around." It sounded horrible. I asked, "War magic is like, in your cells?" Xavier nodded and spoke. "It's just like any other energy. Anyway, it looks like Marissa transposed Leon's body to her location. And since she works with Casio, that means he has Leon's body as well. Marissa can transpose anyone to her?" I asked. Xavier checked the balcony, though I was sure he couldn't see a thing, and he said, "I'm not an expert on dark magic. But I think she can transpose people and objects to her if she has a sample of them. A piece of hair, skin, blood, whatever. Alana could have provided her and Casio with some of Leon's hair or something, easily. She was the double agent for who knows how long." "That makes sense," I said as terror hit me. "We fought her, Xavier. You think she got a sample of us? And Alana took the swords with my blood to Casio. More than once, people had used my blood to locate me. Trish and Elzina had created that amulet and found me that way, even though it had saved us from fire. If Marissa still had any samples of us, we would be back with Casio by now," Xavier said. "Casio used your blood for something else, so all the other demons in Cumberland could find you. He must not have any left. But this isn't much better. It's hard to extract a war mage's power from their body, but there are legends that some powerful beings can do it. If Casio's not one, I don't know who is. What's he going to do with Leon's power?" I asked. "War magic can kill demons." He said, "I don't know. I can't see him fighting other demons with it unless he doesn't want them competing with him. What if he wants to experiment with that power and see if he can gain a resistance to it? Casio's run experiments through the centuries. Ever heard of that baron that killed little kids in his fortress all the time? That was probably Casio. No, I said as I shuddered. I could imagine him doing those things with those fiery eyes of his. There's a reason he wants Leon's body, Xavier said. Everyone knows that someone like him getting a hold of a war mage's body is bad news. There's so much power inside of it. It's more than you can imagine, especially since Leon's a Lovelli. Imagine if terrorists stole nuclear weapons. Did you notice that everyone's getting ready to get out of here? They're scared Casio is going to attack. How do we do that? I asked as I followed Xavier to the stairs. The smells all dissipated by the minute, but it was no relief. Going after Leon's body would mean fights. Lots and lots of fights we might not survive. But I hadn't fought in a few days, or even swung my sword. The killer instinct was building up again, and I was also getting hungry. I'd have to stop by and ask Trish for food before we left. A fight might do me good. I thought of Thorne, my martial arts instructor. I hadn't seen him in a few days either, but he lived on the surface. He only came to the underground sometimes. The body could be in the ATC building, Xavier said, but Casio knows we expect that and that there's going to be a push to get it back before he can extract the magic. Leon was old. He had a lot of power. He was probably the most powerful war mage in the world, and the power in his cells might be enough to destroy us all. Chapter 4. By the time we reached the bottom of the stairs, Xavier and I were running so fast we almost toppled Janine over. What happened? She asked. She hadn't seen our faces touching, then. I'd keep that part quiet. Besides, we had more important things to worry about. I got right to it. We might all die. Casio took Leon's body, and it's like a nuclear bomb with all the magic still in it. I've seen his magic. You don't want to be on the receiving end of it. Well, everyone but me and Xavier might die, because the mayor needs us for something. But I kept that to myself. Janine's eyes got huge as I took her arm and pulled her along. But she followed on her own and I let go. So, the bodies of supernaturals are dangerous, and not in a good way? Janine asked. I should tell that to my mother. She thinks, never mind. How are we going to find out where it went? I gave Janine the rundown while we made our way down the hall. Several of the elder war mages passed us, shuffling as fast as they could in the other direction. There would be no hanging out in the gilded underground mansion today, drinking tea. They had to plan for the worst. War mages' bodies are dangerous if they fall into the wrong hands, Xavier said, grinning at me as we ran. I slapped him on the arm. Even Janine wasn't amused. As Xavier spoke, the tension left his voice. I think Casio had his death planned the whole time. He never meant to let Alana live. She served her purpose to him and that was it. I was almost glad for this because that meant that Xavier blamed himself less for the death. Xavier might annoy me sometimes, but I understood him better now. The underground streets bustled with anxiety and panic. Wooden wagons rolled past and supernaturals and normals alike had backpacks slung over their backs, bags of luggage, and anything they could carry. People hung at corners, talking about places they could hide on the surface. I caught one woman in a green robe talking about leaving Cumberland and going to live with her normal brother. Everyone's going to the surface, I said. And that's bad, too. Casio might try to flush us out. Xavier stared straight ahead. This way. My mom, Janine said. Someone will talk to her. Xavier motioned us along again. We passed frankincense, but Xavier didn't hesitate there or even look toward his home. I realized he was taking us to Elsina's hole in the wall, the one close to Trish's clinic. Her literal hole in the wall. We passed street after street. People were packing up the stuff in their alcoves and wagons with squeaky wheels moved down corridors and out of sight. Even the candles looked more sinister now, especially the skull lights with the green ones. I spotted Les down one street, talking with another burly werewolf man. He had a sack over his shoulder, bulging with his belongings. The air smelled of fear and adrenaline. No one was taking any chances. The underground would empty within hours. And then what? The mayor would strike. Janine tugged on my sleeve, and I stopped next to an alcove that a normal man was packing things in. My mom, Janine said. I have to find her and warn her. She won't let any of these people talk to her. Go ahead, I said. Do you know the way? I was memorizing the layout of this underground city. She said, I think I do. You're going to see the fortune-telling lady, right? Yes. Where are you going to go? I turned to Janine as the streets narrowed. I think my second cousin will take us in, Janine said. Mom doesn't know he got bit by a werewolf, and I don't want to put that on him, but I can't think of anything else in the area. I've got to go see her. Now. I hated to say it. Go ahead. Janine ran off into the dim light, making a row of skull candles flicker. They were burning lower. Magic was beginning to abandon this place. The mages were leaving and with them, their power. The underground had never felt so desolate. We made our way to the corridor that led to Trish's infirmary, but it was empty. Trish's metal table and broken vanity were out along with the medical tools on the table, but Trish herself was missing. Only a few candles burned on the floor in a loose formation. The blue chalk symbols had vanished from around the table. Someone had swept them up, or no one had joined with a war mage for a while. I might have been the last. The illegal move, binding Xavier and I before I passed the impossible test Leon had set up for me, had gotten Xavier temporarily banned from the underground. Trish. Xavier called. Then he shrugged and faced me. I wonder where she is. She might be off looking for me right now. She must expect me to do something stupid like search for Leon's body. Aren't the other war mages going to do that? I asked. Xavier offered a joyless laugh. You should see how the elders meet and come up with plans. Everyone must agree with a decision or a plan, or they start all over again. It just wastes time. It's about their egos more than anything. They'll never get this done before Casio gets whatever it is he wants. You know how normal politics work? Or should I say, don't work? Oh, I said. I get it. Exactly. Xavier opened a closet and peeked inside, searching. I asked, is that part of why everyone's leaving? I'd run from politics, too. Xavier sighed. War mages can be corrupt. I'm saying that, and I am one. They'll take forever to decide how to act. I thought about the gilded buildings and the protection that only kept that area safe. Yes, they could afford to take their sweet time. That's pretty bad, I said. I turned out of Trish's room and back into the nearby corridor. Alana? Are you out here? I sniffed the air. It was clearing out. There weren't many supernaturals in this part of the underground. I had a feeling this was the slum area since everyone was living in alcoves. But one scent rose above the others. A woodsy scent that marked anyone with magic. She's out here somewhere, I said. Xavier and I found Alana deep in her alcove, sobbing to herself and packing her trinkets into a large leather bag. She was so far back that we'd missed her in our search for Trish. You're crying, he said to her, stepping over her peddling table and entering her space. Alana sobbed again and threw a necklace into the bag. Her stuff was everywhere on the floor, scattered around, a mark of her panic. Dread curled in my gut. I had a vision, she said. She looked tiny in her blue robe. Tiny and poor. I had thought that she just set up shop here to sell magical trinkets to anyone who passed by, but when I looked around the alcove, I spotted a sleeping bag, a bucket of water, and a styrofoam cooler that smelled like old food. Alana lived like a homeless person in the sewer with no one to keep her company. No one, except for Xavier. I would be asking him a lot of questions later. With his wealth, why did she live like this? Alana hugged Xavier and her gray hair spilled out and toppled around the shoulders of her robe. Her hands were very wrinkled and arthritic. She wasn't as old as Leon had been, but she was getting there. Oh, Xavier. I always love it when you come and see me. You need to leave. I saw fire last night. Demons' flames, and purple flames. They consumed everyone down here. There were screams of the dying. He shot me a look and took a breath, struggling to get oxygen in while in her hug. Leon's body got stolen, Xavier told her, picking each word with care. We think Casio has it. Alana gripped him and stared him in the eye. Her eyes were as blue as ever, like a much younger woman's. They looked like a magical ocean. Then he has doomed us all. I looked down the corridor to make sure no fire was racing towards us. I wanted to go find Janine and pull her out of here before that happened. Xavier cleared his throat. How long away is this? A week. It's always a week. She stuffed another trinket into her bag. If he takes Leon's body to the Dark Council, they will extract. She muttered something again as she turned and buried her face in Xavier's leather coat. She smelled of adrenaline, like every other frightened person down here. What's this Dark Council? I asked. If we had a week left, we could ask questions. Casio has friends? Unbelievable. And how do we find them? Alana lifted her head and stood up all the way. She was taller than I'd expected, at least one head over me. It is suicide to go after them. People do not speak about them much, and until now, I thought they may not be real even though I've had dreams. They are 5 of the most dangerous, most powerful supernaturals in the world. Together, they can perform impossible feats, such as raising the dead. If Casio took Leon's body, they must exist. If they did not, the body would be useless to him. That is why we panic. What beings make up this council? Xavier asked. Why haven't I heard about them? She said, no one knows for sure, or if they are more than a rumor. Casio himself is likely a member. He is old enough. Powerful enough. I cleared my throat. Does this council have to do with this dark pentagram thing? I keep seeing this theme of 5 coming up again and again. Alana paused. I do not know. My visions don't let me see everything. I can't control them. There are more powerful things than me out there, and they have the power to block my sight. Their secrets remain hidden. We only know of the council because Casio has spoken of it in the past. Xavier hadn't finished. Do you know where we can find them? I believe in your visions. You saw me falling off that ladder when I was 8. Did it happen? I asked. Xavier faced me. He frowned. I thought she was joking. But, it happened, and I broke my arm. Trish had to fix me up. Xavier had known Alana for longer than I thought. With a family like his, I could see why he got out of his house and hung out here. But why hadn't he helped the other supernaturals? The woman continued. I do not know where the Dark Council meets. They have powerful wards that keep them secret. Only those associated with them would know. I think it would take some time to extract Leon's power. Are you sure this burning thing is going to happen a week from now? I asked. And you saw purple flames? That was Leon's magic, all right. It was war magic, Alana said, training those very blue eyes on me. And the people. They were down here. I fear they'll return before Casio unleashes his plan. But everyone's leaving, Xavier said. That makes little sense. Will it? Panic rose in my chest. Casio could strike right now if he wanted. Extracting magic for someone else's use is something that would take a lot of effort and probably time, Xavier said. Things like that are never easy. I don't know of anyone who's done it. I believe that Elsina's right being a week from now. Everyone's leaving, but we don't know if they'll stay gone for a week, especially with the authorities hunting us. Casio would want that, Elsina said, hardening. She tightened her arthritic fists. He would want to wait until a good time to strike. He is not a stupid mayor. You must locate this dark council. The only way to do that would be to ask someone who is close to Casio. Xavier faced me. We don't know anyone like that. I said, great. The only people I can think of would be Alana or Marissa, but neither of them is going to talk to us. Wait. Is there a way to talk to the dead? We found Janine and her mother packing what few things they had once we got to Janine's little apartment. I realized Janine was living in a place way better than the slums, and so was I. Maybe this was the middle-class section of the underground and the people in the slums were squatters. Janine and her mom were the last people left in the area once Xavier and I got there. We had passed through the market and through lingering food smells, but the vendors were all gone and the booths empty. Even the lanterns were close to burning out in that giant room. The pubs and bars had vacated. I had only spotted one normal bartender wiping up a table in a hurry on the way here. Janine faced us once we reached the door to her room. Oh. Good. I wasn't sure I was going to find you through the streets. They're getting dark. Her mother was in the back room, packing, so that was fortunate. I had forgotten how much better I could see in the dark compared to Janine and Xavier. The candles were all getting low. I would lead them out of here. I imagined a bunch of supernaturals escaping to the surface and scattering around the city until things seemed to die down and the underground looked like it might be safe. Then Casio would descend upon them when they all came back home. He would destroy his competition, his resistance to the ATC, unless Xavier and I stopped him. I hoped Janine took a long time to get ready, because I wasn't looking forward to going to a bad part of Cumberland to meet Elsina's distant cousin, who dabbled in necromancy. Yes. Elsina had a distant cousin, Mac, who was a dark mage because of intermarriage in her family. Xavier had explained to me that different mages could marry each other, just like they could marry normals, even though they usually kept with their own type. Any children went one way or the other, so there were no hybrids. The guy stood in either with the underground or Casio, and Elsina had wished us luck in meeting with him. It was the only way we'd be able to speak with Alana or anyone else who had died. If she even wanted to talk to us, but it was our only hope. Janine didn't take as long as I'd hoped. I felt the paper with the Mac's address on it, making sure it was still in my pocket. Mac lived in a junkyard and managed the place. That sounded like the perfect place to talk to the dead. I'm done, Janine said, standing in her doorway with a suitcase. I just have to wait for my mom. I talked her into going to live with my cousin. Remember that. I said, that's good. I don't think you want to come on this next mission. Xavier and I have seen dark mages. They're no fun. They've sacrificed people, Xavier said with a wicked smile. Janine's eyes widened. Really? I know this isn't like me, but I think I'll bow out of this one. Mom and I need to figure things out. But you had better come and visit. I might be normal, but I want to be your friend. Warmth filled me. And Janine opened her arms for a hug. I fell into it, and though her mother told her constantly that I was a monster, she squeezed so hard that my ribs ached. At last, she let go. That might be a good idea, I said. The list of sacrifices doesn't include other supernaturals, I hope. And I was glad she was taking time off for another reason. This would give me some alone time with Xavier. It would be awkward asking him about his last battle partner, but it had to be done if we were going to get this wall out of the way and work together. Chapter 5. I took my sword from Thorne's now empty training chamber, which Xavier illusioned to make look like the Hello Kitty cane, wrapped in its decorative masking tape. Then I led Janine and her mother to a ladder to get to the surface and made sure they got out safely. While I did that, Xavier ran back home for something. Once I made sure Janine and her mother had climbed out of the underground, Xavier and I met back at the intersection of Frankincense where I talked to Les earlier. From there, we made our way back to the ladder. By then, the underground was mostly empty. Everyone had fled. At least, everyone within my earshot, and I could hear everything I wanted and didn't want to pick up. By the time we found another ladder that led up the surface, this one behind a pub that was empty and dark, the underground was mostly dark and quiet. Only a few voices echoed down the corridors. Apparently, the power locked inside Leon's body was common knowledge and no one had needed to tell anyone else to evacuate. People just left as if they had all rehearsed the worst in their heads. But the elder war mages were still down here. I could smell the wood smoke scent, faint as it was. "What about your sister?" I asked Xavier as we stood next to the ladder. He said, "She was at the funeral. My Aunt Primrose took her. I went to make sure she didn't go back for anything. They're at one of our safe houses." Nora told me. I had to know where they were going. I asked, "What about you? Wasn't your aunt worried? And we still haven't found Trish." Xavier remained quiet as he gripped the ladder, ready to climb. Then he spoke. "Trish worries about me. She told me to stay on the balcony and wait for her. I didn't. Not when you were out there. But she'll be able to smell my absence down here if she's still even here. I don't think she is. He had broken the rules for me. Well, if I died, then he did, too. But actual concern lived in those exotic eyes. And tension. He lived in a palace. I had a tiny room smaller than the cheapest studio apartment. He hadn't told me, but now wasn't the time for an argument. We had to get out of here and figure out how to contact a dead succubus. Lovely. But I had other ways to gather clues. "How's your aunt? How is she, I mean?" I pointed up the ladder's metal rungs, which vanished into the dark. We had to get going. "She's my mother's sister," Xavier explained, putting his other hand on the rung. "She was Leon's favorite child. But she didn't produce any children who inherited her magic. Aunt Primrose just never fell in love with anyone. I don't think." "Everything fell on you," I said. After the underground mansion I'd seen, I was nervous about meeting the rest of Xavier's biological family. Nora seemed okay, but she was the maid. "You get along?" Xavier exhaled. "As much as we can." "She's not mad at you for taking a second battle partner, is she?" I was getting somewhere. Better to believe that Xavier was just trying to keep drama under wraps than hoard his wealth. He climbed. "I don't care if she approves of you or not. You're my battle partner and it's going to stay that way." I stood there. Whoa. His tone spoke volumes, and I found myself even more confused. As Xavier climbed through the dim light, his sleeve fell back and I spotted his mark, the magenta crossed swords that said he was bound to me. I had the same symbol on my forearm, along with the slash mark that announced that one of us had killed a demon. But there was something strange about his mark. Even in the dark, I could see it well. A second pair of crossed swords, much paler than the first, had faded underneath the fresh mark. His former partner, that pixie girl, had become a shadow wraith. The separation was gone. But why was it still kind of there? Now wasn't the time to ask. I could smell early night from above, that cool, crisp air. Traffic whizzed in the distance as I followed Xavier upwards. fast food and a restaurant smell mixed in. People's dinners flowed through their blood. I was a little hungry, but not to where I was going to fall over yet. Trish had let me have a couple of blood bags before the funeral, so I would be fine. I wouldn't bite anyone unless things got dire. That was my one rule. Sure, I like to vent my killer instincts, but I would not be a monster to anyone who didn't completely deserve it. Only that kept me going sometimes. It was my inner tube, for lack of better words. People didn't forget when you bit them. Hannah sure hadn't, and the last and only time I did it, I ruined my life. We climbed the ladder and Xavier undid the trapdoor that led into yet another alley. All entrances to the underground seemed to pop out in alleys. I climbed out after him to see that we were on the edge of downtown. The ATC building's red logo towered over us, and I could spot the top of Dad's building from here. I ached inside, knowing he was somewhere on the other side of that portal that neither I nor Xavier knew how to open. He was sleeping. Unaware. But what was Casio's plan for the prisoners? I felt lost, and I needed Dad. But as soon as we found Casio again, we'd come closer to getting him back. It was one of the biggest reasons I had to speak to Alana. It sucks to look at that. Xavier eyed the building and grimaced. We can't go back in there yet. I had to turn away. The sight of the ATC building made me feel helpless and lost. From here, I could spot the tiny balcony Xavier and I had jumped from to escape the army of shadow wraiths inside. We'd failed and Casio had brought me a step closer to being the key that would end the world. So, where's this junkyard? I asked. This way, Xavier said. I've never been in there, but the place will give you a bad feeling once you're near it. Does this guy work with Casio? I asked. I don't think so, Xavier said. But keep that sword. We both know that eventually we're going to need it. We exchanged few words on the way to the junkyard. The buildings got smaller around us and turned into apartments. We weren't too far from the burned husk that used to be Janine's. Pressure built inside me, worse than the type that happened after normals ate spoiled food. This was a different type of pressure, the emotional type, and I kept glancing at Xavier as we walked. Who, exactly, was I working with? Mystery was alluring, sure, and maybe even sexy, but not when that mystery involved a multi-million-dollar mansion that he kept hidden, as well as protection available only to the rich of the underground. And the girl. Once we had left downtown and could make out some stars above, I got up the bravery to ask Xavier the question. So, are pixies skilled fighters? I asked. I thought they flew around and sprinkled fairy dust on flowers or something. That's how kids' books always showed them. Xavier shifted with discomfort, and a bit of adrenaline pumped through his veins, metallic and enticing. I was doing this to him, but we needed to sit in the same boat here even if it was rusty, full of holes, and sinking. But he answered me. She was. Lisa Alora. That was her name. I chose her to be my battle partner because she had a talent for archery. Pixies are technically fae and archery is a strong suit of theirs. And forget everything you've heard about them. They have their own world, and no one with a brain in their head should mess with them in most cases. Even people like us. The fae, well, if you're not careful, you can just slip out of this reality and never come back. He stared at me, expressionless. Oh. So, Xavier had to show off by working with one and not getting enchanted in return. Did you make a deal with her? Or was it something else? He swallowed. Lisa Alora got banished from the Fae realm for being from a bandit family. I saw my chance to help. Okay, so we did make a deal. You thought you could conquer her. Jealousy stirred in my chest, and I wanted to storm off. I get it. War mages have to choose the most difficult and dangerous people to fight with. No, no, no. Xavier is your comrade. Not your crush. Or was he? The more I spent time with him, the more I doubted my position. And that scared me. Xavier let out a breath and jumped over a crack on the sidewalk. He lowered his voice as he spoke. No. Not that. She'd enchant Leon so she could pass his test. I'd get accepted, and all would be good. We'd fight against Casio. This was about the same time my parents vanished, by the way. He was putting up an emotional wall that I shouldn't breach. That made me a jerkwad, but I wasn't sure how else to proceed. Did your family accept her? I waited for his reaction and studied every mannerism. He seemed to think before he spoke. She did well. Leon was happy with my choice and wanted us bound right away. The family loved her. Xavier's shoulders rose with tension and pain. He had his moods, and now he slipped into one. We walked past a tall, graffiti-covered fence. And I kept my cane out, ready for a fight. Even without demons, muggers still existed. I had to keep pressing. We had to get past this. They don't like me, do they? Xavier said nothing at first. Then he exhaled. My aunt isn't sure about you. Taking a second partner isn't something that ever happens. And I already showed weakness. That might be why he hadn't showed me his home. I thought of the faded mark again. Lisa hadn't died, technically. But despite his family, I was Xavier's desperate second choice, and part of me tensed with anger. But I still needed to tread carefully, so I said, I'm just curious. And you don't have to answer if you don't want to. The thing that battle partners do to make their bond strong is different for each species, right? I'd have to bite you to strengthen our bond. I had to approach the subject slowly. What did Leon and Alana have to do to make their bond strong? Xavier grimaced at me. Do you really want to know? Alana was a succubus. I said, oh. I get it. Which is why Grandma left him. I wish I had met her. She sounded like a brilliant woman. I said, and Leon sounds like he was a fine, faithful guy. Ugh. So, how would it be with werewolves? Xavier lowered his shoulders. Biting. Again. It doesn't turn the war mage, thankfully. Mages are probably the only humans who are immune. So it must be easy with pixies, I said. Xavier tensed again. How would that work? I asked. Xavier widened his eyes, as he seemed to understand what I was really asking. And then he exhaled. Don't worry. We just eat something from the Fey realm. Or something magically grown by a pixie. Normally, their food traps you in the Fey realm forever, but so long as I stay in this world, I'm fine. Did you see that garden near the testing room? Fey. That made sense. It was nothing intimate. I stopped on the sidewalk. Somewhere, a baby was crying behind a window. A dog barked and someone's blood in the building next to me smelled like beer and pizza. Xavier still smelled like adrenaline. I was just wondering, I said. I'm sorry. I know you don't enjoy talking about this. I went too far. The adrenaline calmed down, and the smell got less strong, leaving only Xavier's wood smoke. But I knew the answer to my question. Xavier had strengthened his bond with the pixie, Lisa Alora. He loved her and then lost her. And that was another reason he hadn't taken me to his mansion. You're right, Xavier said. It's hard to talk about this. Now, let's find that junkyard. I think it's another mile up the road. We went silent again after that. I felt like there was a wall between us, a wall that I couldn't tear down. Alora still existed out there. I had the feeling that Xavier still had a bit of a link to her. Ours was there, but weak. He had a lot of healing to do. We were both a mess. Lovely. But if I bit him, I'd do what Casio wanted. Risking the world wasn't worth that. I saw the junkyard before Xavier did. We stepped away from the yellow sodium streetlights and away from the food smells that the apartment inhabitants were giving off. The street got a lot darker, and I held onto Xavier's arm. He didn't protest. A faint feeling of dread gathered in the pit of my stomach. "We're almost there," Xavier said. "I walked past this place twice when I was younger, but I never went in. I think even some normals get uneasy around here. It's the dark magic." "I don't blame them," I said. My gray vision snapped all the way into existence and the junkyard spread out in front of me. Stacks of cars and busted appliances rose over us like ravaged buildings. The dread feeling got stronger, almost like there might be shadow wraiths in the area. It would be a great place for them to hang out. Marissa had mentioned something about dark mages working well with shadow wraiths. I shook the cane, urging it to take its sword form, and it worked in one shake. My weapon gleamed in the faint starlight. Xavier was getting ready, too. The adrenaline smell came back, and I could sense his magic thrumming through me, ready for use. Even though I'd been with the underground only a few days, I had learned that you always had to be ready for a fight. Even in lingerie shops and in your own home. The entrance to the junkyard was closed. The chain-link fence rose high, and the gate had some nice, inviting barbed wire on top. "Now what?" I asked. "Do we use some magic and just break the gate down?" Xavier said, "We're not breaking into Fort Knox here. We can climb over, but that would suck." "Is that barbed wire on top?" "No. It's a bunch of fluffy stuffed animals and bunny rabbits shooting out everywhere." I had to make a joke because the black pulses of dread were getting to me. "Change of plans. Then we might need to blast a hole," Xavier said. "We can't do it in front of the street, though." A single car passed us, not slowing down. Xavier still had his leather coat and hat on. I still had hot pink pigtails. We looked like normal punks. We walked around until we found the other end of the junkyard. It bordered some concrete place, but there was still a small alley to walk down. We stepped over used beer bottles, cigarette butts and some other pretty questionable things until I told Xavier we were far back enough from the street. Once I didn't hear any cars within a mile or two, I gave him the go-ahead and backed away. Heat washed over my face as Xavier held his palm back and the familiar magenta glow surrounded it. He threw the fireball, that was the best I could describe it, and a screeching sound followed as it ate through the chain-link fence, leaving a small hole just large enough to fit us. The ball of magic flew to the ground, created some purple embers, and cast light on the surrounding area. The light faded. "How's that?" Xavier asked. "Sexy skills." Now he was a different person, joking and kidding with me. And the mixed messages made my head spin. "Come on," I said. "Let's go meet this cousin of Elsina's." "What's his name again?" I had forgotten it already. "Mac," Xavier said. Stereotypical junkyard owner's name. "He's just missing the dog on the chain." "Like the truck?" I asked. "There he is," Xavier said, pointing to an ancient work truck waiting for the crusher. We laughed, which was the last thing I wanted to do in this creepy place. It helped to dispel the dread feeling that I hadn't realized I was now getting used to. We walked through rows and rows of doomed cars. It reminded me of that animated movie with the toaster. I'd watched it with Hannah. I didn't want to think about her, so I turned my thoughts to what we might face, which wasn't much better. At last, I spotted a shack hunched down like a troll's hideout in a clearing. There was no junkyard dog on a chain, thankfully, because it would have woken the owner up before we got there. Dogs always went crazy and barked at me when I was anywhere near them. "I see it," I told Xavier, releasing his arm. "I'm assuming you do, and you can see inside it, too?" "Yep," I said. It was just darkness and gloom. The owner hadn't even bothered to put out a lantern or turn on the porch light. I'm nervous about this. Xavier said, dark mages aren't fun, but Marissa was with Casio. Of course, she was going to fight us. Maybe Mac's one of those who avoids others, so he doesn't hurt people. Some dark mages are hermits. The government really doesn't like them, and neither does the rest of the supernatural world. I said, I heard about that. Looks like Mac's done a good job of hiding from the authorities. The wooden door was falling apart, and the lock was loose, but I did the polite thing and knocked. Someone grunted from inside and then got off a squeaky mattress. Who is it? He demanded. The IRS, Xavier said, voice shaking. The man inside cursed. Do you want to get us killed? I slapped his arm. No. We're not the IRS or with the ATC. Both are scary. We know your cousin Elzina and she recommended us to you. We need help with something. I agree with you on that one, the unseen man said. You know Elzina? I haven't seen her in nearly 20 years. There was a bit of sadness in the guy's voice. Maybe we were onto something after all. Elzina loved Xavier and wouldn't send him to someone who would kill us on sight. I see her all the time, Xavier said. We're having some major problems in the underground, and she thought you could help. Mac said. I won't have anything to do with the underground. They won't have anything to do with me. Fair is fair. I sniffed the air. This man smelled like Marissa, like a dark, empty cave. But your cousin is in danger. Xavier knocked again. Open up. Mayor Casio is planning to torch everyone in the underground, and we need to find out where he might have taken a fallen war mage's body so we can stop it. Footsteps approached and the guy yanked the door open from the other side so fast that the hinges squealed. On the other side stood a man who was a lot more fit than I imagined. He wore jeans and a white t-shirt. Very normal stuff. He looked to be only in his 40s, a contrast to the ancient Elzina. His eyes, though, gave his true nature away. They were brown, but with black flecks that were as deep as space itself. For a second, I felt like I was staring at Marissa's all over again. Casio stole a war mage's body? He asked. Yeah. This was serious. Xavier said, my grandfather's. You didn't hear about the funeral? I've cut off all ties. Mac said, lowering his voice to a dangerous level. You have to with magic like mine. You either have other dark mage and demon friends, or you have no friends. So no, I got no notice. I shuddered. So, he was a hermit. And I understood his bitterness. At least I had human friends. Well, Janine and Thorne. How bad were things for dark mages? I had the instinct to kill, but I had a way to vent that. There weren't any sports where dark mages could vent their badness. And I offer my condolences. Mac sounded as if he had to push out the words. Like he was rehearsing. Something terrifying darkened his eyes, and the dread feeling intensified. Mac might have a soul, or pretend that he did, but his magic did not. And I knew how our nature took control sometimes. He was dangerous. Xavier didn't miss a beat. No. Don't say that. Things were messed up with my grandfather. The point is, we need your services to talk to the dead. You can do that, right? Mac smiled, showing all his teeth. I do it sometimes when I need a conversation that isn't with a customer. Yikes. The more I stayed around Mac, the more he creeped me out. Well, we need to talk to Leon's old battle partner. I killed her to protect the underground. And, for other reasons. Xavier wavered at the end. He had killed Alana for me, thinking that the flames Casio had thrown at me were destroying my flesh. After seeing the painting of the pixie, I had forgotten all about that. Mac laughed. So that's how the old man finally croaked. I always wondered how long that succubus would stay with him. I figured she'd go back to Casio as soon as Leon got old. She did, didn't she? Wanted his help to break their bond, or something? That's exactly it, Xavier said. Come in, Mac said. This might be interesting. Let's see what we can do. Chapter 6. Mac's little house looked a lot like the underground. Well, the candles everywhere helped me make the comparison, but these were black tapers that matched a dark mage's hangout way more than colored candles would. Mac had a round black mirror on his coffee table, which was propped up on one side with a few magazines, and a few more black tapers around it, which he lit with a long Bic lighter. Flickering light filled the tiny house. This isn't the best, Mac said, but it will work. Just don't take too long and you should be all right. I looked at Xavier. He frowned. I had to get this out of the way right now. Do you expect any payment for this? Mac leaned against a crooked dresser and smiled. You're damn right I do, but I'll let you know what that is at a later time. Yikes. Will we need to sacrifice someone? Something? I asked. I'm the only one who makes sacrifices, Mac said. You won't be doing any of that, and there won't need to be any of that tonight. I like the sounds of this as much as driving a needle under my toenail, but we had no choice but to continue. We had no other way to find this dark council. Heck, even finding my father might hinge on this. Saving a bunch of other lives did. I wasn't a complete monster. I would not let a bunch of people, normal or supernatural, die because I feared making a deal. We got it. I said as I glanced at Xavier. He nodded. We'll do whatever task you have for us later, so long as you let us talk to Alana. Finding deceased demons is difficult, Max said. They go to the infernal dimension when they die. It's dangerous to open up any window to that place, even one that the dead only speak through. You mean Alana is alive in the infernal dimension? I asked. No, Max said. Her soul is there, along with billions of others. Both demons' souls and the souls of the wicked go there after they die. Oh, and shadow wraiths inhabit the place, too. It's a realm of evil and sadness. Like attracts like in the supernatural world. I've even glimpsed some very famous evil normals when I've tried to peek into the infernal dimension. I really didn't want him to elaborate on that. I think we get the picture, I said. Normally, I would ask you for something that belonged to Alana, but since I've met her before, I can envision her strongly enough to form a bond, Max said. It sounded so strange, hearing this come from a junkyard owner. What we will need to do is sit in a circle around the black mirror. Mac took a full half hour to prepare for the rite. His magic differed from any I'd seen before. Dark mages had that flashy magic like Marissa had, but necromancy was a learned art, according to Mac. Xavier agreed when I asked him to confirm. First, he had to go shower and then he had to vacuum the little living room, which was covered in straw wrappers, cigarette packs, and breadcrumbs. Finally, he set a circle of black candles around us and lit each of them, one by one. He muttered low words the entire time, words I couldn't understand in some ancient language. I eyed Xavier for the meaning, but he shrugged. There must be different magical languages. I don't know what's going to happen. He kept his voice at a whisper. Mac looked a lot more imposing in his black cloak. It made the room feel more magical. It thrummed with a nervous energy, and we sat down next to the black mirror. Mac got in the middle of us, ran his hands down either side of the mirror, and muttered more old words. The tingling energy in the room intensified. Mac stroked the mirror again and again, focusing all his attention on it. It looked like the round entrance to a void. I blinked when I thought I could see little sparks flying around inside, but they vanished. Focus, Mac said in a low voice. Do not look away from the mirror. He jarred me for a second as he continued to mutter. I felt to make sure my sword was still there on the floor next to me, in case things went south. I liked Alana as much as I liked Xavier. The air in the room got thicker and made my skin tingle, but not in a good way. And at last, the black mirror seemed to take on a life of its own. At first it was still black, but somehow more present than it had been before and filled with a strange electricity. Mac continued to mutter, not breaking his focus. And then it all changed. I had to keep myself from jumping. We were now staring into the infernal dimension, looking through a window and into another world. A sea of lava seethed in the distance between plains of reddish rocks. A tall mountain rose from the other side of the sea, filled with black spaces that might be caves or giant windows. It was pointed and jagged, like lava that had just dried there and fractured. But before I could make out what the structure was exactly, our view drew closer to the lava until we practically kissed it. We were almost at the base of the castle mountain now. Alana. Mac raised his voice. Alana. Are you there? I could almost feel the heat of the lava blasting against my face. Please, hurry. Alana. Mac roared. Follow my commands and speak with me. And at last, a form rose from the lava. At first it looked like it was part of the molten rock itself, taking the form of a person, but at last, a fiery wraith stood there, bottom half still in the universe's hottest jacuzzi. It had Alana's dark eyes and her shape, including the hint of her scales on her neck. This was what happened to souls who went to the infernal dimension. I made a mental note to never go there. Why are you disturbing me, Mac? She asked. I take it we're still friends. Mac said. We were never friends. Just acquaintances. The succubus-turned-fire wraith pretended to pick at her infernal fingernails. So, just checking in? That's what friends do, after all. I'm afraid I can no longer offer my services in my present state. Unless, of course, you can resurrect me. I tensed. This would not be good. Only the Dark Council has that power, Max said. Speaking of them, where do they meet? I just may want to resurrect you, Alana. He grinned. Xavier looked around Mac and shot me a silent gag. Alana did not know Xavier and I were here as she continued to speak. If you do that, Leon comes back, too. We are still bound. He's in here with me. Even from the other side of Mac, I could feel Xavier tensing. The adrenaline smell mixed in with the candle smoke and the melting wax. And the ew factor was going up rapidly. I wanted this to end. Is that something you want? Mac asked her. And then Alana took her attention off her fiery nails and glared right at Xavier, then me, and then said, well? Is it? Do you really want your grandfather back after he tried to murder the two of you? I wouldn't. But you might not have a choice. She grinned. I take it you two are looking for the council. Leon told me his body had gone missing. Casio is a member. I will divulge their meeting place if you make me one promise. So, she knew. Which is? I asked. Pressure settled on my shoulders as I waited. I was shocked she hadn't tried to reach out of the mirror and destroy us yet. She said, you resurrect me once you reach the Dark Council. They have the means there. Casio tried to cheat me. If I live again, I can force him to break the bond between me and Leon like he promised. Xavier moved like he wanted to stand. We can't do that. She'll try to kill us. She's only for herself and Leon will come back. I want revenge on Casio, Alana said. He made no motion to save me. He's made no attempt to pull me from this lake. I know that he and the council can. I wondered if we could trick her. She couldn't do anything to us in the infernal dimension, right? That might be different if Xavier and I ever got there, but right now, things were fine, right? Well, what is your answer? Or are you too afraid to make a deal with a demon? A dead demon, Xavier said. Deal, or no answer. Alana continued. She messed with her fingernails again, waiting. She really needed a new mannerism. Mac backed away to allow me and Xavier to face each other. It was just us and the mirror now. I didn't think this would be so dangerous, Xavier said as he gulped. I don't like this, I said at the same time. What she wanted was probably a lot scarier than whatever Mac would want. But we had to go with it. She'd been very close to Casio in the past and knew where this dark council met. It was the only chance we had to save the underground. I leaned close to Xavier and moved the corner of my lips, whispering in his ear. We can lie. We can tell her we're going to do it, and then conveniently forget. Alana was in another world. I don't know, Xavier said. She's probably thought of that possibility. Making deals with demons is always a really, really bad choice. I said, it's the only one we have. Casio torches hundreds or thousands of people in a week if we don't. Xavier sighed. Okay. We agree. I scooted up to the mirror and crouched down. Alana, I said. She glared up at me with those coal eyes. Even in death, she hadn't lost those. Your decision? I gulped and said, we'll work with you. She smiled, revealing a row of flaming teeth that were even sharper than mine, even though I hadn't had the chance to file them down in days. I wanted to back away from the mirror, but before I could, she reached towards me. Mac shouted. Whoa! As her fiery hand came out of the mirror and seized my left arm. Yes. It came out of the mirror. And that was the moment I knew I had screwed up. Excellent, she said, tightening her grip. I tried to yank my arm away. The heat was there, and it was scary. Fire was among the few things that were supposed to kill me. But it took me a few seconds to realize it wasn't actually burning. Heat flared, but no searing pain followed. The Dark Council meets underneath Göbekli Tepe, she explained. They are ruins far more ancient than civilization itself. It is where Casio and his comrades keep the greatest magical secrets of the supernatural world. The library there is beyond value if you can survive. Where the heck is that? I asked. I had never heard of such a place. But Alana didn't answer me. Xavier screamed at her to let me go and pulled at my arm, but she held on tight. Even my strength couldn't pull away. The ruins are where normals used to come from all around to worship the most powerful beings in the world. The Dark Council, in fact, Alana said as she stared hard at me. The Dark Council number 5 and all have survived to the present day. Every 100 years, they meet. The next meeting will be in 3 days. Why do you want to go there? I said nothing. It was best to give her no information. Anyway, Alana said, keeping her grip on my arm tight. On the slim chance that you survive, once you do whatever you need to, you will resurrect me. Use the ancient library to find the correct rite. I eyed her fiery hand on my arm. Xavier kept his grasp, but there was nothing he could do. We will, I said, wondering if I just made the biggest mistake of my life. There is one more thing, she said before letting go and continuing. If you do not follow your end of the bargain, you and Xavier will die, consumed by flames from within. Well, the flames will kill Xavier, not you, but when he dies, you die. I wish you luck. Chapter 7. She let go and sank all the way back into the lava on the other side. I yanked my arm back and cradled it. It wasn't painful, just hot. Like oven hot. My skin had remained intact, however. Xavier took my arm and turned it over, again and again, but my skin there had stayed normal. Except. Xavier cursed. An orange, sparkling lightning bolt now adorned my inner wrist. Alyssa! Xavier took my hand. I tried to pull you away, but I couldn't. I'm not burned at all, I said, aware that the black mirror was returning to its normal form. It zoomed out from the lava lake, leaving it a distant speck in a sea of red and orange, and then faded to darkness. But I didn't care about that. The rite was complete. We had our info. And now, we had a new curse. Alana is a fire wraith now, Xavier said. They always burn you when they touch you. You should have at least second-degree burns. He turned his anger on Mac, who stood slowly as his joints popped. Why didn't you tell us that could happen? It's rare, Mac said with an uncaring shrug. I couldn't help but notice how long Xavier held my hand. And slowly, he released it and said, it must be whatever Casio did to you, Alyssa. I think you might be fireproof. Mac dropped his hood and nearly tripped on a floor candle. He said, that's impossible. No vampire is fireproof. I cringed. He'd seen my nature, then. Yes. I needed to file my teeth. But Alyssa is, Xavier said. Didn't you just see that? I did, Max said as he eyed me. Are you sure you know what you are? I've seen some strange things, but never this strange. I shook my head and said, thanks. I wanted to get out of that tiny house. Max stared at me in confusion. I would not bring up one bit of this dark pentagram stuff in front of him. That was probably another secret only known by the Dark Council. So, we get to journey to the old stomping grounds of this council, I said, changing the subject. What is this Göbekli Tepe place, anyway? Mac shook his head. I know little about archaeology, to tell you the truth. You might have to hit Google to find that out, and I don't have a computer. I mean, look at my home. His voice dropped to a dangerous tone, and I knew it was time to go. A few candles flickered in warning. Mac was going into one of his moods. We'll do that right now, Xavier said, facing me. I think there's still enough night left. Come on. Finding a computer won't be that hard. Finding a computer was hard. It was 11 at night by now and nothing was open except for some 24-hour cafes. I had the feeling they wouldn't let us walk in and use the manager's computer to look up old locations and ruins. We didn't have laptops or tablets to use anybody's free Wi-Fi anyway. The Cumberland Public Library was way beyond closing time, and stickers on the windows announced alarms that would sound if anyone sneezed in the wrong place. We stood on the massive stone steps of the dark, two-story building. Waiting until daylight would be a disaster. My chances of getting caught would rise by a solid 200%. Can we transpose in? I asked. We sure can, Xavier said. Not in front of traffic, though. I'm not sure it's going to work smoothly. I've never been in the library here and I must envision the place we're transposing to. I wish we had computers at home, but we can't connect to the internet in the underground. Someone would notice the bandwidth. He eyed my wrist again and said, you know, we need to stop getting new tattoos. I said, really? Xavier let out a breath. That new one's on me, though. So, I won't be too mean to you from now on. Yes. That mark would kill Xavier through me. And then I'd die, anyway. You haven't been that bad. I just blurted it out. To my shock, he grinned. See? We walked around to a dark alley and then Xavier stood there, extending his arms to me. Transposing hug, he said as we embraced. Hugging Xavier felt odd now, different. Magenta light flashed around us, and we were falling together, the wind screaming against us, and then we landed in darkness. Xavier held me tight, like he was sure he was going to lose me, and even after we landed among bookshelves, he wouldn't let me go for the first couple of seconds. His heart raced against my chest, and he felt strong, like stone, but then I detected he was shaking. Xavier, I said. I'm here. I'm fine. Oh, he said, blinking and letting me go. Yes. Things were shifting. And I wasn't sure what to think. Janine would freak over this and never let me hear the end. But I shoved the thought away. We needed to find where this whatever teep place was, and we had to do it now. Xavier? Are you okay? I asked. He stared hard at me. I'm fine. Geez, you don't have to be rude. I said. I just have a lot going through my head right now, he said with a sigh. I'm sorry. I promised to stop being such a jerk to you. I said, you've gotten better with the harassment, at least. It hasn't been easy. You're still pretty hot, especially with those pink pigtails. He said as he flashed me a legit smile. Whatever had come over him seemed to be gone. He sure had some mood swings. Yikes. I faced the library. Cumberland's public library was one of those old ones with multiple levels and long ladders. A pair of stone gargoyles stood at the top of the staircase, one on either side. Inviting. Shelves of books towered over us, and the paper scent overtook even Xavier's would smoke one. I tapped my fake cane on the floor, beckoning Xavier to hurry. I've never been in here either, I said. The library had some computers on the ground floor. Xavier and I shared one, turning it on and waiting for it to boot up. It was a good thing the library's servers were still up, or our search would have ended right there. It took a few minutes, but we pulled up the internet and Googled the ruins. I had to spell it out a few times since I couldn't remember the name, let alone how to pronounce it. Thank goodness for Google search suggestions, Xavier said. That's the name. And I think that's the ruins right there. An image of some circular ruins popped up on the screen. A ring of stones and pillars was partially dug out of the ground in some desert-type area. I caught images of animals carved into the pillars and benches. The ruins were old, all right. 12,000 years old? Xavier asked. Weren't people still living in caves back then? I said, I thought so. Apparently, they worshipped the Dark Council, in some form. Casio had changed little since those days. Alana had been right that the place was very ancient, even more so than the pyramids of Egypt. This temple had been around thousands of years before that. I could imagine people coming around to worship the scariest supernaturals back when the place wasn't buried. If I were an ancient Dark Council, I'd want to meet underneath there. It probably held a lot of memories and nostalgia for them, as well as plenty of sacrifices. It's in Turkey, I said. How are we going to get there? Plane tickets? Xavier asked. I slapped him on the arm, but not hard. You want me to get on a metal tube that flies above the clouds? A flight that far would probably expose me to the sun no matter what time we left. And expose me if I survived it. I had never flown before. You're right, Xavier said. A flight like that would take about 12 hours, at least. We'll need to find another way. There are magical ways to travel, but I can't transpose that far. No war mage can. Trying would literally kill me. What magical ways? I asked. I marked down the coordinates of the ruins. Do we have to visit any creepy relatives of Elsina's? Xavier frowned. Then he said, there are two choices. I gulped. And we won't like them because? He said, we either have to appeal to the elder war mages, who can send us that far with a combined effort, or we have to use a demon's portal. Those portals can go anywhere. Just add blood. And I'm willing to bet the elders won't want to send a couple of kids after the Dark Council, I said. And I'm willing to bet you're right, Xavier said, getting up and pushing in his chair. They might not know that I'm responsible for Leon, and if they found out we made a deal with a demon, it'll be even worse for us. Even if we say we'll have to resurrect Leon as a side effect, they won't cooperate. Heck, none of them really liked him. We really have nothing in our favor. I thought about it and said, we don't know how to use demon portals, do we? We might have to risk flying after all. Or can any group of war mages transpose someone that far? Xavier told me, well, any group can probably do it, but it's illegal unless it's done by the elders. It's also very difficult. You guys sure have a lot of rules. I got up and eyed the staircase, and shut the computer down. The light vanished, and my sharp gray vision snapped into focus. Xavier, get down! I shoved him to the floor just as a very living gargoyle swooped in silence and nearly seized him with its long, razor-sharp claws. Chapter 8. The gargoyle swept over me as I joined Xavier on the floor. My cane changed to a sword in a blink, and I sprang back up, ready to battle. Because after that news, I wanted to kill something. Xavier swore as his magic surged through me. My sword blazed to life in magenta flames, and the gargoyle reached the other side of the library, landing with grace on top of a bookshelf. It was bigger than me by maybe a factor of 2 with a wingspan of 8 feet. I had never faced a living gargoyle before. Weren't they just myths? Statues? Maybe even an old cartoon? What the hell? Xavier shouted, raising one hand. An explosive ball of magic erupted in his palm, and he tossed it side to side, ready for battle. Gargoyles aren't real. This one is. I shouted as I checked behind me to make sure the other one hadn't come to life. It was still being a good stone statue. But the other one turned on the bookshelf, hissing at us with its distorted face, eyes stony and full of hate. Now I could see. It was still stone. We were fighting a golem that was shaped like a gargoyle. Demons and some mages could make them. Someone in the library had set them up to deal with people breaking in. There was also a portrait of Casio on the wall, a huge one right next to the golem that I hadn't noticed before. He smiled, showing all his scary politician teeth, and he still wore his sunglasses. Even in his human form, he terrified me. And apparently, he terrified patrons, too. Wasn't there a news story about him funding this library some time ago? Now I knew why. The gargoyle spread its wings, they were 8 feet from tip to tip, and dove again, claws extended. Xavier threw his fireball, but it wrapped around the gargoyle. Lightning bolts tried to penetrate its skin but failed. The magic died and the gargoyle dove at me. Alyssa! Its claws gripped my shoulders, tearing into my flesh, lifting me from the floor. The computers and Xavier got smaller as the gargoyle lifted me up, towards the skylight. Air blew against me, and the creature hissed again. We were going to break through. I still held the sword. It shimmered in the moonlight and still carried some purple fire. It hurt my shoulders to move with the stone claws gripping me. Despite the pain, I drove the sword straight up into the gargoyle's chest, not expecting it to go through. But to my amazement, the still flaming blade sank into the stone. The gargoyle screeched, and I let go of the sword. Its claws released, and I plummeted 2 stories. Everything seemed to slow down as I fell. Xavier's mouth opened in the moonlight. The screech echoed through the library. Glass shattered above and rained. Slivers fell with me, and Xavier had no choice but to move out of the way. I hit the floor. A crack sounded as a bone broke. At first there was no pain as glass shards rained around me, shattering and blasting my skin with slivers, but then the agony hit. My leg. It screamed like a hammer had struck my shin. I was also being cut up alive and Xavier screamed my name. A shadow danced above. The gargoyle golem. It would fall on me, and it still had my sword implanted in its chest. Xavier wrapped his arm around me and dragged me toward the stairwell. Alyssa! Heal! This way! Don't cut yourself more on the glass! I was bleeding. My damp pant leg stuck to me. It was almost as bad as the time one of Casio's goons had shot through my back. I tried to help, to get up and walk, but I screamed as bones crunched. I would have to heal. It's falling! Xavier shouted. Then I got up. My leg tingled as my body struggled to pull bones and muscle together. It still hurt, but I grit my teeth. The pain subsided from a solid 14 to an 11. We stood under the other stone gargoyle and against the railing. The gargoyle flapped its wings in near silence right below the now broken skylight. But it flapped in agony. I hadn't imagined stone could feel such a thing. My sword still stuck out of its chest, planted there like some holy artifact. My jaw fell at what happened next. Veins of orange fire spread from the sword, as if it were injecting liquid flames into the golem. The gargoyle fell again, then rose higher, its feet clawing and trying to dislodge the sword, but it was too late. The fiery veins spread across its skin, through its body, and into its wings. The creature gave out one last scream, closed its wings in on itself, and fell. The deafening thud shook the computers as it narrowly missed and landed on a funeral shroud of busted glass. The gargoyle writhed in anguish. The stench of smoke filled the room. It can't be dying, Xavier said. It's stone. The veins turned to ponds, then lakes that spread across the gargoyle's body. At last, the golem looked like a fire wraith for a few seconds before finally exploding into embers that sank to the floor. The embers cast a bit of light on the area around it and then faded. I uttered a string of curses. My leg was still really sore, and I was leaning on Xavier. My sword lay there, clean and sharp. It shimmered in the moonlight, begging me to use it again. There that was again, Xavier said, pulling away from the steps. The same thing happened to Russell Fox. That is a seriously hot power, Alyssa. I didn't have time to laugh. The cuts across my skin tingled as I healed, but I was weaker now. Hungrier. Xavier still smelled like wood smoke and his scent was overtaking the paper and the regular smoke. I had to have a meal, and it had to be soon. Terror overtook me as I realized we were far from the hospital and that breaking into the basement so soon after Trish and I had might be a bad idea. So, what is it? Fire magic? I asked. Something terrifying had woken inside of me when Casio hit me with those flames. I don't know, Xavier said. There are no fire mages if that's what you're asking. Why, hello, someone else said. I grabbed my sword and whirled around on the second gargoyle, which was still. Someone else was standing at the top of the stairs. A man. He was an older man in spectacles who must be the library manager or a professor. He had his arms crossed as he studied us, and he smelled like Taco Bell. He'd had a burrito for dinner along with a fruit punch. He was as normal as you got. And despite the scene behind me, he smiled. Hello, I said. If he worked with Casio, he deserved to deal with the insurance companies. But I backed off. After fighting a stone gargoyle golem, a librarian scared me. For another thing, he didn't look scared of us. Enjoying the free internet after hours, he asked in a scary, pleasant voice. That was also quite a display. I've had lots of supernaturals creep in at this time of night. Thankfully, Casio's donations keep us open and serving the public so long as I give him my own donations in return. I'm sure you won't mind if I have Casio's other golem take you to the ATC. He ran his hand down the back of the other gargoyle and said, they just might help you. Why do you think we're supernaturals? Xavier asked as he stood in front of me. I bet plenty of people break in here after hours. And this is a library. It's supposed to be free. The stone golem blinked. I was shaking. Weak. This librarian had watched the whole fight. We had no secrets now. He knew no normal girl could have healed as fast as I had. The librarian said nothing. Did you know Casio's a demon? I asked. Of course, I know, the librarian said. He removed his hand from the gargoyle as it slowly spread its wings. But the public doesn't need to know that. He will provide for those of us who serve him when his plan comes into being. Do you really believe that? Xavier asked. Just because you're bound to him doesn't mean he's going to be nice to you in the future. He wants to enslave all of us. Right now, he's all divide and conquer. I can back him up, I said, tightening my grip on my sword. Already Xavier's energy pulsed through me again, providing me a bit more strength, but I wasn't sure I could escape a second gargoyle. My legs felt like rubber. Trish's lectures about taking blood from the source swirled through my head. I couldn't bite Xavier. Even if it wasn't what Casio wanted, it would weaken him for battle. I couldn't do it. I had to do it. The new gargoyle hissed and stood tall on its perch. But instead of diving at me, it went for Xavier instead. He wasn't ready for that. He threw a second fireball, but it missed and sailed into the bookcases, casting them in purple light. Purple embers rained to the floor, and the golem seized Xavier by the shoulders, lifting him. No! I shouted, swinging my purple flaming sword at its leg. It struck, slicing a narrow line into the gargoyle's haunch. The cut glowed with fire, but the gargoyle flew on, taking Xavier with it. It rose as my battle partner kicked his legs, seething with pain, and sailed up and through the skylight. Chapter 9. The creature was taking him away. I stood there in shock as the purple fire around my sword died along with the embers on the floor. I whirled. Xavier! The gargoyle still rose, struggling with Xavier's weight. It would carry him over the city. I'd never get him back from the ATC if he got there. The golem's leg still burned. It might die in midair and drop him. If Xavier didn't have the strength left to transpose to the ground or get out of the creature's grasp before then. Alyssa! The gargoyle rose through the broken skylight. I cursed and searched the library for any quick escape. My legs shook. I was in no state to run across the city. And if I threw my sword, I'd impale Xavier. The monster vanished, taking my battle partner with it. Terror gripped me. I needed the strength to follow. To catch him when he fell. It was the only chance. The librarian froze, silent now that I stood alone with him. He still smelled like Taco Bell. And I could tell from his wide eyes that he knew he'd made a mistake. He was used to having two golems do his work. Not this. There was no way around it. I knew what I needed to do to follow. I was too weak to run after the creature. I would never, ever mention this to anyone. I still had the strength to climb the stairs and drag the librarian towards me, even as he tried backing away. And I still had the strength to do what I hadn't done since the 2nd grade. Enough to bite. I was glad this blood didn't taste like strawberry Pop-Tarts, or I never would have been able to go through with it. He screamed in pain, but strength flowed back into my body, and it didn't take very long. I released the screaming librarian and let him fall against a bookshelf of tax law books, clutching his neck. He would be okay, if he didn't have the rare gene. And if he wasn't, he deserved it. Yes, he deserves it. Don't think. Just go. I turned, and I bolted out the front doors, sword in hand, not caring that it no longer looked like a cane. I had to run. I had to get to Xavier before it was too late, and I had to get away from this. Bursting outside, I spotted the gargoyle right away, still rising above the library. The wound slowed the creature. Hope filled me. I might reach Xavier's flailing legs if I climbed to the top. But then it took off towards the ATC building, which loomed in the distance. Xavier kicked his legs. Shouts rose from the streets below. I blazed past people on the sidewalk, running as fast as I could. They didn't notice me. The creature was flying away now, towards downtown, sailing higher at first and then lower. The golem was struggling. The line of fire on its leg brightened as my new magic struggled to get a foothold. Either my strength hadn't been enough to vaporize it, or the wound hadn't been critical enough. Whatever. I had to get him down. Xavier's cries met my ears above all the traffic. I slowed at an intersection, then ran between the moving cars. I must be a blur to the surrounding people. Someone honked. They wouldn't know what crossed in front of them. The golem lowered again. Xavier's feet scraped the top of a building, I could hear them from here, and the gargoyle rose again and came back into sight. The line on its leg was just a little brighter. I kept pace, then pumped my legs harder and cut in front of the gargoyle's location. I had to catch it and kill it now. I could. I had never felt this strong before. This was what Trish talked about. The creature flew up behind me now, hissing and flapping its near-silent wings. I dodged light posts and ran around people and little dogs who all went crazy and barked as I passed. I had to get on top of a building. I needed a ladder. I had supernatural speed and strength, but I couldn't jump onto the top of 5-story buildings in a single leap. Superheroes didn't exist. I found one, running up alongside an apartment building. Most people wouldn't have noticed it in the shadows. I bolted at it, aware that Xavier's cries were getting louder. If this wasn't so dire, I'd pick on him later. He sounded like a kid. But the cries told me what I needed to know. He'd come right over this building. Go, Alyssa, I said to myself. Sword in hand, I climbed. I climbed as fast as I could while holding the sword, scaling floor after floor. They passed in a blur. A small boy stood on a balcony. He ran inside when I blurred past. I would give him nightmares. I would hate all of this later, but only one thing mattered now, and that was Xavier. The ladder ended a second later, 1 floor before the top. Alyssa! Xavier's shouts closed in. Go, go, go. I crossed another balcony to an apartment with no one home and jumped to the next ladder, grabbing on right before I plunged several stories. It was a service ladder. The flapping of wings and the hissing of my magic got closer, closer. I grunted and stood at the top. I had barely made it in time. I straightened myself on the roof, whirling around to face the oncoming gargoyle. Xavier shouted my name and kicked his legs with hope. They were 30 feet away, 20, and then the golem swerved, taking Xavier with it. I wove a tapestry of swears as they slowly sailed over the next building. It had some intelligence, after all. The burn on its leg wasn't much bigger. Maybe surface wounds weren't enough to kill, even with my new power. Xavier's feet scraped the next rooftop as the gargoyle struggled, flapping its wings. I would have to jump. I backed up, every muscle tensing. I could easily go to the ground below. Thorne had never included jumping in my training, just fighting. Dad had told me I could jump between buildings if I tried. The thing was, I'd never tried. Xavier! I shouted, breaking into a run. In a split second, my feet touched the edge of the building. And I jumped, reaching, stretching for the next. If I fell and hit the ground, I'd take forever to heal. And worse, I'd have to attack someone else to heal. Time seemed to slow, but I realized the next building was slightly below me, but I landed on the edge of the roof, teetered back over the street below for a second, and caught my balance. The golem had taken Xavier to the other end of the roof, and he hooked his legs on an air conditioning unit. The abnormal treatment center's building rose just a mile away. Hey! I shouted. It whirled around, meaning to take its original route. It wasn't too smart. Xavier faced me with wide eyes. Throw your sword! He yelled as his sneakers remained hooked on the AC unit. He dug his feet under a handle. I can't do anything! It's blocking my magic! What? I asked. But I raised the sword. The gargoyle looked back and forth, not sure how to unhook Xavier from the unit. Apparently, its magic didn't allow it to go backward and away from the ATC building. If it did that, it would free Xavier and continue. Xavier. Keep your foot there. This thing didn't graduate from preschool. We were in a standoff above the streets. Somewhere, police sirens sounded. Someone had called about this. Throw it! Xavier repeated. I can't hold this much longer. I had never done that either. I might impale him. I can't! I shouted back. I'll kill you! He said, it beats meeting Casio. Throw it before our friend takes off again. I gulped. This could kill us both. I tensed again, lifted the sword above my head, and threw. Thorne had taught me how to throw. I hoped his training came through. It sailed through the air like a javelin, aiming for its prey. The golem tried to take off again, but the sword impaled it in the stomach, sinking to the handle. But not before slicing through Xavier's shoulder first. He closed his eyes in pain, and his blood flew in bright red droplets. They appeared to gleam with fire as the gargoyle let go, dropping him to the roof. Fiery veins spread out from the sword handle as the monster fell to the top of the AC unit, narrowly missing Xavier. I ignored the fact that the creature was burning from the inside and dying. I ran to Xavier and picked him up. I'm so sorry! His shoulder was bleeding everywhere. The wood smoke smell was stronger than ever. Are you burning? It's okay, Xavier said, rolling onto his side and seething. It happens sometimes. Put some pressure on it. I'm not burning. It must be because I'm your battle partner. He was right. There was just blood, lots and lots of blood. I searched around for something that I could use, but there was nothing. The golem turned all fiery next to us, then dissolved into embers and ashes that blew away on the wind. I said, I need to get you help. Xavier shook his head and said, you can't. Not a hospital. They can see what I am. They can. More blood gushed out. My stomach growled again. No. Not now. Pressure, Alyssa. Now. I had no choice. I took my hand and covered his bubbling wound. My sword fell to the roof with a clunk. My hunger was already returning. I had burned down some energy, running like that, jumping like that. The wood smoke was intoxicating. I held my breath, but it was in the air and his blood was so red, so inviting, so warm. I wouldn't. Keep doing it, Xavier said, eyes closed. Just until the bleeding slows down. I'll start healing since I'm linked to you. Then we can move. I couldn't resist much longer. I had done the worst in the library, and it had woken up something terrible inside of me. I picked Xavier up, letting him bleed again. I'm getting you help, I said. He said. Alyssa! I said, I don't have a choice. Where can I take you? The hunger was growing by the minute. I'm going to hurt you if I don't. To my family, he said, giving in. I'll tell you where to go. Chapter 10. I left my sword and didn't realize it until we were back down on the surface. I put all my focus into holding Xavier with both arms. I put all my focus, every shard, into navigating the stairs through the apartment building and down to the ground floor. Thankfully, no one came out to find me carrying my bleeding battle partner. I wasted no time. He was still bleeding on me and looking paler. If I gave in to my urges, I would only drain him more, to the point of danger. No. He was already there. I might even drain him to the point of death. This was a terrible night. I ran as fast as I could once on the ground. A girl moving at superhuman speed and holding a bleeding guy would attract attention. Someone screamed when I had to stop at an intersection for a couple of seconds, mainly so we wouldn't flatten under a truck. I broke into a run again, dodging traffic. I didn't look back. I cut through alley after alley, following street signs the whole way. 15th and Cherry. 14th. I was getting there. He said I needed to reach the Lovelli safe house on 12th Street. Alyssa, Xavier moaned. You should have held the wound shut. He didn't understand. I said, hold on. My right hand was slippery with his blood. 13th. A police car sped by. The foot traffic thinned. We were cutting through a high-income neighborhood now, closer to the ATC building. The apartment windows were all shining glass, hiding more lavish apartments. We must be close. 12th. Which way? I asked. Xavier craned his head and struggled to see. I'm dizzy. Left. The sirens faded in the distance. The police would make their way to the roof of that other building until they found my missing sword. I was never getting it back. 1086, Xavier mumbled. Apartment number 48. I recited those numbers in my head. My vision snapped into full force and every little detail popped out at me. I dodged past a woman in a fur coat with a poodle that barked at me until I reached the destination. A fancy building with the right number written on the red awning. I slowed and stopped as a cab pulled to the curb and let out another woman with a bag of groceries. I didn't wait for her to gasp at the sight of us covered in blood, so I pushed open the glass doors into a beautiful lobby almost as classy as the one in the ATC building. I asked, this is an apartment complex? There was no one behind the receptionist's counter. It was too late, or they were off taking a break. I caught the scent of tobacco smoke somewhere. Yes. Break. The elevator sat open across the red-carpeted space as if waiting for us. I didn't waste time. The woman with the groceries opened the front door and asked if we were okay. Fine, I shouted as I boarded the elevator with Xavier. Everything's peachy. We just came back from a Halloween party. It's not Halloween, Xavier said as he managed a smile. I know, I said, pressing the button for the 4th floor. I couldn't think of anything better. His scent was even more powerful in here. The blood around his shoulder was drying, forming a crust, but it was still driving me crazy. I begged the elevator to hurry. Apartment 48 was at the very end of the hallway, in a darker part where a single light had burned out. My skin tingled a bit as I neared it, as if we were passing through some magical barrier, and I knocked on the door with my foot since I was still holding on to Xavier. I caught an eye on the other side of the peephole, a blue eye with purple flecks, and the door flew open with a squeal. Get in here, said the very stern, magenta-robed woman on the other end. Xavier, what trouble have you been up to now? I gulped. And I knew this was Xavier's aunt. Waiting was the worst. First, the middle-aged woman had ordered me to set Xavier on the couch in another room, and then she shooed me back to the huge, leather-filled living room to wait as if I were some beggar. She was an intimidating woman with her brown hair in a tight bun and sharp wrinkles around her eyes. Even the way she moved warned anyone within a mile not to mess with her. She vanished inside the little room, closing the door. I heard bandages ripping. I wondered what she was going to do with Xavier and if he was going to pull through. He had still been conscious when I set him down on the couch. That was a good sign, right? No one spoke to me as I sat on the leather couch. It was an enormous apartment, too big to fit inside the building we were in alongside the others. And I wondered if magic made this place larger on the inside. Like the entry room in the underground manse, it dwarfed anyone who dared to enter. A pair of twin spiral staircases went up to a second-level balcony, where rows of doors, about a dozen of them, housed what might be bedrooms. Between the stairs, a large archway led to a huge kitchen, where I saw Nora scrubbing a counter. She seemed unaware that I'd arrived. Low music played somewhere, and I heard the splash of someone diving into a swimming pool. A pool on the 4th floor of an apartment. Yes. Magic, for sure. At a safe house. And the Lovellis probably used magic to hide their real water bill, too. And I sat on a white leather couch in the middle of the room like I was waiting for an appointment. A window looked out on Cumberland from where I was sitting, and the balcony featured more lion statues. It was the most lavish hideout I'd ever seen. Xavier groaned in pain from the side room where I'd taken him. It was opposite the window and only 20 feet from me. The night had turned into a blur. The woman poured rubbing alcohol on his wound, and Xavier seethed. It masked the scent of his blood, much to my relief. It was still all over my hands, drying and losing its scent. That was good. I never wanted to feel like that again. I really wanted to take a shower. And throw up. I would not think about what I'd done in the library. Did Xavier know? He knew what I needed to heal. The door to the small side room came open, and I glimpsed Xavier on the leather couch. Someone had put a bandage on his shoulder, which had reddened. I caught a whiff of the alcohol. My hunger was dying down now. He gave me a thumbs up from where he was lying. Already, a bit of color had come back to his cheeks. I dropped my shoulders. He'd pull through. The door swung shut as the stern woman left and walked into the kitchen. Xavier would be okay. But what about me? What if that hunger returned? I could see Casio laughing at me now, beckoning me to do it, and worst of all, my mother picking up her purse and leaving the house for the last time. I can't do this. Grab me some blankets. The woman ordered me, coming out of the kitchen. He's going to bleed all over the leather. They're in the closet by the door. I rose from my seat. Already I had several nicknames for her, none of them passable in a PG-rated film. You're worried about the leather? I asked. I should have known my nephew was up to no good. She shook her head. Grab some blankets. I could see Leon in her horrible glare. Yes. This was the sister of Xavier's mother. Grab them yourself. Let me go in with Xavier. Who do you think you are? The woman asked. I stepped forward even as the air heated. I'm his battle partner. She asked. His illegal one? Hey, I just saved his life. I said. Xavier's out there doing the dirty work you guys don't want to do to save all of our lives, so I think you should shut up and be a little more grateful. I left her there, standing in the middle of the living room. I shut the door behind me and found myself in what must be a small infirmary, because there were cabinets above a sterile counter. Xavier remained on a leather couch, spread out, and he'd removed his shirt so that he could get treated. I'd never seen him without his shirt before. Xavier was, well, almost ripped. Not to bodybuilder gross, but somewhere between that and a graceful dancer. I stared as Xavier slowly smiled and put his uninjured hand behind his head. His jeans graced the very top of a V, and he shifted ever so slightly. The fabric moved over the peaks and valleys with a faint whisper. Do not sweat. That's easy. You can't sweat. Close your mouth. Say something. Anything. I said, I can see why you don't want to hang out at home. Sheesh. Xavier closed his eyes, maintaining that grin. I focused on his heavy shoulder bandages. And the alcohol smell. It made his scent weaker and only the tiniest rumble of hunger invaded. How are you feeling? I asked. I'm healing fast, thanks to your influence, but mostly thanks to my awesomeness, he said, shifting on the leather. Welcome to the family safe house. I'm sorry you met my aunt. I'm sorry, too, I said. He chuckled and said, be more careful. The elders are probably going to make her Elder War Mage of Cumberland. She mentioned that when she poured that horrible stuff into my gaping, open wound. Was he thanking me? I just stood up for him. Yes, I decided. I said, she was talking about herself when you were lying here, hurt. Yep. Xavier said as he stared at the ceiling, smile vanishing. I said, you should turn over. Bleed on that couch. Or you could throw up on it, too. He laughed. There was drying blood on the leather and Xavier had his boots up on the arm of the couch, probably to keep the faintness away. Or maybe that was on purpose, too. Slowly, color returned to his face. He was going to be okay, so long as the wound didn't get infected. My influence might stop that, too. I added, the elders are seriously talking about whom to make Elder War Mage of Cumberland while they know Casio has Leon's body, and it's probably at the Dark Council, waiting to have its power tapped. Xavier responded, yep. Do you need anything to drink? I asked. Some coffee? You need to get hydrated. Staying in here with shirtless Xavier was giving me sensations no guy had given me before. Then again, I had never dated. Coffee would be great, he said. I left him on the couch and went back out into the fray. Xavier's aunt was ordering Nora to grab some towels and put them under Xavier. The maid scrambled through the closet while the evil woman waited. His aunt said to me, and make sure you clean up any blood there is on the leather. That couch cost us $4,000 and I will not have it ruined. Then you shouldn't have put it in the infirmary, I said. The mean aunt ignored me. Yes. She was Leon's daughter, all right. I rushed past and entered the kitchen, where I found a cappuccino machine and 14 different syrups. Xavier would smell like whatever I gave him, along with his wood smoke, so I chose the syrup that smelled the most disgusting to me. Maple, like the stuff people put on their pancakes. As much as I hated the idea of Xavier smelling gross, I hated the idea of hurting him even more. I would not have such a powerful urge to bite him ever again. I squirted about 5 times into his coffee, after I figured out how to make it, shot Nora a sympathetic glance, and headed back to the makeshift infirmary. Nora followed in silence, and she and I lifted Xavier up so she could get the blankets under him to protect the precious couch. Xavier groaned. His shoulder still hurt. We're sorry, Nora said. I've got him, I said, lifting as Nora finished spreading the blankets. That's better, Xavier said, as we set him down. They're more comfortable than leather. Nora left the room to go meet another demand of the aunt, who was now ordering a coffee made for herself. She doesn't stand up to anyone, does she? I asked Xavier. Xavier stared hard at me and said, you shouldn't have told my aunt off like that. But admiration filled his voice. I said. She deserved it. Xavier said, my aunt might be the new Elder War Mage as early as tomorrow. She's the only child of Leon right now and really the only choice. Pain came over his face and I wasn't sure if it was from the wound or not. Your mom, I said. My mother would have made a good leader, he said. She wasn't like her sister. Aunt Primrose was the favorite in the family. She couldn't have any children, so she bosses my sister and I around now. I've spent the last few days arguing with her about all this. She didn't want me to have a second battle partner either. I said, I guess you won. I closed the door to shut out everything else. The guys swimming in the distance. The low music. Aunt Primrose complaining about the coffee droplets left on the counter and blaming Nora for it. I finished with, so, this is your safe house. Xavier said, we're not here often. We only come here when they think Casio might find the underground. Aunt Primrose said the elders told everyone to leave the underground until they give all clear to return. She thinks it'll just be a few days. I responded. But Leon's body went missing and everyone noticed. Did you tell her about what Alana saw? It's kind of major. People can't go back there. Xavier told me she won't care. Seer mages get laughed at because their visions are so vague. Look at Nostradamus. He was a seer mage, and no one could figure out what half his visions even meant. That's nice, I said. Xavier told me, don't worry. I didn't tell her what we're doing. She demanded to know, but I didn't say a word. I said, we'll make up a story. Just then, the door burst open, and Aunt Primrose burst in with a much younger girl right behind her. Watch your brother, she ordered the girl. The elders will be here in a few minutes to deliver news. Stay out of sight. Xavier shot me a look, and the girl shuffled forward, timid and scared. She looked just like a female version of Xavier with brown hair that was very long. It hung down almost to her butt. Her blue eyes had the same purple flecks around the irises as Xavier's, and she wore a magenta dress that covered all but her ankles and her arms. Her arms were bare of marks. She hadn't chosen a battle partner yet. She must be 13. In a few years, she would face the same test as Xavier, with Primrose overseeing it. The girl stood there as Primrose closed the door and ordered the three of us not to exit while the elder war mages were here. It was only when the door was closed did the girl dare lunge forward and hug Xavier. What happened to you? She asked. My battle partner stabbed me, Xavier said. You told me to, I said. I was getting to that part, Xavier said. It was get stabbed or go to Casio. I'd pick getting stabbed, the girl said. Oh. Relief. I liked this girl already. This is Liliana, Xavier said. My sister. We're the only two people here who aren't stuffed up socialites. Except for Nora, the maid. Don't say that about Aunt Primrose, she said, slapping him on the arm. She's stuffed up. You know it, Xavier said. She's not mom or dad. Who else do we have? Liliana asked. We can't be getting her mad at us. Xavier poked her. Me, Alyssa. Trust me. Alyssa's not as scary as she looks unless you make her mad like the guy did at Cumberland Public Library. Never go there. The owner gets money from Casio all the time. The memory of that overtook everything else for a second. I reeled from the flashback and stood against the wall. Yes. There were coffee stains on the table now. I focused on those, trying to cast the image away along with the burrito and punch taste. I grabbed the coffee and took it to Xavier. You need this, I said. He gulped it down, steam and all. The maple smell mixed in with his wood smoke scent. His sister had that same smell, I noticed, along with a fancy fish dinner. Aunt Primrose and the elder war mages reminded me of Mom's side of my family, touting their distant nobility and their coat of arms. I understood how it felt to be stuck with people like that, well, sort of. No one on Mom's side had spoken to me in years. Xavier had to live with his horrible relatives, knowing they rejected him. It was no wonder he spent so much time with people like Alana. I felt bad for even suspecting him of being pompous. It was then that there was a loud knock on the front door outside. The elders had arrived. I could smell them as Primrose let them in. She was giving off adrenaline. Have you come to your decision? She asked. We will deliberate on that tomorrow, an old man told her. You are quite young to be taking a position as an elder war mage, but we are still considering it. Right now, we are discussing your father's missing body. Sit down, Primrose offered, with the anger and hurt in her voice obvious to me. Xavier was snickering on the couch. He even sat up a little. He was already feeling better and bouncing back fast. He said, I hope she doesn't get it. I'd rather have someone not in the family as the head mage. At least they won't know about this whole mess. At least they're talking about what they need to talk about, I said. For now, Elder War Mage Alhuru will preside over Cumberland's underground, the old man said. We will make official deliberations later. But I am Leon's only remaining daughter, Primrose said. She was sitting at the head of the room, closest to the archway that led to the kitchen. I could sense her voice from there. You are not certain of that, the old man said. Azalea is still missing. It is not known for sure that she and her husband are dead. And so is her battle partner, Primrose said. He hasn't shown up since she went missing. He died with the rest of them. Next to me, Liliana clenched her fists and a bit of magenta light exploded around them. No, Xavier said as he hung close to her. Just be happy that it doesn't sound like they're going to give it to her. She doesn't care that Mom's dead. Liliana said. She's not dead. Just missing, Xavier told her. He sat up and reached for her. The light died around Liliana's hands. She and Dad are just sleeping. We must figure out a way to get them out of the infernal dimension. That's all. He made it sound like breaking into Casio's home court was no big deal. Liliana wasn't swayed. She said, nobody ever goes there and comes back. She ignored Xavier's offer of a hug and finished with, only demons can open the portals. Or me, I muttered to myself. I couldn't just open a portal. According to Casio, I could merge two worlds whenever all magical things inside of me woke up. If I could do that when everything awakened, I could open a portal, couldn't I? It was a crazy thought, but Dad was in there along with all the other missing people Casio was using as bargaining chips. He would be there at the Dark Council. They might even have a portal there. Don't think like that, Xavier told me from the couch. You don't want to become whatever Casio wants. It won't be good for you. Or me, or anyone else. But our parents are still trapped, I said. Xavier responded with, we have to bring back Alana. Remember? Your what? Liliana asked. It was clear Xavier hadn't shared everything with his sister. Outside, the elders finished getting seated. Now that we are all seated, the old man said, do you have any coffee? I rolled my eyes and asked, really? Primrose yelled for Nora and the elders all started giving orders for different flavors. Black, said one. Milk and cream. A mixture of vanilla and hazelnut, with exactly 3 squirts of one and 2 of the other. I hope they paid their maid well. Now that we've settled, the old man said from outside, we must discuss the matter of Leon's missing body in more detail. The elders wasted a lot of time recounting the fact that Leon's body had vanished. They went over every detail again and again. The whole thing had the air of a courtroom. I thought they had already gone over this, but maybe some of them had memory issues and they needed to do it again. Either way, it progressed at a snail's pace. It is known, the old man finished, that Casio must employ some dark mages. He is the most likely one to have taken the body. He is a probable member of the ancient Dark Council, a woman said. Then other elders all chimed in at once. He must be. He is the oldest known demon in this world. Older ones may still exist, but they are thought to inhabit the infernal dimension. We are assuming much by saying the Dark Council still exists or ever existed, the old man said. I am skeptical. The only evidence we have is some ancient Roman texts that have been translated multiple times. Here is what I believe to be the case. Casio knew that, by stealing the body, he would cause the citizens of the underground to fear the worst and flee, and they have. They have gone to the surface, where there are no wards to protect them. Us, Xavier corrected. The 3 of us remained still, catching every word. Even now, supernaturals with nowhere to hide are being picked off by the ATC, the old man continued. Casio is an expert at inciting fear in both normals and supernaturals. I didn't like the way this meeting was going. Is there a way to retrieve the body? A woman asked. We must convince those who have fled that they will be safe in the underground. An elder said, we do not know where the body is. Then another spoke. I say we should spread the word that it is safer in the underground. I agree, a third said. Xavier swore and said, this is exactly what Alana thought would happen. But what if the Dark Council really exists? A woman asked. And they have the body? Casio does not know where the underground is. Otherwise, he would have invaded by now, the old man said. Even if he extracts Leon's energy, he needs to know where to direct it and he would need to present. Our wards have shown that he has never crossed into the underground. But Leon's battle partner knew about us, another elder said. Point taken, but she is dead if Leon is dead, the old man said. He wasn't backing down. The other elder said, she had time to tell Casio. He would still have to be present, the old man said. Our wards are extensive and surround the underground on all sides. Dark mages and demons cannot transpose like we do. Here is the plan. We will remain in Cumberland's underground for the next few weeks. If Casio tries to invade, we will hold him back long enough for the citizens to escape. The elders all went into an argument. I couldn't take it anymore. Alyssa, don't, Xavier warned me. I pushed the door open at the meeting. Silence fell. The same group of elders from the funeral sat around on the expensive couches in their magenta robes and slowly, every gaze turned to me. You can't send people back to the underground, I said. I know the truth. There is a Dark Council. They have Leon's body because Alana told us so. Go there if you're going to fight Casio and save everyone from being vaporized by Leon's magic. Tension filled the room and I knew I'd made a huge mistake. The old man who must have been speaking rose from his chair and faced me with a great anger I had only seen in Leon. You do not interrupt an elder meeting. Battle partners and children may not speak here. Aunt Primrose rose from her chair. The color drained from her face. We had embarrassed her. Ladies and gentlemen, she said, trying to salvage the situation. This will not happen again. My nephew got injured in a fight earlier and he had the audacity to bring his battle partner here. The old man advanced on me, and the room took on a dangerous electrical sensation. I had no weapon and stabbing an elder war mage would be a terrible idea. We need to leave, Xavier told me, taking my arm. He had recovered enough to stand and move. Also, he'd put his shirt back on, though it had a rip on the shoulder. Yes. He was ready to go. I agreed. I had screwed up royally. Come on, Liliana said, taking my other arm. They were both in agreement here. My killer instincts and temper would get us all killed. I turned and followed Xavier and Liliana out the door, letting them pull me away just as a slight flash of magenta light exploded with heat. I wasn't sure if the heat from war magic could harm me or not, it differed from fire, but I would not stick around and find out. We squeezed against each other, trying to bolt out of the front door. We burst into the apartment building hall. Xavier closed it as the door buckled with more war magic. Run, he told us, leaning against the door. We didn't bother with the elevator. The three of us tore down the stairs. None of us spoke until we had made it outside of the apartment building. Xavier panted, and Liliana leaned against a pillar. A single car rolled past, but otherwise the street was empty. It was late. Very late. Then Xavier glared at me. Why did you do that? I said. Because they're going to get everyone killed. You can't interrupt the ego masters, he said. I'd love to, but you can't. It never ends well for anyone. That's one safe house I can never return to now. If Aunt Primrose sees me again, she might literally kill me. I said, I hope that isn't, like, literal. And I interrupted, not you. Horrible guilt boiled up inside me, threatening to spill over. What had I done? Xavier's life was terrible enough. I'd done nothing but act like a monster tonight. Xavier said, maybe, but Aunt Primrose will make my life and Liliana's life more of a hell than it already is. We can scratch going back there until the elders are long gone. As in, a few weeks gone. Xavier, Liliana said. What is with you? Things are already bad enough with Leon's body gone and Casio about to kill us all. Don't do that. Ever. Xavier turned on her. You don't want to deal with the crap that you don't want to deal with that crap. Wait, I said. Liliana knows about all of this. When did you tell her? When you were guiding Janine and her mother out of the underground, Xavier said. We talked. I tell my sister what's going on. He was still half yelling. I checked to make sure no one was coming out of the apartment building. Xavier. Calm down, I said. If we followed the rules all the time, we'd get nothing done. We still need to get to those ruins. What ruins? Liliana asked. She hadn't been with us during our talk with Alana. Of course, she wouldn't know that part. Police sirens sounded in the distance. There had been a lot of them lately. More than usual, and I knew why. I asked, do you think the elders are right about the authorities picking off all the supernaturals who had to come to the surface? Xavier let out a breath, and we walked away from the apartment building. At least Xavier was calming down. He said, it sounds like it. I've heard plenty of sirens around the city, but they seem to be terrible tonight. Maybe we should investigate. I'm not going against the police, I said. I don't have a weapon. It's the ATC people I want to go after. Xavier eyed my hands. I'm sorry, but your sword is gone. The cops would have taken it after they got to that rooftop. We cannot return to the scene of the crime. I told him, I know that. But I'm going to need a weapon. That's how I fight. I don't know if I can just throw fireballs the way you can. He said, I'm not sure about that. We have a bond, but it's not a strong one. We can't make it strong, I said. I know. Xavier turned away. He sounded so disappointed that I couldn't help but rethink everything I thought I knew about him still pining for the pixie girl. I had no time to dwell on that. Dad was still missing, and so were Xavier's parents. Casio could do something horrible to them. I hoped that he still needed them as bargaining chips. He would have to leave them whole for that. I would face him again. At the ruins or here in Cumberland, I would meet Casio again. Is there a novelty shop around here that sells swords? I asked. Those are display swords, Xavier said. They're not sharpened the way they should be. We're going to have a hard time finding any good ones around here. The same goes for finding a portal. Unless, no. We don't want to go there. Where? Liliana asked. To the pit, Xavier said. The pit? I asked. You mean, like the infernal dimension? I'd heard some people refer to the place as the pit. It's a nightclub, Xavier said. I've never been there, but some pretty bad supernaturals hang out at the place. It's not something we could walk into and count on coming back out alive. The woman who owns the place is a half-demon by the name of Beatrix. She also heads the Smirch crime family. So, she could sell us some weapons, I said. Whose side is she on? Xavier frowned at me. No one's. Most demons serve themselves. Even half-demons are that way. We could buy weapons from her, but there's a problem. She might not want to deal with us. And there's another issue. A war mage killed her father who was the demon in her family, so I'm sure she doesn't like us. That might be a problem, I said. We crossed an intersection. The light on the horizon was getting pink. It was almost dawn. There must be an easier way to get weapons. He said, there are plenty of better ways. We could ask Thorne. But a portal is another story. Your instructor doesn't have one of those lying around. There's a rumor that Beatrix does. So, we have to talk to her to get to it, I said. Or fight our way to it. Xavier paused at the intersection of the next street. We need to get inside. The sun's coming up. Thorne's place might be as good as any. Where's Janine and her mother hiding? They went to stay with her cousin, I said, a grin coming over my face. He's the one who's actually a werewolf and Janine's mother doesn't know. We might need Janine again, Xavier said, if we make Thorne mad by telling him what we plan on doing. Chapter 11. Because of the coming morning, we had to look up, in a hurry, where Thorne lived. I found an actual phone book in a booth and paged through it until I found his last name. Johnson. All three of us groaned when we saw it was just behind Smith in commonness. Meanwhile, the sun was rising, and my skin was prickling with discomfort. I might be immune to fire now, but sunlight was different. The world was too bright, and the beginnings of a headache were starting. Thorne was on the 5th page of Johnson's. He lived in an apartment on the other side of the city. Can we take the underground there? I asked. I was going to mention that, Xavier said as he pushed up beside me as if he were blocking the sun. Yeah, we need to take the underground most of the way there. I think we should stick with the sewer system and not the actual underground. More sirens went off. I hoped it wasn't another supernatural being discovered and carted away. We were dropping like flies. Casio's forces were picking off the ones who had fled to the surface and had nowhere safe to go. The rest would return to the underground at the words of that elder war mage and face the flames of the demon mayor's wrath as soon as he extracted Leon's power. Xavier waved me and Liliana to a sewer and we climbed down, me into the relief of darkness. Then it was my turn to lead him and his sister along the side of a trickling river of sewer water in the very dim, almost non-existent light. It took forever, hours almost, to reach the other side of town. We didn't descend any further into the sewer, to where the real underground was, but we didn't need to. I hoped no one remained down there. I was still worried about Janine and her mother. I hadn't seen them in hours, but it felt like forever. Casio knew they had discovered his secret. If there was time, I would check on them before we left for that nightclub. We followed street names in white paint on the walls of the sewer. Xavier had been down here many times, which helped us navigate. At last, Xavier climbed a ladder. I think this is the right street, he said, lifting the cover and peering out into the full sunlight. Yes. Thorne must live in an apartment. I think I see an old blanket by that dumpster over there. I'll grab that for you, and you can cover yourself while we run to the building. I squinted and backed away from the light. Xavier jumped out, leaving me and Liliana waiting. She had said little on the way over here, just a remark or two about how her feet were killing her. The poor girl hadn't slept all night, and the fatigue was there under her eyes in dark bags. She was also hungry. She didn't smell like anything right now, like most people did throughout the day. I had forgotten how small 13-year-olds looked and I could see why Xavier wanted to protect her from Leon and the rest of his family. He had made the mistakes and taken me on to keep them off her back. It was a noble thing to do. You have a great brother, I told her. She watched the wall and said. He messes up a lot. I said, no. You have a great brother. You do not know what he's gone through to keep crap away from you. She sighed and looked away. I wish he didn't make everyone so mad. I told her, he has to. None of us like making people mad. Or did I? I had hurt people last night. Xavier returned with the blanket, saying, I don't think this one is too bad. I'm sorry if it smells like anything bad. He didn't have the sense of smell I did. It smelled like dirty clothes. Someone had been sleeping on it in the recent past, someone who hadn't had the chance to shower in that same time frame. But it was better than sun sickness. I cast the blanket over myself, and we climbed into the daylight. It was noon. We emerged in another alley and Xavier took my hand. We scrambled around the building, staying in the quiet and out of sight. More police sirens sounded and a black van that might be from the ATC sped past on the street. They didn't slow for us. It was a busy day at the ATC. They were getting a lot of new patients. In, Xavier said, taking me and Liliana through a dingy side door. Thorne's building stood in disrepair. The old steps were crumbling in places. Paint peeled. I hadn't realized my martial arts instructor lived like this. It smelled like fast food, bad cooking, and even alcohol and hopelessness in places. This was an area far from downtown. It was as if Thorne had rejected the lifestyles of the people he trained. His normal students were wealthy. I'd always thought Thorne would be the same. We found his apartment number on the top floor. The door was locked, and he wasn't home. I couldn't smell him. Now what? I asked. Easy. We break in, Xavier said. My family can pay for the lock on his door. Liliana sighed. Wait, I said. Xavier lifted one hand and a magenta glow surrounded it, turning to lightning bolts that danced around each other. Xavier. Liliana hissed. Be quiet, I told her. Thorne will understand. Well, I hoped. He was normal, but he still had some fighting skills. The lock gave with no problem when Xavier tossed the charge at it. The door swung in and showed us a really worn-down apartment with a tube TV on a stand and a bunch of fast food drink cups all over the end table. Several cats lay together on a scratched couch. Every single cat picked up its head, eyed me, and ran towards the back of the place. One slid on the kitchen linoleum and hit a chair on the way. It sounded like a stampede of little feet. I hate it when that happens, I said. It always made me feel like a freak. Xavier closed the door with care and did the bolt. He said, that still works. I'll explain everything. Liliana, sleep on the couch. I'll cook something for you. I waited for her to protest about the cat hair, but she didn't. Liliana flopped onto the couch, right in the middle of the hairs and scratches as if it were most comfortable bed in the world. Xavier smiled at me. I take it you never cook? I made some cookies for foods once, I said. That was weird. I had to tell everyone in class that day that I was sick and couldn't sample any of the food. And? Xavier asked. I said, I burned the cookies. I had never cooked before. Janine still said they were good, but I think she was just trying to make me feel better. You should leave this for me, he said. I've made a few things. Toasted cheese, mostly. Usually Nora makes my food, but she's so busy dealing with everyone else's demands I like to give her a break. I'd do it more, but if I messed up the kitchen, I'd just make Aunt Primrose go through the roof at everybody. I said, you're not like the rest of your family. Xavier was a good guy. Then he said, they hate that I never want to be home and they wonder why. Maybe you should sleep, too. I wondered where my next meal would come from and if Xavier would witness it. I had gotten lucky last time. The librarian might be in the hospital right now, getting tested for the rare gene that a vindictive part of me hoped he had. And despite not sleeping in over 24 hours, I still had a lot of energy. I felt like I could go for another day without it, but it might be a good idea to rest if the next stop was the pit. So, I wandered into the living room, found a spot on the floor that wasn't too gross, and lay on my back, staring at the ceiling. I was glad I'd be sleeping while Xavier and Liliana ate. I wouldn't have any horrible urges while they took on the smell of heavenly toasted cheese. At least I know why my lock is busted, Thorne said. I came to. It was still daylight. Some of it was pouring through the kitchen window ahead, and a lone cat had dared come out to sniff my socks with its cold little kitty nose. But as soon as I sat up, the cat darted into the back of the apartment. Thorne stood in front of the now closed front door. He nodded to me and offered a hand. He wasn't mad. If anything, relief lived in his eyes. I took it and let him help me up. I glimpsed his scarred wrist, where some of his other students had bitten him over the years, drawing blood for their tests. He had offered me that same wrist right before fighting Alana, and I had refused. Xavier had been watching at the time. And if he offered now, I still couldn't do it, not even after the librarian. It was different when it was people I knew. We had to get in, Xavier said, empty plate in hand. He and Liliana were sitting on the couch. We had nowhere else to go. They smelled like toasted cheese now. A mixture of food and wood smoke filled the room. Thorne carried no scent right now. He was hungry. Who did you make angry? Thorne asked. What member of your family? It was my fault, I said. I interrupted an elder war mage meeting. I only knew the fact that Xavier was planning to vaporize the whole underground, and one guy wanted to move everyone back there, but me interrupting was way worse than that. Thorne grabbed his remote and turned on the TV. It fizzled at first, then burst to life. He said, I know how they are. They're always right. Don't dare interrupt them. They hold all the wisdom in the world. They sure do, Xavier said. It took me a moment before I realized they were both being sarcastic. So, Thorne said. How did you come across this knowledge? Was it Elzina? I hope she didn't get caught up in the sweep. He didn't even sound angry about the broken lock. The sweep? Xavier asked. Look, Thorne said, motioning to the TV. The news was on. It was 3:30 in the afternoon, according to the corner of the screen, but this was a special report. A black ATC van stood behind a female reporter who was talking in a low voice. There was an apartment building on the screen that didn't look too different from this one. Big, white letters on a red banner told us what this was about. Record numbers of abnormals located and captured. And below it, smaller text read, ATC, hundreds of admissions expected this week. Thorne sighed. This must be why the elders want to move everyone back underground. I heard about it from Trish. She was staying with my sister. I agree, Xavier said. But Casio is going to unleash Leon's magic on everyone who does. Elzina saw it and I trust her. She was right when I was going to fall off the ladder when I was 8. He cleared his throat and set his plate down on the coffee table. She even saw it when my last battle partner was going to be lost. I didn't want to believe her, and she paid the price. She what? I asked. I hadn't known about that. I don't want to talk about it, Xavier said. But the point is, I can't ignore Elzina's dreams or visions anymore. She saw purple fire burning everyone who was in the underground. And from what she said, it was quite a few people. I bet Casio's glad his ATC is capturing so many of us, but he knows the rest will get scared and go back under. They're the ones who are going to vaporize. He's got all his bases covered. There won't be an underground after the next week and then no one will stop him. I'm afraid you could be right, Thorne said. I just wish the elders would listen to someone besides themselves. They want to protect the underground, but they don't know how to look around them and see. Xavier cleared his throat. I know you'll want to tell Trish this and stop us, but Alyssa and I have a plan. He told Thorne the whole thing, then politely asked for some weapons at the end. Thorne's eyes got bigger and bigger as Xavier spoke. There was no way he wanted to see us go off to almost certain death. Xavier. Alyssa. You can't visit those ruins, he said. Alyssa, I thought you were dead after Leon, never mind. I was glad to hear that you'd lived when he didn't find your body. I'd hate to see my best student lost forever. Casio might want you to go to the Dark Council. Whatever's inside of you he wants to awaken will be within the abilities of the council. It could be part of the reason he took Leon's body. All he has to do is throw some shadow wraiths at me to wake up whatever else he wants to wake up in me, I said. He already threw some fire at me, and now stone golems burn when I stab them. He doesn't need a dark council to do the rest. My teacher said. We don't know that. If Casio wants to wake something up in you, it can't be good. Thorne had never been so serious with me in my life. He was glaring at me like he never had before. But if we don't go to the Dark Council, hundreds or thousands of people are going to die, I said. That might include some of your other students. Your supernatural ones, anyway. Thorne brushed past us. I'm sorry, but I'm calling Trish and telling her about this. Stop! Xavier paled. She'll kill me. She won't, Thorne said, stopping between the kitchen and the living room. There must be a better way to reorganize the underground. We can fight back. Find a new place to hide. There won't be any members left if we don't have our old place safe and we don't get Leon's body back, Xavier said. Where do we hide, Thorne? He chased the man into his kitchen and nearly tripped on a cat. Liliana had stayed on the couch the whole time, eating her toasted cheese, as if arguments of this magnitude were normal. You know, my brother might be an idiot, but I think he's right this time, she said, eyes on the horrible news. We're the only ones who can do something about this, and all the adults are trying to stop us. Why won't they just help us or go instead? I said, that's because adults want to protect kids. Hey. I'm almost an adult. And they don't know what to do any better than we do sometimes. Liliana's gaze shifted to a small hallway and back to me. She was trying to tell me something. I got it. The weapons stash. I had been asleep while she and Xavier had been awake to investigate the place. I could smell the metal. I followed Liliana into the hallway while Xavier and Thorne continued to argue out in the kitchen. A cat meowed. Liliana led me to the final door and pushed it open. Wow, was all I could say. It was as if Thorne kept a gross apartment to make any thieves suspect that there was nothing valuable in this place. And that was smart. The hardwood floor was so shiny that it gave off our reflections. Thorne had every wall of this room covered in weapons, very sharp swords on stands, and even some battle staffs and a mace on the opposite wall. I could tell by running my finger down the edge of one of the swords that these were the real deal, not wall hangers. You should take your pick, Liliana said. Xavier can't hold him off much longer. Then we need to go. A small cut on my finger burned, then healed. This one will work, I said, prying it off the stand. The metal gleamed in the pale light that was coming through the curtains. There's just one problem. Which is? Liliana asked. I said, the sun's out. Then we'll have to go back to the sewer, Liliana said. It was clear she and Xavier had talked about this while I was asleep. Thorne won't be able to come after us if you can see down there, unless he grabs a flashlight. This sword feels good in my hand, I said. I did a test swing through the air to make sure. It felt light in my grasp, light and deadly. I remembered Thorne's words that you had to find a weapon that felt like an extension of yourself. This one felt like it was it, as if the sword itself had drawn me towards it. It had a beautiful handle with flaming dragons on it which molded to my grasp perfectly. Xavier was speaking louder and louder in the other room. Look, Thorne. If you call Trish, hundreds of supernaturals and even some normals are going to die in the underground. Like I said, I trust Elzina. You are not going, Thorne repeated. I wondered if Thorne would notice his sword missing or if he would forgive me. I was about to steal from him. Then I swallowed. This is crappy. Liliana frowned. We have to do it. But I'm acting stupid, like your brother. Ugh. Why did she extend forgiveness to me and not him? There was still a lot I didn't know. She had nothing to say. We left the room, and I closed the door. Liliana waited in the living room while I grabbed my blanket off the floor and slipped out of the apartment. It was best if Thorne didn't see me with the sword in my hand. I covered myself in the blanket and walked down the stairs to the ground floor, leaving Liliana up in the apartment and praying no one would see me like this. The sun poured in through the glass windows and tried to poke through my thick shield, but I could withstand it. For now. Xavier's and Thorne's argument continued. I could still hear it from down here with my superior hearing. Thorne had moved on to how kids should not go up against demons like Casio in the first place and how only experienced war mages should even think about it. Liliana was joining in, telling Xavier to knock off the arguing already. It was her hint that I was waiting out here. Listen to your sister, Thorne said. No, Xavier said. He's a moron, Liliana said. Liliana really needed to treat Xavier better, even if that was an act. It was as if she were taking all her frustrations out on him after losing most of her family. He was an easy target. Shut up, Xavier told her. Xavier, you idiot, Liliana shouted. Why don't we just leave? You are not going anywhere, Thorne said. Trish is on her way. It's daylight, Xavier said. She never goes out in the sun, so we're leaving. He and his sister stormed towards the door. Where's Alyssa? Thorne asked. The two of them bolted for the door and opened it. In seconds, Xavier and Liliana joined me on the ground floor, but Thorne was on their heels. He must have seen me there, shrouded like some dingy ghost. I hoped he didn't notice the sword. I had that under the blanket, too. You are not leaving, Thorne repeated. We are, I said, going for the building door. Do you want to be found? Thorne asked, stopping at the base of the stairs while Xavier and Liliana joined me. He kept his voice low. He knew he couldn't physically stop us. Thorne had only words now. We won't be, I said. The sewer was only in the alley. It wasn't like we were going to be walking across the city like this. The three of us piled out the door, leaving Thorne to stand there inside the doorway. The full toxic sun bathed us, but my blanket was keeping most of the onslaught back. A slight headache started between my ears, but as soon as we were in the sewer, it would go away quickly. I couldn't wait to get in the darkness, even though we would likely have to dodge Trish. She would take the underground to get to Thorne's apartment. This way, Xavier said, taking my hand and pulling me into what smelled like the alley. Did you get a weapon? It was strange, holding his hand through the blanket. I was a blind idiot right now. I did. Then someone gruff asked, why does this girl have a blanket over her? A new, adult male voice rang out from the mouth of the alley. A dog went crazy and barked and barked. This wasn't a small dog either. It was something big, like a German shepherd. I have a migraine, I said, falling back to my normal excuse. It must be some migraine, the man said. Take the blanket off and show your face, please. State your names. Xavier swore next to me, low enough so anyone with normal hearing wouldn't have picked it up. It's an officer, isn't it? I asked. Alyssa, Xavier said, get ready for a fight. Chapter 12. I had no choice. I had to remove the blanket and throw it to the ground, revealing my pink pigtails and the sword I had stolen from Thorne. There was no illusion on this one. Xavier hadn't had the chance to cast one. I was lucky that I was standing in the shadow of a building. The sun had moved so that all of those were long like grasping fingers. And yes, there was a police officer standing at the mouth of the alley. He had the German shepherd on a leash, and it was obvious he had been patrolling around on the bicycle that stood up against the building. A girl with a blanket over her walking down a dark alley had brought on his attention. He didn't have his weapon out. We had only just been spotted. What do you think we are? I had to use the slur the ATC used on us. Abnormals? I think migraines are a pretty normal thing, especially with it's a girl's time of never mind. A brief look of horror came over the officer's face, but then he got his composure. I have seen no one with a migraine walk around with a blanket in the sun. Step forward. State your name. They'd have a description of me out of the librarian. Teenage girl with pink pigtails. I hadn't got rid of them yet and now I was paying the price. Horror bloomed in my chest. The sewer hole cover was only a few feet behind us, and the officer was reaching for his weapon. I could take a gunshot or two. Xavier and Liliana could not. They were both silent. Come on, Xavier said. We're on our way and we're not bothering anyone. I added, yes. We don't want to hurt anybody. Great. I had given us away. The dog continued to bark and I didn't think the officer heard us. Behind him, a car slowed down and stopped on the curb. Letters on the side read CPD, Cumberland Police Department. Backup had already arrived. Go! Liliana shouted, stepping in front of us. I spotted the magenta glow around her hand, and I grabbed Xavier's arm. He tried to reach for his sister, but I yanked him back to the access hole cover and pulled it open. It slid across concrete, and I picked it up as I pushed Xavier toward the hole. The thick metal ring was light in my grasp. Liliana threw her charge, which missed but made the first officer jump out of the way with the dog. The charge flew into the police car, rupturing the tire. Purple embers fell. Air hissed. She called Xavier stupid? Come on! I shouted to Liliana, standing over the sewer entrance so Xavier couldn't climb out. He was trying. I had to keep shoving him back with my shoes and I felt horrible about it. Code 51! The bicycle officer shouted into his radio. Liliana retreated as the officer got off the ground. Her dress flowed as she climbed down between my feet and descended into the sewer. Alyssa! Xavier shouted. Get down here! We've got to go! Another officer got out of the car, leaving it empty. The first stood, and the dog growled, lowering to the ground. The second drew his weapon. I had to do something, and it had to be now. Move! I yelled, throwing the cover. I didn't want to hurt them, just scare them, so I aimed at the car. It spun and sailed towards the vehicle, smashing into the door with a metallic crunch. I dove into the sewer and descended into the darkness as a shot fired. We had attacked police. Non-ATC police. There would be more of them and maybe we deserved that. Go! Xavier shouted, descending the ladder. I don't want to stab Liliana, I said. I held my sword as high as I could as I climbed down, rung by rung, trying not to jab anyone by mistake. My feet scraped Liliana's shoulder, but I didn't dare speak. My head still throbbed. Even indirect daylight made me hurt. I'm at the bottom. Liliana shouted. Move! We both yelled at her. Did you hear me? Freeze! The officer shouted from the top. His form stood at the top of the hole, aiming a pistol down at me while the dog continued to bark. Call for backup. Jump! Xavier shouted from the bottom. I did, landing on my feet just as a shot rang out. Sparks flew from between my shoes, and I backpedaled. Xavier caught my arm and kept me from sailing into the rushing water below. We were on a narrow walkway. He pulled me close. Run, he said with a terrified smile. Feet hit the rungs above. These cops were brave. I said, I'll carry you. He said, that sounds great. I handed Liliana my sword, what good would that do against bullets? And picked up Xavier. I took Liliana's hand and muttered an apology before I burst into a sprint. The world blurred and Liliana yelled that I was hurting her by making her run this fast, but I had no other choice. I ran because bullets could kill Xavier and his sister. I ran because I didn't want to hurt any normals who weren't bound to Casio. I ran because I didn't want Xavier to see what I could really do, what I had to do. Another shot rang out. The wind from it zipped against my ear, and I turned the first corner I saw. It was dark here, even with the yellow service lights. The water glistened. Garbage floated. Liliana yelped in pain, echoing off the walls. I muttered another apology. The officers yelled behind us and gave chase. I sniffed the air. A breeze was coming down from the surface and bringing the officers' scents. One smelled like Burger Planet. The other one had consumed coffee and donuts. I'd have to tell Xavier about that later. I ran and ran, turning corner after corner. The officers' voices and footfalls got fainter and fainter behind us. I slowed to give Liliana a break, and she panted for air, collapsing to the floor. I'm sorry, I said, putting Xavier down and letting him stand. I run fast. I didn't want you to get shot. My arm, she said. I'm not used to this. The ride's over? Xavier asked. He pouted. I resisted slapping him. For now. Your sister needs a break. I knew the police wouldn't give up on us too easily. If they knew which way we'd gone, they would send more officers in no time, especially since there was a 99% chance that they knew I had bitten that librarian. The pink pigtails had to go. Then I said, I think I should carry your sister next. Please, Liliana said, cradling her arm. That's a good idea, Xavier said, backing up and stepping on a cigarette pack. Liliana, you can't run like this. I have longer legs than you do, and I've seen more battle. And you did not have to throw a charge at that cop car. They were going to shoot you. She yelled. Well, we're even, Xavier said. We've both done stupid things, so the deal is that you have to stop calling me an idiot for the next 24 hours. Should I set a timer? Liliana asked. Hurt marred her features, and it had nothing to do with her arm, which looked okay, when she swung it in a circle. That was good. I wasn't sure if I could live with breaking Liliana's arm by mistake. And then I heard a sewer hole cover opening in the distance. The scraping sounded like it was coming from the tunnel ahead. Water continued to trickle in from open pipes, but it did nothing to mask the sound. Incoming, I said. What do you hear? Xavier asked. We have to go. That's what I hear. Footfalls echoed from far behind, too. The police were catching up. I took Xavier's hand and his sister handed him the sword. Carrying Liliana was easier than carrying Xavier, and I felt less bad for dragging him along. He did a better job of keeping up. Ahead, I heard feet scraping ladder rungs, and I ran faster. I glimpsed police boots descending through a ladder hole and heard more sirens from the surface. They had called in backup, a lot of backup. They would surround us if we didn't get out of here. They're coming, Liliana said. Even she could tell. Faster, Xavier shouted. Don't worry about me. I put everything I had into the sprint, crossing under the descending feet and beyond. The sewer curved up again and more flowing water met my ears. I remembered our last ride through sewer rapids, and I didn't want to repeat that with Liliana, but we might have to. Trish wouldn't save us this time. I had my blood amulet now. I always kept it with me so no one but Xavier could find me. Left. Xavier shouted. I saw at the same time. From the right tunnel up ahead, several men and women in black padded suits ran out. Plastic masks covered their faces, and I caught the scent of metal weapons. Guns. Maybe worse. A SWAT team. All of them had the letters ATC printed across their jackets. They spread out, ready to intercept us. Freeze! A man shouted. A gun cocked. Watch out! Xavier shouted, raising one hand. I could feel his energy thrumming through me even before the charge formed in his free palm, bright and illuminating the surrounding tunnel in purple. He threw the charge and the SWAT team members scattered, hitting the ground. The charge exploded on concrete, raining purple embers. A war mage! A woman shouted. I stopped. Feet thudded behind us. We have to transpose, I said. I know, Xavier said. I don't know if I can do 3 people. Try, I said as another gun cocked. The ATC team wasn't messing around. All stood and dodged to the corners of each tunnel, taking cover. I set Liliana down and she grabbed Xavier's hand like the two of them had done this before, many times. I could only wonder if it had to do with their family. I grabbed Xavier's other hand, and he closed his eyes. I kept my grasp on his new weapon. Despite that, they outnumbered us. Freeze! On the ground! You heard us! Get down! You are under arrest! Rough shouts surrounded us. There was no other escaping this. I closed my eyes, waiting for the first shots to ring out and for the pain that would follow. But it never came. The floor wavered, snapped back into place, and then fell out from under me completely. Hands linked with Xavier's, we fell. Liliana screamed, then stifled it. We seemed to fall for a long time, through magenta fire that didn't burn. I opened my eyes to see it screaming around us, brushing past my skin but not hurting. I had never watched it before. The fire weakened, then snapped back into place again, and then weakened. Xavier was having trouble. And then we landed. Tile met my hands as I lost grip with Xavier and stumbled. Watery scents surrounded me, along with something worse. We were in a bathroom. Ouch! Liliana shouted. Sorry, Xavier said. I've never done that before. It wasn't easy. I got my bearings. The tile was pink, the color of coral, and a long row of stalls waited on one wall. Where are we? I asked, straightening up. We were in a public bathroom. We were the only 3 in the room, even though a toilet was running. I don't know, Xavier said. I was trying to transpose us back to Max, but obviously we didn't get all the way there. I couldn't hold on to the magic for very long. He was shaky. Why Max? I asked. I let one hand splay out on the sink. Liliana leaned against the wall, panting. I was shocked the girl wasn't crying. Maybe war mages were naturally tough, even as children. He's close to the pit, Xavier said. It's only a few blocks from his junkyard. And well, I need something to eat. I sniffed the air. Aside from the obvious foul smells, including tobacco smoke, there were others. The faint smell of Chinese food, pizza, and soda floated in through the entrance. A sign on the door warned shoplifters they would get prosecuted, and low chatter filled the air outside, echoing off high ceilings. I could tell a lot just from standing in here. I said, I think we're in a shopping mall. I can live with that, Xavier said. Then his mouth dropped open in horror. Are we in the girls' bathroom? We sure are, I said, moving to stand in front of the door. After nearly getting shot in the sewer by people who were okay with firing on kids, I needed a bit of comic relief. I said, now you must stand here as your masculinity shatters into pieces. Let me out of here, Xavier said, flushing. Not yet, I said, holding up my sword to point at him. Illusion this first. I'm sorry. And that was good, getting all 3 of us out there. At least Xavier hadn't landed us somewhere worse than this, like in the middle of a crowd. He said, "It's going to take a minute. I'm drained. That was hard on my magic. I'll also need to eat. If we're in a mall, there will be food. But do you have money?" I asked, frowning. I shouldn't have been teasing Xavier right now, really. "I'm better prepared this time," he said, reaching into his leather coat pocket to pull out a wallet. "I keep this with me all the time now. I have a few thousand in here. I'll give you a few 20s in case you need it." "A few thousand?" I asked. Xavier flushed again. "It's just for emergency purposes." "Well, we can't leave this bathroom until you put an illusion on this very sharp, dangerous sword that will get mall security called on us in about 5 seconds, I said. "She's right," Liliana told Xavier. "You need to do it, or we can't leave." "I'm not sure if I can. And I need to get rid of the pink pigtails," I said. "I'm sure there's a salon if we're in a mall." In short, we argued about the bathroom and went silent when someone knocked on the door and tried to push it open from the other side. The person knocked again, and I held it shut. The woman muttered about the bathroom needing an out-of-order sign and walked off, complaining about having to go use the one in Macy's. Yes. We were in a mall. "Hand me the sword," Xavier said. "I'll do my best, but I really am drained." I gave him the weapon. Xavier muttered some low words in another language. Liliana mentioned it was an ancient magical tongue and only mages could learn it, and the sword transformed in his shaking hands. Now it was my turn to have my mouth fall open. "A plastic baseball bat?" Xavier frowned as he looked at his handiwork. My weapon had turned into one of those big, red plastic bats for little kids, and, even worse, this one had Superman printed all over it. "I told you I was drained," Xavier said. "When I try to do magic drained, things like this happen. Now, you get to walk around with this while my masculinity slowly drains in here." I asked, "But why Superman?" Liliana was happy to pipe up. "Xavier worshipped Superman when he was younger. He still has an enormous collection of comic books. He also still likes to collect superhero figurines." "Sis!" he shouted. "Lots of people do that," I said. "I can think of some of Dad's friends who still do and they're in their 40s, so don't feel bad." "It's just, girls think that stuff is lame," Xavier said. "Oh." I said, "I don't." I could see why a guy like Xavier would look up to superheroes. If they existed, they would technically be supernaturals. I said, "Let's get you something to eat. I'm sure you more than burned off that toasted cheese by now." "I have," he said, "and more. Now can we please get out of the women's bathroom?" "I don't smell it on you anymore," I said. His wood smoke scent remained, but it was weaker now that the magic in his cells had depleted. "We can head to the food court. Get you some greasy burgers." He was shaking, but I had to get him to eat, even if the scent would make me want to sample his blood all over again. If I had resisted while he was bleeding from his shoulder, I could do it now. Right? But if he got injured again? I didn't want to think about it. So, with the plastic bat in hand, we left the women's bathroom just as 2 teen girls were walking in our direction. I got some stares and then heard laughing as soon as they were in the bathroom, but at least it wasn't the bad kind of attention that got the ATC called on you. We were in a huge mall. That was clear once we got to the end of the security hallway. The food court was upstairs. We took the escalator. So far, so good. Xavier ordered himself and Liliana a tray of fast food and we sat at the edge of the court, as far from the skylight as we could get, and ate. A couple of mall guards passed us, but they were busy talking about the latest episode of some TV show. As Xavier ate, his scent got stronger, as the light above faded into evening. My stomach rumbled loud enough for him to hear. "What about you?" he asked. "You need sustenance, too." Was all I could manage. He said, "We're headed to the pit next." Liliana, I don't want you to go there. I was glad we had turned the conversation to something else, even though Xavier and his sister started arguing again, this time about whether Liliana should go. Xavier told her to go back to the safe house, but she pointed out that all the elders were angry at us, and she was better off waiting until they left the area to return home, and that Aunt Primrose would need some time to cool off. Xavier pointed out that she was angry at him a lot more than her, and that she was a lot safer returning home while me and Xavier went to the pit. But the pit is dangerous, Liliana said. You might get killed down there. Buy yourself some new clothes, change them, and go home. I'll call you a cab, Xavier ordered her. Alyssa and I have to go. You saw what the elders want to do. We're the only ones who will take care of this mess. She said, Aunt Primrose will kill me. Tell her I forced you to go with us, Xavier said. Heck, tell her you're mad at me and she'll like you better. It was me and Alyssa who interrupted the meeting. I did it, I said. The two of you were going to stop me. Let them be angry at me. A 13-year-old girl had no business going on this mission with us. Liliana sighed and looked a lot younger as she stood from the chair. Fine. I will not let you forget about this. I'll transpose home. In the end, I walked her back to the women's bathroom and closed a stall door behind her and gave her all clear when the place was empty. It took her a long while, to get the magenta column of fire to fill the stall she was in and take her away. Liliana had obviously not practiced as much as Xavier. It was no wonder Xavier had to do all the work back in the sewer. At least Liliana would be safer at home. I couldn't imagine the elders wanting to roast Liliana. If Xavier and I died on this mission, she would be the only one left to carry on the family line. She's gone, I said, exiting the bathroom with the plastic bat in hand. She won't try to transpose to the pit, will she? I don't think she will, Xavier said. My kid's sister is annoying, but I don't think she'd risk her life to get to me. And she doesn't know where it is, so she can't. I wish I had a sister, I said. My parents couldn't have any more kids after Dad got bit. You know, because it makes you sterile. He said, that happens. Hey, thanks for not laughing when Liliana tried to humiliate me. Liliana hadn't even given Xavier a hug or showed him any affection when she knew we were going on a dangerous mission. I hoped she wouldn't regret that choice. There was nothing to laugh about. I like My Little Pony. I told Xavier about my collection at home. So, you like My Little Pony and swords, he said. That's awesome. My old battle partner didn't like my interest in superheroes. She told me I was too old for it. I said, that's not cool. Was I winning some points here? Was that picture I'd seen of Xavier and Lisa just them posing and putting on an image? Or had they loved each other and just had problems? But Xavier winced like something was hurting him. He was going into one of his moods again. I asked Xavier. What's wrong? Nothing, he said, pain overtaking his features. We need to get rid of those pigtails. By the time we're done, the pit should be opening. It only runs at night, from what I've heard. I said, can't wait to go there. My stomach rumbled again. Something was seriously wrong with Xavier. Every time we mentioned his past or his old battle partner, he fell into this despair. It wasn't like he could go to therapy for this, unless there was some supernatural who specialized in these things. People like us couldn't just walk in and ask for help with our problems. The dark cloud remained even when we walked into a salon where people were leaning back in leather chairs, having their hair cut and their eyebrows threaded. We had to wait about half an hour for our turn, and I told the ladies that I wanted the pink gone. It took way longer than I thought, them running the chemicals through my hair, and Xavier waited outside the salon the whole time on one of those massage chairs. He wasn't using it and paying attention to any of the foot traffic outside, which was thickening as people flooded in from after work and school. My battle partner was lost. I almost wondered if I would have to stop having conversations with him. Every time I got close, this happened. It was frustrating, and I did not know why I couldn't just get to know Xavier. Going any further than just knowing him seemed like it was so far away, like on another planet. I gulped. I really liked Xavier. He was a cool guy, and he was so hot at the same time. We got along on so many levels and had so much in common, more than I thought possible. Maybe I really did need to bite him to tear down this wall. That could be part of it. Kezia wanted that. It would take me one step closer to being the key to the end of the world. In the end, it took an hour to get the pink out of my hair. The woman re-dyed it black and made a bunch of small talk with me about what school I went to. We talked about exams and teachers. It turned out she had also gone to Cumberland High, while I spent the whole time talking with my mouth mostly shut since my teeth had come back full force and I hadn't had the chance to file them. It felt so strange having them there, and I felt more self-conscious than ever. Plus, they made me think about what I had done in the library. By the time the woman finished with me, my hair was damp, straight, and jet black. The color was close to what it had been naturally, and it was good enough. I checked in the mirror to make sure my contacts were still in. Check. By the time I left the salon and paid with Xavier's money, he had cheered up a bit. I was glad to see him back. I would have to be careful with him from now on. I couldn't have him going into despair in the middle of a fight, and I hated to see him suffer like that. I guess we're off to the pit, I said. Should we hold hands and skip there? It was a joke, and it shocked me when Xavier reached out and held mine. Sure. Let's do that. So, we skipped through the mall, a ridiculous baseball bat in hand. We weren't holding hands just to transpose or flee this time. This time, we were holding hands. There was a difference here. I wish this wouldn't end, but we left the mall in just a few quick minutes and walked out into the deepening night. Xavier let go as soon as we reached the parking lot. I know where we are, Xavier said. This is Cumberland's North Mall. We're halfway to the pit. We can catch a bus the rest of the way there now. Good idea, I said, disappointed. It was as if he couldn't decide if he liked me or not. Something was seriously up with that. It was no problem paying for a bus. By now, the evening light was very pale and orange on the horizon, and the streetlights had all come on. The bus ride seemed to take forever, mainly because Xavier and I didn't talk on the entire way there. It was a roller coaster ride between us, and it was really getting in the way. By the time we passed Mac's junkyard, the disguised sword felt tingly in my hands. Xavier was getting his magic ready. I'm sorry we couldn't transpose, he said. I didn't want to drain myself again. I'm still digesting my food and getting some of that energy in my cells. I dug down for the blood amulet in my pocket. The red stone shined in the bus's light. I couldn't believe it was made from something that had come from a battle injury. You should have this. I handed it to Xavier. I trust it with you. He took the amulet, closing his fist around it before it could float and point at me. This might be a good idea. We don't know what's going to happen in the pit. Fights? I asked. You're always looking forward to fights, Xavier said. Well, I have to, or I'll kill people. I kept my voice low enough to hide it from the others on the bus. There was a man in a suit reading a paper and another one in the back, snoring and leaning against the window. The bus had few people. I like that you enjoy fights, Xavier said. I would have flushed if I could. I didn't even know what flushing felt like. I just never did it. Even though I'd keep aging until I hit my early 20s, my blood vessels didn't respond the same way a normal's would. Mac's junkyard faded behind us. I searched around for any sign of him, but he had already retreated to his hut. I said, I wonder what Mac's going to want out of us. It won't be good, Xavier said. And if it is good, it won't be easy. The bus stopped 3 corners away from the junkyard. Xavier and I got off. By that time, he seemed to have returned to full strength. I could feel it flowing through me. If I needed to share his magic in that moment, I could have. "Where's the pit?" I asked once a tired-looking woman got on at the stop we had just disembarked on. The bus rolled away, leaving us at the now empty booth. This was a quiet, creepy, and run-down part of town. He said, "From what I've heard, it has stairs that look like they go down underneath an abandoned apartment building, and they lead to some double doors. We're just going to look around." "And then what?" I asked. I had never been to a supernatural nightclub before, least of all one that was supposed to be run by a half-demon. "We knock," Xavier said, "and hope for the best. If we're lucky, lots of other supernaturals will be there tonight, hiding out from the authorities." "What if demons are there?" I asked as we left the booth. "There could be," he said. "It's not a hangout for supernaturals like seer mages and pixies. We might pass." "Well, you. And if they serve? Something you can have there, take it." "I'm sure a place like that does," I said, horrified at the way Xavier was talking. I still wondered if he knew about the librarian. I wanted to keep stuff like that off-screen as much as I could. Where would they get it, though? "From normals," Xavier said, facing me. "Chances are that the donors wouldn't be as willing as the ones we're used to in the underground. It won't be like Thorne. The best case would be if they're normals who are trying to become like you." I said, "It doesn't work that way. Have the rare gene, or you don't turn when you get bitten." Xavier told me, some people don't want to believe that. I knew all about that. A lot of normals thought it was a choice to turn if you got bitten, and the ones like Hannah were proving it wrong all the time. Xavier and I searched around for a long time, walking around creepy old apartment buildings, but none of them had stairways leading to any basements. I smelled the air and caught faint whiffs of a werewolf, but the wind was blowing in every direction tonight, making it hard to pin down where it was coming from. "There are definitely other supernaturals around here," I said. "The pit must be shielded pretty well because I can't hear any music." "Maybe there are wards around it," Xavier said. "I heard you need to be recommended by someone who goes there to get in." "It could just be a theory, though." "Then how are we going to do that?" I asked. Something was moving in the shadows up ahead. There was a very dark alley that branched off from the end of this street, so dark no human could see down it, and two figures were walking away from us with silence that wasn't normal. My gray vision snapped into place, and I saw that a man and woman were both heading down a set of stairs. The woman donned a black robe, a possible dark mage. The man had scales on the back of his neck. An incubus. "We wing it," Xavier said. "Wait. Do you see something?" "I think we found it," I said, pointing to the alley. The people vanished down the steps and didn't come back up. I just saw a couple of patrons heading in. "I wouldn't have thought to look over there," Xavier said. I could see why. The building the pit was under wasn't an old, abandoned apartment, like Xavier had heard. It was actually a place called Bee's Market and produce that smelled like veggies and fruit. The place was closed, and a sign on the front door said it was only open a few days a week. Bananas and lettuce heads sat behind the window. Underneath where normals shopped, hoping to be healthy, was the pit. "Does Bea stand for Beatrix?" I asked. "A half-demon runs a farmer's market?" Xavier said, "You'd be shocked. We met a banshee who ran a lingerie shop. We might as well see where that goes." The fake plastic bat tingled in my grasp. I shook it out, and it took the appearance of Thorne's very sharp blade. Xavier snapped his gaze to it, then up to me before saying, "Not yet. If we can settle this in peace, that would be great." "What are the chances of that?" I asked. He said, "I don't know. Maybe 1 or 2%. Beatrix is a crime boss. And if we settle this without spilling blood? Do we each get another one of these?" I held up my wrist with the fire symbol on it. I don't think we should take on any more of these potentially deadly deals. I was so not looking forward to bringing Leon back from the dead. I guessed that the chances of his forgiving us also sat at 1 or 2%. Alana would come back, too. Xavier had killed her. Therefore, we would be enemies for eternity. I'm not sure about that either, Xavier said, as we entered the silent and creepy alley. This is our only option for getting to the ruins. Only a demon's blood can open portals. I remembered the portal I'd seen on the top of the ATC building before the shadow wraiths had caught up with us, the pool of water. I had no clue how to get one of those to work, but if we wanted any chance of saving our families, we would have to learn. Xavier, I said, as a thought hit me. Could we use the portal in the pit to get to the infernal dimension? We could, he said. Then he spoke like he only just realized it. We could. But the one here might not come out in the part of the infernal dimension we want. It could drop us on the other side of the infernal world for all we know. I think only Casio's portal will come out near where our parents are. Surviving there long enough to find anybody might not be possible. You saw what the infernal looks like. I said, so, it's too risky. Once we're in, Xavier said, only a demon can let us out. At least, that's the legend. My hope deflated like a week-old balloon. My father was still in there, sleeping, and the portal to him was close, but so far away. I turned around and eyed the top of the ATC building again. I couldn't see the logo from here, but the tower rose tall into the night, blocking out the stars. Xavier was right that the stairs led down to a set of closed metal doors nestled under the market. We walked down, and I eyed the top of the doors, searching for a camera. Nothing. The place felt dead, like there was nothing there. No normal would pause here for a second. Let me see your sword, Xavier said. Ready for Hello Kitty again? We don't want to walk in with weapons drawn. I handed him the sword, and he ran his finger down the blunt side, muttering again, and my cane with its Hello Kitty tape appeared in all its glory. It felt so much better than carrying around the bat. He handed it back to me. Xavier raised his fist and knocked. There was nothing for several seconds, and then he tried again. We waited and waited. Then he cupped his hands over his mouth and yelled. Hey! Is this the pit? We need a place to hide for the night. At last, the air got warm and tingly. A flash of bright blue appeared above the doors, and I jumped back, ready to raise the cane, but then I realized it was a glowing, ghostly eye that looked like it belonged to the world's largest cat. Bigger than a baseball, it trained its slit pupil down on Xavier and then on me. I remembered that blue was seer magic. I hadn't expected to find this here. Hello? Xavier asked the eye if this was normal. My name is Xavier Lovelli. War Mage. This is my battle partner, Alyssa. We need to hide for the night. The authorities are after us. The eye looked at us again. I wasn't sure what to do, so I waved. There had to be someone on the other side of this surveillance system watching. The ghostly eye blinked and vanished, leaving us standing there for several seconds and then a full minute. Well, that was worth a try, Xavier said in a low voice. We might have to break the door down next. But right as Xavier closed his fist to summon his magic, one of the double doors opened. What is a Lovelli doing here? A gruff voice asked. There was a very short man, so short he only came up to my chest, standing there with tan skin and greenish hair. He was wearing a black t-shirt that read The Pit, staff across the front. I had seen men like them down in the underground, and I wasn't sure what they actually were. I guessed he was some sort of fae, a dwarf maybe. I hadn't studied them too much in school, mostly because teachers didn't enjoy talking about supernatural society. I need asylum for the night, Xavier said. I made my family angry again. That seemed to get the dwarf to let down his guard. So, you're the rebel Lovelli? He said with a grin. It runs in the family, doesn't it? His teeth were very blunt and greenish, like his hair. He smelled like earth and compost to me. He asked, "What did you do now?" "I interrupted an elder meeting," Xavier said with pride. Then Xavier flexed his arms. He was winning points. "I did that," I said. "You tried to stop me." The dwarf turned his gaze to me. "That takes some guts," he said. "But you still cannot enter the pit unless you are invited by a member here." I had to go on a guess here. "Mac recommended we come here." "Is he around?" I hoped he wasn't as much of a hermit as I thought. This seemed like a place where a dark mage would want to hang out. I already smelled wood smoke, dinner-infused blood, and other scents wafting out of the place. Faint techno music met my ears. "Oh. Mac," the dwarf said. "Let me go and ask him." He closed the door and whatever cloaking wards there were must have gone back up because I couldn't hear his footsteps or the music anymore. It was almost like the pit was in another world and this was the gate. "That was great, Alyssa," Xavier said. "I didn't even think of that. It'll be very lucky if Mac is in there tonight." I said, "Well, since he lives so close, I thought maybe he came here." "He is a dark mage." All we could do was wait. The dwarf took a long time getting back to us. When the door opened again, though, he frowned. The creature said, "Mac isn't here tonight. If he invited you, you might need to wait a while. He doesn't show up often, maybe twice per month. Try again Saturday night." "We're open then." "We can't wait," Xavier said, reaching into his pocket. "These are the rules," the dwarf said. "Look," I said, leaning forward and looking down at the dwarf. "Thousands of supernaturals are in danger and if we wait until Saturday, they might all die or get captured." I grabbed the front of the dwarf's employee shirt and pulled him off the floor. "We need to ask Beatrix if we can use her portal." The dwarf frowned and grabbed at my wrist, where the fire symbol was still etched. "Put me down. You normal-sized people think you're so much better than the rest of us." I shook the dwarf. I wanted to hurt someone, something. At the same time, I hated doing this to the doorman. "I'm sorry, but if you don't let us in, you're going to learn how it feels to burn from the inside out." "You don't want to do that," Xavier said, money in hand. "I've seen her take out 2 stone gargoyles that way." "No one can make you burn from the inside out," the dwarf said, meeting my gaze. "Not even demons can do that. Beatrix has threatened to do that to me many times and she never has." He gasped for breath as I tightened my grip on his shirt, pulling at the collar around his neck. "I'm not Beatrix," I said. "Just tell her that Mac recommended us, and we'll all be good." "Okay. Okay," the dwarf said. "Just let me down." His tan face was turning the shade of wet sand. She might be interested in speaking to the grandson of Leon Lovelli. Chapter 13. It felt almost too easy. Either Beatrix had just hired the worst doorman in the world or there was something else going on here. I kept the Hello Kitty cane close to my side, aware that it probably wouldn't fool anyone in this establishment. The dwarf gasped for breath as Xavier and I entered a dark hallway with zero lighting. My gray vision snapped back into place, and I realized there was a spiral stairway at the end of the hall, one with a sign above it that read "To the Pit." A jagged arrow pointed down into the depths. "Good name," I said as the dwarf closed the door behind us. "I can't see anything," Xavier said. "I don't think a lot of humans come here." I said, "There are some here. I smell them." A mixture of turkey dinners, spaghetti, microwave fare, and pasta floated up through the stairwell along with the adrenaline of nerves. There was also the unmistakable sewer smell that told me there was at least one demon. I wanted to tell Xavier to make sure his tick mark was hidden, but I was sure he'd figure it out on his own. The scents only got stronger as we descended the metal steps. I don't like this, Xavier said as he remained close to me. I said, neither do I. I checked to make sure the doorman wasn't following us. Check. I couldn't even pick up his scent anymore. I wonder if everyone gets in by threatening that dwarf. He is a dwarf, right? Xavier said, dwarves usually have beards, and they don't live in cities. Well, the men do. That was a red cap. They can be nasty. We need to watch ourselves. I'd never learn all the species of the world that I now inhabited. The smells got stronger the more we descended. There was some red light far below that made me wonder for a moment if we had stepped into the infernal dimension, but this light was electric and changed to green, then to yellow, then to red again. I could see it through the grating of the steps. Electro played down below, deafening. It blocked out every other sound that I could have heard, but the smells were enough. People packed this place tonight. I said, we follow the sewer smell to Beatrix. I hope. I remembered the incubus coming down here with that woman. I hoped the incubi and succubi would be off in another part of the club with their dates, away from everything else. I couldn't imagine that any other way. When we reached the bottom, it turned out I was right. There was a large bar in the middle of the room along with 2 dance floors where a variety of supernaturals were dancing. A burly werewolf man was serving all kinds of drinks in the bar and a normal man also sat there. There were bite marks on his neck. He had been catering differently. A metal balcony encircled the whole place and there were several closed doors up there. I could only imagine what was going on behind them. This place gives me the creeps, Xavier said. Let's find the office as soon as we can. I wondered if Beatrix would force us to make another horrible deal. We had already made 2 in the last couple of days. I needed no more. There, I said as I pointed. There was a small glass window at the very top of the club, overlooking everything. It was hard for even me to see in these changing lights, but if I looked close enough, I caught the figure of someone moving around inside. That looks like something I'd use as an office, Xavier said. Let's get this over with. We followed some narrow stairs up past all the closed rooms that we did not want to open, and towards the door that was next to the glass window. I was shocked that no one wanted to stop us. In fact, there was no one up here on the balcony. The music was loud as ever up here, drowning out any sounds that might be coming from anywhere else, so Xavier and I couldn't exchange any words. When I knocked on the door, though, it opened right away as if we were expected. The creature standing on the other side was another golem. It took me a moment to realize that. The stone man looked like a typical club bouncer, complete with a bulging employee shirt and a jutting chin. He smelled of cold rock and glared at me and Xavier as we stood there. I waved. Can we talk to Beatrix, please? I could see inside the office, which was lit with a single lamp in the corner. I caught a tall leather chair that was facing away from us. The stone creature made no motion or sign that it had heard us. Beatrix! Xavier shouted over the music. Then the golem moved back into the office, shuffling over to the desk. It tapped on the back of the chair with a stony finger and pointed at us like it wasn't sure what to do. The chair turned around, and I caught my first glimpse of Beatrix, the half-demon crime boss. She wasn't what I'd expected. For one, she was quite old, almost as old as Leon had been, and she was tiny. Her hair was pure white and in a tight bun. She had eyes almost like a full normal, but her irises were very black, like a demon's. The look on her face was anything but friendly. Beatrix might be shorter than me when she stood on her toes, but there was nothing comfortable about her gaze. I wasn't expecting guests, she said. At least she wasn't petting a white, fluffy cat, or I would have cracked up. Who are you, and why did you come unannounced into the pit? Or how, I should say. I tightened my grasp on the fake cane, ready to shake it out and summon its true form any second. I said, Mac recommended us. Beatrix leaned forward on the desk, putting her hands together and tapping her fingers against each other. She smelled like a mixture of sewage and bloody steak. Apparently, half-demons liked their food almost raw. It was a strange scent I would never forget. "That's not what my doorman told me," she said. "Oh." The bouncer golem stood there by the door, right behind us now, blocking the way out. I wondered how the redcap had delivered the news. "Ma'am." Xavier stepped forward. "The underground is in danger. I know it was wrong of us to come in here like this, but Casio is planning on burning everyone in the underground alive in a few days. If you'd allow me to explain." "Silence," she said in a very smooth and very intimidating voice. The way Beatrix spoke commanded attention. It was no wonder she headed a crime syndicate. "I know the underground is in upheaval. I will not get involved with Casio. Risking my operations is not on the table." "But who helps you with your operations?" Xavier asked. "Think about your club. If Casio vaporizes everyone in the underground, will you have any patrons left?" He explained everything to Beatrix, including Elsina's vision and the fact that Leon's body had gone missing. He even included the bits about the Dark Council and the fact that he had killed Alana and, by extension, Leon. I wondered if he was trying to win points by pointing out that he had eliminated another war mage. Beatrix shifted her gaze to him. "Not all supernaturals live in the underground, and not all of my patrons are supernatural. I am half normal, after all. Why does no one remember that?" She stared daggers at us. Clearly, she wasn't super proud of her nature. And I understood that. I wondered if I could appeal to her that way. So, I spoke. "But many normals hang out in the underground. The authorities are capturing all the supernaturals who are too scared to go back home. Your patrons are going to disappear and, with them, a lot of your business. That's why we have to ask to use your portal." "My portal," Beatrix said, rubbing her chin. "It is for my smuggling operations only. Since portals require demon blood, only I or anyone else with the right blood can use it. Why can you not transpose to the ruins you need? Frankly, I think you are on a suicide mission. My father used to speak of the Dark Council. He, an imp, mentioned them with fear." Yikes. Maybe she was less ashamed than I thought. Appealing to her that way wouldn't work. Xavier gulped and stepped forward. "It's our only choice. I can't transpose because I made my family angry again. I'm the rebel Lovelli who's always causing problems." "Are you?" Beatrix asked, amused. "I knew your grandfather, by the way. I am sorry to hear that he died. We worked together on several operations for years. He and I would launder substantial sums of money from local companies. Those were good times." I stared at Xavier. This was clearly a revelation to him. The color drained from his face in shock. "You knew my grandfather? I thought you wouldn't want to work with war mages." I wanted to hold Xavier's hand. Leon had been even more of a jerk than even Xavier knew. He had been little of a demon slayer, after all. Maybe he loved them instead and had been doing this whole honor thing with his family to hide it. "I'm not a full demon," Beatrix said, rising. And besides, Leon was quite lax towards many demons. It was a side of him that he didn't show to the outer world all that much. "I'm sure you know." She walked closer to Xavier and her expression turned to a glare that was frightening. "I'm not pleased that I'm staring at the person who is responsible for his death." "Xavier didn't kill his grandfather," I said as I lifted the cane. "Just let us use your portal and we'll go." "He killed Alana, which is the same thing," Beatrix said, turning to me with that fake smooth voice. "The two of you will not be leaving this club. I believe Xavier will provide a good meal for some guests." "And you, Missy," she said, pointing at me. "I have nothing I can do with you that's productive, but you will die as you watch some of my patrons suck the life out of your bat. I shook the cane, revealing its actual form, but not before the golem rushed me. 2 tons of stone smashed into me and threw me against the wall. My arm crunched as I flew into the wall. I stood against the golem, stunned, as the first agony screamed up my arm with the now familiar broken bone pain. Already my arm tingled as it tried to pull itself together. The golem left me there as I groaned, backing away. Magenta light flared around my weapon as I peeled myself from the wall. The golem was rushing Xavier as he held his hand up, magical flame dancing in his palm. "No!" I shouted, raising my flaming purple sword. "It's me you want!" The golem turned around with amazing speed as Beatrix stood back, calm and scary. It charged me again as I let my broken arm dangle and pointed my sword with the other. The golem continued to charge, stupid and bullheaded, right into the blade. It impaled the golem right in the chest. That should be impossible, but it happened anyway. The magenta flames danced around the blade, casting a purple glow on the whole office as Beatrix scrambled behind her desk and reached under it. The golem froze and looked down, only just realizing that I'd dealt a killing blow. Already mixed in with the purple fire, orange veins of fire spread out from the golem's chest wound. It grabbed at the sword, and I pulled it out, letting the bouncer stumble back. My broken arm continued to heal as I ran around Xavier, silently begging the rest of the pain to go away before we left the office. There was no time. The flames around my weapon died as Xavier and I pushed against each other, trying to get out the door. The music cut off, leaving the whole club very silent for a second. A muffled announcement from Beatrix rang through the club and I knew she was behind me, speaking into a microphone. "Eliminate the intruders coming out of my office," she ordered. "They have entered the club illegally and have killed one of my colleagues. You may feed on the human." Even muffled, her voice was smooth and dangerous. Xavier grinned at me. "Ready to crash course a portal?" I didn't answer. I shoved the door open, praying we could find it and use it before we got ourselves killed. We still had the issue of demon blood. People stood down on the dance floors, stunned, as we left Beatrix's office. My sword flamed again, and I raised it, warning anyone to stay back. A door next to us opened. A succubus leapt out of the first one, pulling her tank top down over her stomach. I caught a glimpse of a bed in the room. She looked a lot like Alana, with silver scales down the back of her neck and very short hair that hugged her skull, only it was jet black instead of blonde. We hadn't even gotten to the stairs yet and we were already facing another demon. The sewer smell was revolting. "Traitors," she hissed at us as Xavier's face went slack next to me. He was getting mesmerized. It was up to me. "Move," I said. "We've killed your kind before," she said. "Your kids. You don't even belong here." My sword continued to blaze, and I leaped forward, jabbing it into her side. The succubus hissed and grasped at her ribs, and I could smell her flesh burning. I glimpsed orange fire spreading underneath her tank top, along with the magenta war magic that could end her, but I didn't wait to see if she'd die. Other doors were opening. "Xavier! Come on!" I shouted, grabbing his arm. We bolted along the balcony and reached the stairs before anyone else came out of the upper rooms. Another door opened behind us, and the hiss of another demon followed. My sword went out and dripped with an oily black substance. Demon blood. Problem solved. I scanned the far part of the club, searching for anything that might lead to a portal. I spotted some stairs leading further down, way over by the far dance floor. They were the only set I spotted and there was a draft coming from that direction, along with the scent of water. Water, which also filled the portal on the top of the ATC tower. "Watch out!" Xavier shouted. A low growl sounded, and a huge, hulking form jumped onto the bottom of the stairs. It was a wolf. The biggest one I'd ever seen. Brown and slobbering, it growled, showing all its teeth, and daring us to draw closer. The hairy bartender was missing, leaving only the human man, who sat there like he wasn't sure what to do. The other patrons of the club stood gathered behind the wolf as it growled again. The demon behind us hissed. They had us surrounded. The only thing missing was more shadow wraiths. I managed. The werewolf stepped onto the first stair. The doggy smell overwhelmed everything else. It would rip Xavier apart and drag us both into death. This was also my first time fighting a werewolf. And probably my last. Don't move, Xavier warned me as the creature's eyes flicked back and forth between us, as if deciding who it wanted to fight first. Only silver is good against werewolves. Great. My blade continued to drip with disgusting demon blood, and the werewolf's nose wrinkled in response to it. Do you like this? I asked, rubbing the blade on the wolf's nose. The werewolf backed up, growling in displeasure and trying to rub the awful stuff off its nose with its paws. It crashed into a vampire woman right behind it, and they both went into the bar stools, leaving an opening for us. I still had Xavier's arm. I pulled him across the club and through a scattered group of more supernaturals, one of which was thrashing and growing more hair. There was over one werewolf in here tonight. We reached the stairwell, and I set Xavier down so fast that he stumbled. Do one of those barriers! I shouted, very aware that feet were thundering towards us. Xavier faced the doorway and muttered a few words, and a see-through wall of magenta fire filled the doorway, partly blocking the view of everyone on the other side. People stopped, leaving us on the stairs. The flames spat, masking any noise from the outside. Are you sure there's a portal down here? He asked. Almost sure, I said. Xavier told me, but we can't open it. We have demon blood, I said, holding up the sword. It wasn't dripping as much. The blood was drying. We had to hurry. There was no going back now. If we didn't get the portal working, we were both dead. The water smell got stronger the further we went down this new spiral staircase. The surrounding brick turned to brick mixed with stone, then just stone. This was so far underground that it might be even under where most supernaturals lived. It's a cave, Xavier said. And dark. I had forgotten he couldn't see in this. I took Xavier's arm as my gray vision snapped into place. Water dripped. I had seen Casio's portal before, and we now knew what it needed to activate, but beyond that, nothing. At last, we reached the bottom of the staircase. The cave stretched out in front of us to a chamber with a very large, circular pool of water at the end. There were skulls around the pool, all with candles sticking out of them that spat with blue flames. They were human skulls, wolf skulls, skulls with fangs. I had the feeling we were staring at the remains of Beatrix's victims. Our skulls might join the party unless we got this working. Dip your sword in that water, Xavier said, running to the pool. I can't hold up the wall much longer. It's draining me. I ran over and dunked the blade of the sword into the water. The black demon blood washed off and spread across the surface of the water like expanding ink, snaking its way through the entire blue pool. I watched as the blackness spread, turning the pool into something that looked like Mac's black mirror. The blue flames of the skull lights reflected off it perfectly, giving me the feeling that we were staring into a mirror world. It's working, I said. Now what? Xavier asked. I looked at him and said, You're asking me? Neither one of us had used a portal before. Take us to Gobbly Teep. Nothing. The pool remained as black as ever. The energy in the room was intense, making my skin tingle. Did you pronounce that right? Xavier asked. I repeated the command, and then Xavier tried. Still nothing. We were going to die. Xavier grimaced. I can't hold the wall anymore. I knew when the wall died because the sounds of the supernaturals upstairs echoed down, and feet thundered on the steps. Screw this, I said, stepping forward. Just take us to Turkey. Can you understand that? The water rippled, and the energy in the room reached a new height. Buildings appeared on the other side of the water, including a spire that jutted into the sky. It was good enough. It wasn't here. I grabbed Xavier's hand, and the shouts behind us got louder, along with growls and hisses. We jumped, slid into water colder than I could imagine, and then we fell through nothingness. Chapter 14. My skin burned, and I knew why right away. Xavier and I still held hands in the middle of a city street, complete with moving cars and traffic signals, and the sun was out in full force. We had jumped into a new time zone. Xavier! I shouted, letting my weapon scrape the concrete on the street. Come on! He yelled as he pulled on my arm. I could barely keep my eyes open. My head exploded in pain, and I knew that if I was out here for more than a few minutes, a seizure would result. The air smelled of people and a variety of meals, some of which I couldn't identify. Xavier and I brushed past a man and woman. I caught only their shoes and the bottom of a dress, before he pulled me up some marble stairs and into the relieving coolness of a building. I blinked the agonizing light out of my eyes and caught my breath. I didn't think about that, Xavier said. Neither did I told him. The pain in my skull abated a little, allowing me to open my eyes all the way. The floor here had tiles and polished, and low voices filled the chamber, echoing off the ceiling above. I caught glimpses of people, mostly adults, but some children and families as well, in line in front of a ticket booth. A normal lady in a maroon headscarf was taking payments and waving people through to a hallway lined with paintings. We were in the entryway to a museum. The glass doors we had come through were closed, letting in a beam of sunlight onto the sparkling floor. We were not in Cumberland anymore. Just sit here, Xavier said, motioning to a bench against the wall that was well out of the sun. We need to figure out what we're going to do about this. I did. One child in line stared at Xavier's leather coat and then my sword. I said, tapping it on the floor. Oh, he said. I forgot about that when we were about to get killed. He took my weapon, putting himself between it and the crowd, and did his illusion work again. Hello Kitty tape appeared, wrapped around the fake cane. He handed it to me, and I let the cane lean against the bench. I really looked disabled from the slumped way I was sitting. Xavier grinned and said, "Don't worry. No one will believe the kid, just like in every movie." The boy turned around and tugged on another boy's shirt, but by then, there was nothing to hide. Thanks, I muttered. I still felt terrible, but the nausea and headache slowly abated. I hate being like this. These people didn't know what kind of freedom they had. Xavier sat down next to me and said, "I know you do." We watched more people come in, some of them obviously tourists, to stand in line for the museum. We must be in Turkey somewhere, in one of the bigger cities. The portal might have even dumped us in the capital. Maybe that was the default whenever you told it to take you to a certain country. At least we hadn't landed in some open field with no shelter. We'd taken a stupid risk. So how do we get home? I asked. That might be a problem. Xavier frowned and said, "We might have to fly." And will Beatrix follow us? I asked. He told me, if she could, she would have by now. The portal must have closed after we fell through. I told her we were going after some ruins, but I didn't tell her which ones. Did I? I said, "I don't remember." You told her we were going after the Dark Council. Xavier rubbed his head and spoke. Let's hope she doesn't figure out where they meet. Her demon father was even afraid of them, I said. She might not want to go there. Maybe she'll be happy with the thought of us getting killed on the way. Xavier stood up. I need to figure out exactly where we are, he said, looking outside. The sound of buses, mopeds, and foot traffic filled the air. It's noon here. I don't know if this city has a subway we can use or if they'll take my money. I don't know how to illusion money, just weapons. We'd need euros or something, right? I said, I'm not sure. I had never gone overseas before or even out of the country. Travel just didn't happen for me and Dad when the sun existed. I can always try, Xavier said, reaching into his leather pocket. I don't know what a euro looks like. We can find out, I said. We were in a bind. I couldn't step outside like this. Something like that ticket seller's headscarf might help a little, along with sunglasses, another blanket, and maybe your hat and coat, I said in a low voice. What about it? Xavier asked. I said, it might buy me some time if we have to go outside. I might be able to stand being out for a few minutes instead of a few seconds. I stared down at my bare arms. I hadn't thought we would be going out into daylight. I already didn't feel very good just sitting in here, and I wouldn't feel great until we either got further from the front entrance or I covered up more. The sun was streaming in through the glass doors, and even though it wasn't hitting me, I knew it was reflecting off the tile and filling the room in a weaker form. Xavier slipped off his coat and hat, leaving him exposed in a white t-shirt and black jeans. I put them on. They felt strange since the leather coat hung down to my feet and the hat blocked out everything above me. How did Xavier walk around like this all the time? But his clothes smelled just like him. And I didn't want to take them off. He had just given me his hat and jacket. Sorry, I said, but I was already feeling somewhat better except for the fact that my stomach was growling again. I had burned down some energy healing from the latest fight. I would have to find food in a strange city. Don't be sorry. Xavier split a grin. I'm more than happy to lend you my coat. Really? Any time. I would have done this for you the first time we had to be out in the day, but I didn't have my coat, which made it hard. Any time. The words stayed with me. That was when Leon had tried to roast Xavier. I asked, now what? He said, well, we can walk around the museum. We might get a sense of where we are and where we need to go from here. Besides, it looks like that woman is used to dealing with tourists. We'll probably get changed in whatever Turkey uses for money. That'll help us. It sounded like a good idea. We had survived almost 20 minutes on this bench, and Beatrix still hadn't come after us. We needed to kill time before we went back out into the city. Even with this protection, the full noon sun would be hard to deal with. It would be better the closer it got to evening. Xavier was right about the change. He got some colorful bills back from the museum fee. I wasn't sure what the currency was, but I didn't think they were euros. We filed through the museum, which turned out to be a historical one. We were in luck, and since the museum seemed to show history in chronological order, it didn't take us long to come across a model of Göbekli Tepe behind some glass. I had pronounced it wrong at the portal. I wanted to slap myself. That's it, I said, tapping the glass. I couldn't read the words on the stand next to the display, but there was a small map of Turkey with a dot at the ruins' location. Let me see, Xavier said, checking out the print. I think this is the name of the town that it's near, he continued as another normal family brushed past us. He pointed to a word that started with an S on the information booth. I said, San, I can't pronounce any of these words. I think that's what screwed us up at the portal. The ruins looked small behind the glass, but when I looked closer, I saw that there were other excavation sites and that there were a lot of stone rings made of T-shaped pillars. The ruins were larger than I'd thought. It was no wonder the most powerful supernaturals liked to meet there back in the day. We need a way to get there, Xavier said. I'm guessing we might be in a large city. The capital, maybe. If that's true, we'll have to travel across the entire country. A cab? I asked. I need someone we can talk to, Xavier said. I only know 2 languages. This one, and the old magical one that we don't name. But even if we talk to some tourists who can understand us, will they give two strange people a ride? I asked. He frowned. Good question. We didn't plan our trip very well. Xavier and I hung out by the exhibit for what felt like a long time, watching people pass. Most were speaking languages I didn't recognize, and even the few I could understand hurried past us as if they sensed something off. Food smells filled the air, and my stomach rumbled again. We were having so many problems. I asked, "Are you sure you can't transpose that far? It's a lot closer than across the world now." Xavier leaned closer to the glass. "I'm seriously thinking about it." I said, "Don't do it if it's going to hurt you." Xavier's gaze shifted over the little ruins behind the glass. I knew what he was doing. He was memorizing how the place looked. He was really thinking about trying it. He said, "We might be close enough. I've heard of war mages transposing from city to city, but I'm going to need another enormous meal first." I gulped. "I'm not doing well either." "We'll find you food," Xavier said. "I was hoping you could have something at the club, but that didn't work out so well." We filed through the rest of the museum, and by the time we came back around to the main lobby, the light outside had changed but hadn't gone in. We had stayed in here until mid-afternoon. Xavier slipped his hand into mine. "Do you think you can walk around for a bit out there?" he asked. I said, "Maybe a little." I felt like the coat would be almost as good as the migraine blanket, but I wasn't sure how the normals in Turkey would react to supernaturals. It was different in each country, but some were harder than others. Nowhere were supernaturals completely accepted. Xavier and I stepped out into the sun. My hand burned, but Xavier made his best effort to cover my skin with his own larger hand, and it helped. The coat kept most of the sun off. My face burned a bit, and I had to squint as I walked, but the brimmed hat was really helping with that area, too. Why hadn't I tried this sooner? The wood smoke and a hint of something more exotic were overpowering now. My stomach rumbled, louder this time. This was getting dangerous. "I think we're in Istanbul," Xavier said. "I'm seeing the word written all over the cabs here." I said, "That's the farthest we can be from the ruins." We walked for several minutes, and Xavier pulled us into a restaurant. I might guide Xavier at night, but it was his turn to guide me during the day. Food smells overtook his scent, and I breathed a silent sigh of relief. We found a booth, and Xavier ordered us a random dish that he pointed at on the menu. He said, "We need to look like we're sharing." The dish turned out to be lamb, and Xavier wolfed it down in anticipation of what we'd have to do. I could sense his nerves. He had never attempted a jump this far before. I pretended to take some bites. The restaurant had too many people. I didn't know who was watching. "You smell nervous," I said. He said, "I am nervous. I've never tried to transpose over several hundred miles before." "What's your record?" I asked. He said, 35 miles? I let my face fall to my hand. "We're doomed. Maybe we should figure out how transportation works here after all." "That might be even riskier," Xavier said. I asked, "Why?" He leaned close. "You have that hat on, so you can't see what kinds of stares we're already getting." I took the hat off, and the daylight diffusing through the restaurant made me squint. We dressed differently than the locals who were in here, and I was wearing a guy's jacket that conveniently shielded me from the sun. We were also in the booth furthest from the windows, in the darkest part of the restaurant. A man in a business suit went back to his meal when he caught me looking. Xavier was right that people were wondering, at the very least. This was like Cumberland and the rest of the world. I'd been hoping for a break, but we would not catch any. We finished, and Xavier left a colorful bill on the table to tip the server. "I hope that's a good enough tip," he said. "I'm sure it's fine," I said, slipping the hat back on. "Should we transpose now?" We stepped back out in the fresh air. I was hungrier than ever. I looked back inside the restaurant to find the server picking up his tip and turning it repeatedly in disbelief. His jaw fell open. "Not in the street," Xavier said. "I don't want to bother people or freak them out. I'm also not sure where we're going to land. The ruins don't have any shade." "I'm doing fine," I said. "My hand's just on fire. You might need to hold it again." Xavier smiled. "No problem." Tingles raced through me as he did. An airplane sounded overhead. I'd been hearing them since we got here, and they'd faded to background noise, but this one was close. We were near an airport. Xavier squeezed my hand. Here he was again, sending me the green light that we could be more than battle partners. Without his jacket hiding him, Xavier was perfect in every way. His body, his hair, everything was so evenly matched up that I swore he had to be a character in an animated movie come to life. He was the hero, for sure. We walked, searching for a quiet alley, but this city was very busy, and some parts reminded me of Xavier's underground district. The surrounding cars became classier, and the buses were farther apart. The scents surrounded me, like always. Until one stood out. A stretch limo approached from the direction of the airport. It was black with tinted windows that even I could not see inside of. I said, "Xavier." The scent that hit me was so strong and terrifying that I stopped right in the middle of the sidewalk. If an entire field of oil was lit and left to burn, this was what it would smell like. The stench was so horrific that I had to reach up and cover my nose. The limo rolled past, carrying the horrible scent with it. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Someone forgot to put on deodorant?" I asked. "Something really terrible just passed us, Xavier." "You didn't smell that?" He sniffed. "Human nose." I turned and watched the limo roll farther away. I uncovered my nose, and the smell faded, little by little. I said, "You're lucky." "It was coming from that car." "The limo?" he asked. "I can't see inside of it." "What did it smell like?" The car continued and turned a corner. "Like burning oil," I said. It wasn't a demon smell. This was something I've never come across. "Well," Xavier said. "It might be someone going to the big Dark Council 100-year party. Maybe they came from the airport. We'd better get there before they stink up the place." "We don't know that," I said, shuddering at the thought of what might have been in that limo. "Well, that car was coming from the direction that all the planes were landing in," Xavier said. "The thing is, I can't think of any creatures that even werewolves say smell like that." "I hope you're not right about them going where we're going," I said. "Whatever that was, I pray we do not run into it." Chapter 15. We encountered no more burning oil smells on our walk through the city, and I spent the rest of the time holding a mild headache back, but Xavier said he spotted an alley up ahead that looked quiet. It turned out to be another narrow street, one with apartments overhead that also reminded me of the underground war mage district. Flowers hung over us, and he looked to make sure no one was watching. "I don't smell anyone nearby," I said, watching the traffic passing on the main street. "I think we're good." "Are you sure you can do this?" He grinned and released my hand. "The worst case is that we end up in the women's restroom again." "I hope." I said, "You might get really drained when we get to our destination." Xavier nodded. "I will be. You might have to carry me." I said, "Fair enough." Tingles rushed through me at the thought. "But there might be problems if we get to the temple, and we might have to fight." He told me, "It's better that we get there now before the entire Dark Council does." "Okay," I said, spreading my arms for a transposing hug. "Here we go." "Bear with me," Xavier said, hugging me back. "Oh, and Alyssa?" "Yeah?" I asked as I accidentally hit him with my cane. He said, can I, never mind. The magenta light exploded around us, more intense than I ever remembered, and I had to squint against the new invasion. The light still tried to stab into my eyes as the flames of the war magic licked around us, hot but not burning, and we fell together into a void. We fell for what felt like an eternity. Xavier trembled. His grip on me loosened and then tightened again. Then his fingers slipped, and the fierce wind blasted between us, driving us apart. Alyssa! Xavier shouted. I opened my eyes. We were flying apart, splitting up. Xavier flailed, flying back into the purple rage and fire where he vanished. I screamed his name over and over but saw no sign of him, and I continued to fall. I tumbled through the magic, helpless, waiting. I fell. And fell, for so long that I wondered how long death would take to claim one of us. Something was wrong. And then I landed. I crouched from the force as the world snapped back into place. I blinked and glimpsed tan, stone town buildings and long, tired sunlight. Pain hit my eyes, and a car rolled past, ignoring me. I backed into the shade of an awning. Huh? I blurted. I tapped my Hello Kitty cane on the sidewalk, turning in a circle. I was alone except for a couple strolling on the sidewalk in the distance. It was late afternoon and another old car rolled past. Xavier was nowhere. Food smells came out of a grocery market nearby, and an old woman came out of the store, hunched and carrying a bag. Hills and waves of houses and stone buildings rose above me. This was another large city, not as big as the capital, but still pretty large. How long had Xavier and I been falling through the magic? And where was I? I stayed in the shade and watched another car go past, this one a cab with something written in Turkish on the side. There was a local driver inside and a couple of people dressed in polo shirts who looked like they were from Southeast Asia. If I didn't know better, I would have guessed that they were tourists, but this was a city that didn't seem to have anything touristy in it. And where was Xavier? I sighed. I still had his jacket and hat with me, so there was that. I could stay out here for a limited time, but with the sun getting low, the hat might not protect my eyes and face much. The dull headache was still there, throbbing between my ears, and it wouldn't go away until the sun went down. I would just have to deal with it. Xavier? I called. I sniffed the air to smell if he had landed anywhere nearby, but there was no trace of him. I caught only another whiff of normal food and blood. The old woman walked towards another cab. There was no wood smoke. There weren't any war mages in the immediate area. What if he was still falling through the magic? What if he had landed hundreds of miles away or at our destination, and I'd fallen off the bus? I couldn't stand here all day wondering about it. I lowered the hat on my head and walked, aware that I was drawing stares from another car. Then I caught the word on the side of the cab the old woman was climbing into. Sanlirfa. It rang a bell. Wasn't this the city that was supposed to be near the ruins? I turned around, surveying all the tan brick buildings. I felt as if I had stepped into another time, an ancient time. Only the cars took me out of the feeling. Clotheslines hung over some alleys, drying out garments that people had hung out. Spires rose above the other buildings in the distance, and the sounds of heavier, more distant traffic met my ears. Another airplane sailed overhead, its engines making a high whine that was very clear to me. Crap, I said. There was no way I was going to find Xavier here. At least I was close to our destination and Xavier wasn't dead. If he had died, I would go with him, no matter which way he went. But how did I know he wasn't close to dead or still falling through magic? Then I remembered Xavier had followed me to Dad's office that time I stupidly ran off and went looking for him. He had sensed me since we had just been bound. He should be able to find me again, or I should be able to find him. I wasn't sure how he'd done it since I hadn't asked, but if it worked before, it had to work again. I looked inside a building. It looked like an office of some sort, with ladies answering phones and clicking away at computers. This wasn't the place to focus, so I decided on an alley nearby with extra laundry hanging from the lines. It was nice and dark here, almost cool, so I'd be able to focus. I had to try something. Xavier might have landed by now, but he might be too weak to walk or do much of anything else. It was up to me to find him. I leaned against the ancient tan brick and closed my eyes. Xavier, I called. There was nothing. I felt like I was thinking into a void. I wished I had asked how this whole thing worked. Now I was on my own, with no one to ask and no library to consult. The clock was ticking, and if I took days to find Xavier, the underground would end. Xavier, I called again. I put all my focus into it, not sure if we could even talk to each other like this. I felt amazingly stupid trying to talk to him with my mind, but after he had showed me his memory of Leon's body vanishing, I believed that anything was possible. Only the void answered, and that empty moment stretched out, long and eternal. But then I felt a flicker of something and my mark, the crossed swords one, not the fiery one Alana had given me, tingled. I almost got Jared out of my state of extreme concentration, but I thought I heard, very faint, Xavier's voice calling my name. Alyssa. I'm weak. My mark tingled and remained alive even after I opened my eyes and let them adjust to the light. My stomach rumbled. I was getting weak myself. I would need to find food soon or I might be in Xavier's position. I'd feel better once night fell, but even then, I would still have to deal with it. Before, I had only needed a blood bag once every couple of days, but now that I was fighting and getting hurt, my hunger was getting more frequent, like Trish warned me it would. I walked out of the alley, hoping for something else, but the crossed swords on my arm tingled as much as ever. I turned to the right and walked, but the tingling died. I stopped. Was this a hot and cold game? Could my mark be the key to finding Xavier? Just to check, I turned to the left, toward the spires, and the tingling returned. I pushed away my hunger as excitement and relief washed through me. To find Xavier, I would only need to play this game. My question of how Xavier had found me at Dad's office was now answered. It took a long time for me to find Xavier. The sun got lower and lower in the sky and rush hour traffic filled the old city. I got closer to the twin spires, which turned out to rise from a large ancient mosque, but Xavier wasn't there either. My mark told me to keep going, past the historic building and all the way to the other side of the city. Sometimes, if I had an alley to hide me, I ran at my full speed, but every time I finished a sprint, I felt hungrier and weaker. I had to conserve my energy here. Or find someone to bite soon. But I couldn't. The librarian had been one thing. He had tried to take us to the ATC in exchange for cash. The people in this city hadn't done a thing to us. I hadn't even drawn that many stairs here. It was different from Cumberland, or maybe I just looked like a guy with Xavier's clothes on and my hair tucked in. Besides, biting someone would get the authorities called on me for sure. It was like that everywhere. I wasn't sure if Turkey had something like the ATC or if they'd just deport me, but I wasn't going to take the chances. The mark on my arm was tingling stronger now as I reached the outskirts of the city. The buildings got smaller and farther apart. I was starting to get the idea that Xavier wasn't in the city at all. After more turning and turning around again, I stopped at a fancy bus station. My mark was tingling very strongly here, like this was important, but I still didn't smell Xavier. A new tour bus rolled into the lot, with plenty of tourists from all over the world in tow. Their blood smelled faintly of food, and most of them didn't have a scent at all. They were hungry people who had been out at some attraction all day. Only a few smelled like sandwiches. I stood on the sidewalk, on the other side of a new chain-link fence, and watched the tourists disembark. I spotted people from all over the world. One was wearing a Maple Leafs jersey, and another had a backpack with a Bahamian flag on the back. They had come from outside the city. It was almost as if I spotted text on the side of the bus before my brain could complete the thought. Go Beckley Teep. A small cartoon picture of the ruins was at the end of the letters as if punctuating its point. I almost did a happy dance. My mark had led me to a way to reach the ruins, which these people had just come back from. Cameras were everywhere. I hadn't thought about it being a place for tourists, just scientists digging up ancient history. This meant that Xavier must have made it there, and I had fallen off the bus after all. But it also meant he was close to where the Dark Council met and possibly in very bad danger. I watched as the bus rolled away to park behind the building. I would have to take one there. I had money, but I wasn't sure if this company would take it. It was also getting very late in the day. They couldn't be running too many more tours. The tired, hungry tourists all filed away from the bus and towards their cars and cabs, which were parked and waiting in another nearby lot. I watched the Bahamas backpack vanish around the corner of the main building while other tourists, fresh ones, filed out of the main building with tickets in their hands. I caught irritation and impatience in the air. Judging from the looks on one man's face, they had been waiting for a long time, and there was now no bus in sight. We've been waiting an hour, a man said to his wife. If we hadn't bought these tickets, we'd be eating dinner already. He spoke with a heavy Australian accent. Can we exchange them? His wife asked. I'm tired of listening to you complain. The counter is closed, the man said, answering my question about whether I could still buy tickets today. Other people complained in different languages. Clearly, something had gone wrong here, and things were running behind schedule. I walked in through the gate, ignoring the guy in the parking booth who was reading a magazine. He couldn't charge me for walking in, but he smelled like pasta. Even that scent got my stomach roaring again. Well, why don't we go? The woman asked. We will not see the ruins until nightfall, and then what kind of experience is that going to be? I wanted photos. I walked up to the line and cleared my throat. I had to be careful. I hadn't had the chance to file my teeth in forever, and I had forgotten how awkward it was to speak and hide them at the same time. It was different with Xavier, but these were normals. Excuse me, I said, hiding the Hello Kitty cane behind me. At least I hadn't lost the illusion. I need to meet my boyfriend at the ruins, but I've dropped my ticket somewhere and I can't find it. My mind scrambled. How much are they? If you don't want yours, I'll buy one from you. The man gave me an impatient look. At this rate, you're better off walking to the ruins. We're tempted to let you have ours, the woman said. The organization here is terrible. I can see that, I said as I dug into my pocket. My stomach rumbled again. I needed sustenance, and soon. There was no way I could go into battle like this. Why couldn't I run into one jerk that I wouldn't have to feel too guilty about biting? I didn't want to risk giving my condition to anyone who was innocent, even if it was just a 1 in 500 chance that they'd have the bad gene. A toilet flushed in the office. No one but me could hear it, but time was running out. The sun was almost kissing the horizon by now, and this had to be the last tour of the day. The man wrinkled his mustache. I'm really thinking about selling you my ticket. There is no money back from what I understand. That's stupid, I said. I can buy your ticket. I have, let's see, I dug through my pocket and found a few bills. I pulled out $10, $20. Is this good? You have a deal, the man said, taking my bills and handing me his ticket. Have a good night visiting the ruins. Hopefully, you can see something. He and the woman walked off towards the office, grumbling about the price of parking, and I stood there with the paper ticket in my hand, clearly printed off from a computer. These people had paid more than I'd paid for the ticket. I hoped exchange rates made it only look bad. I got into the back of the line. My stomach growled worse than ever, so much that a couple of Nigerian tourists turned and looked at me for a second. My hunger was getting too intense, and now I would be on a bus with a bunch of people, some of whom had eaten dinner already. Some exotic local dish filled the air, coming from an old retiree 2 spots ahead of me in line. I was going to die on the ride to the ruins. My legs were shaking. It was getting to be crunch time. I waited for the bus to come out from the back of the building, but a plain green bus pulled up on the street and then pulled into the parking lot. It must be the backup bus since it looked older than the white one that had retreated to the back lot. Mechanical problems, maybe. All over the world, they slowed things down. The door opened on the green bus and the driver inside smiled at everyone. He wore a button-up shirt that matched the olive color of the bus. People filed on, tired of waiting, and handed their tickets to the guy. I was the last. He gave me a friendly thanks in Turkish, I thought, and directed me to sit. I sat as far as I could from everyone else, all the way in the back. My crossed swords mark still tingled, telling me that I was heading in the right direction. At least I didn't have to test directions every few seconds anymore, making sure I was going the right way. It was even more annoying than GPS, but at least my mark didn't talk to me. I had to snicker at the thought. I set the Hello Kitty cane against the seat to make sure no one sat next to me. This final tour wasn't big at all. Only about half of the bus was filled, but the old exotic dish man sat across from me, permeating the air with that smell. I was going crazy. I might not be able to resist much longer. I could only pray that the bus ride wouldn't be very long, that I could find some other source of sustenance than an innocent tourist who looked too frail to handle a bite. The bus got rolling, quickly backing out of the parking lot like the driver knew we had to hurry. We moved out of the city outskirts and through open country, through overused brownish farmland that had a few sheep and goats grazing in places. Some of the tourists took pictures, and I couldn't smell any nerves on the bus. These people were relaxing and having fun now. I wished I could be among them, taking photos of the world. It wasn't until 15 minutes into the ride that I felt it, a horrible, distinct sense of dread. It started in the pit of my stomach as if it were coming from a distant storm, but as the bus rolled across the hilly country, it got worse and worse, filling my whole body. It reminded me of the feeling I got around shadow wraiths, and I searched the dimming countryside for any sign of them, but they were a no-show, for now. Shadow wraiths could pop out of walls and leak out of the surroundings, sneaking up on you and passing on their curse, but this sense of dread was stronger. I was approaching something terrible, and Xavier had been in this area for hours. I wished I could mentally reassure him I was coming, but there was no way I'd focus. My mark tingled more and more. Hot. Scorching. I had gone the right way. He was in the ruins, all right, lying in this dread-filled area, but at least he was still alive. That could mean a lot of things, though. Xavier liked to employ shadow wraiths. If one had touched him. No. Xavier wanted me to bite Xavier so I could gain the full access to his powers. He wouldn't have Xavier turned into a shadow wraith. That wouldn't serve much purpose. He reserved those monsters for me. The wraiths could bring out something terrible by touching me. I didn't even want to think about what that could be. The bus ride stretched out longer and longer. At last, I noticed something in the growing dark. A large, round hill stood out from the rest of the mostly flat, rolling landscape. The dread rose to a scream inside of me. I seemed to be the only person affected by this. Others were snapping pictures like nothing was wrong, like they weren't headed to some center of darkness as the sun was going down. I couldn't see any ruins from here. It was just a hill, but then I remembered that most of the ruins had vanished under layers and layers of earth. The builders had filled them in more than once to keep them preserved as if they wanted them to remain here for the use of the Dark Council. I wouldn't see any ruins until I was there. We climbed the hill, and the bus finally pulled into a concrete lot and stopped. There were a bunch of shops in progress here, buildings that were half built for tourists that smelled of fresh paint and new lumber. The tourists got off the bus, and my mark tingled so much that I wanted to scratch it off. I searched the parking lot for Xavier, but he wasn't anywhere. I knew he was here. The mark wouldn't be like this if he wasn't. Xavier? I called once I got off the bus. By now, it was dim enough for me to take off my hat. The sun was sinking under the horizon now, and a name-tagged man who was leaning against a gift shop said something in Turkish, probably about it being too late for a tour. The place did look closed. The shops were dark and there was a metal cage half-drawn over the entrance of a small restaurant. Other tourists grumbled and stood between the twin rows of tourist buildings while an argument broke out between a ticket holder guy and the name tag guy. I couldn't blame them. Maybe the atmosphere of the place was driving everyone's anger up and bringing out the worst in people. A big part of me wanted to run. Nothing good could happen here. But not without Xavier and not without saving the underground. I turned to the right first, towards a sign that hung above one of the shops. Exotic food smells flowed out of the little restaurant. The light was on inside, and a woman was wiping a back counter. I rushed in and bought something that looked like a pita wrap from the now irritated woman, but at least she gave me the last sandwich from behind the glass. Xavier would need this. The tingling on my mark had faded a bit while I was in the restaurant. Xavier was in the opposite direction, then. The ticket holder must have won the argument with the name tag man because he was waving the others towards the end of the little road, towards where the ruins must be. It was the way I had to go, too. Xavier must be hidden, then, somewhere in the ruins themselves. I had no choice but to follow the tour group with the possible pita wrap in one hand and my fake cane in the other. I wished I could eat normal food, but it would only make me throw up. It wouldn't be a good way to sneak around here. The tour guide clicked on a flashlight and turned onto a wooden walkway that was elevated over the rest of the place. Boards creaked, and ropes kept people away from the site as we ascended a hill and then stood over the first set of ruins. We all crowded together as we looked down at a ring of T-shaped stone pillars with faint animals carved into them. I caught glimpses of snakes, gazelles, and other local wildlife, preserved even after so many thousands of years. The dread feeling rose from the ground, worse than ever, and yet tourists were talking amongst themselves about how amazing this site was in a variety of languages. Well, I thought. They all spoke in the same amazed tone. And there was still no Xavier. I didn't care about the site right now. I knew the truth. We moved on to another round set of ruins. There were many of them here. Too many, some of which hadn't even been unearthed yet. The tour guide spoke in Turkish, even though most of the crowd couldn't understand him, and he was absorbed in shining the flashlight on a large pillar with a snake carved onto the side. My mark throbbed. Now was my chance. I ducked and slipped under the rope. They wouldn't notice me missing unless the driver did a head count before people got back on the bus. I slid quietly to the ground, crouching and ducking underneath the catwalk as the man above continued to speak. Check. I tapped the Hello Kitty cane on the ground, and it snapped to its true form, the deadly sword I had taken from Thorne. The blade gleamed in the faint orange light. My mark throbbed now. I was very close to Xavier. I held my arm out to the left, and the pulsing died a bit. I held it to the right. Stronger. He was somewhere beyond this circle of ruins. I waited until the tour group moved on. The guide was in a hurry tonight. He shuffled everyone along, and the beam of his flashlight moved on, getting further and further away from this site as more cameras clicked, desperate to catch something in the orange and purple light. Flashes accompanied the clicks. I remained underneath the catwalk until I was sure they had moved on. I said, Xavier. I crept forward and past the second ring of pillars. I could move quietly and quickly, but if one of those lights flashed over here, I would get caught. Every sense sharpened despite my weak legs and my coming exhaustion. I climbed over a hill and then down again. There were footsteps far behind me, crunching ground, not catwalk. I stopped. They continued to approach, and I sniffed the air, but the wind was going in the opposite direction, so I had no way to identify my follower from smell alone. I turned and ducked behind one T-pillar and dared to peer out, but the hill was blocking my pursuer from view. They might not even pursue me, but the thought vanished when the footsteps turned to a jog and a weapon cocked. A gun. Metal slid against metal, and a bullet rolled around. I guessed whoever it was only a couple 100 feet away. Of course, this wouldn't be easy. I thought of the bus driver and the restaurant lady. Maybe a guard had seen me sneaking around. Maybe they didn't allow supernaturals here. I couldn't afford to get shot right now. I still had my sword, and I could still move a lot faster than normal, but one accurate shot would end the fight. I would take forever to heal. If I healed at all. I really needed Xavier to be on his game, so I turned and ran as fast as I could across the dust, passing a third set of ruins and following the growing sensation in my mark. I left the tour group far behind, and their voices and footsteps faded. This entire hill was large, so big that it would take some time to cross, and there wasn't much cover. Oh, someone groaned to my left. It was Xavier. I picked up his wood smoke smell, but it was weak and there was no food smell to accompany it. He was drained worse than I was. And the footfalls behind me stopped. I guessed that the person was maybe a quarter-mile behind me. I had put some distance between us. Alyssa? Xavier asked, weak. I turned. There was a fourth ring of pillars to my left, one still being excavated because the soil here was fresh, and the whole place smelled like dirt. A few of the T-pillars rose above the dirt, half buried, and nestled in between two of them was the form of Xavier, still in his white t-shirt and jeans. Xavier. I ran across the earth to him. I kneeled. We got separated. The pulsing in my mark died now that its mission was complete. Xavier was very pale and shaking. Weak. I listened again, but my pursuer hadn't moved unless I just hadn't been paying attention. Weak, he managed. I'm never doing that again. We should have made our bond stronger first. I said, I got you food. Relief coursed through me. This place is horrible, Xavier said. I know, I said. He'd been lying here for hours, unseen in this distant part of the ruins, and too weak to get up. The dread feeling was worse than ever. I caught some voices from the tour group and the guide sounded more excited. Sit up. You need to eat. I grabbed Xavier's wrist. His pulse was fast and weak. Panic filled me. You need to eat. I put my hand behind his back and propped him up. Even my influence wasn't helping him heal from this. I couldn't lend him energy. I set him against one of the T-pillars, sure to be a huge no-no on such an ancient site, and handed him the pita wrap. I'm sorry, it's not much, but it's something. He said, thanks. How far away did you land? I crouched next to him. In the nearby city. Wow, Xavier said. I knew the transposition would be hard, but that was more than we could chew. I hated saying it. We can't strengthen our bond. That would be terrible for the world. Xavier took a bite of the pita wrap and chewed. At least he still had the strength to eat, and I didn't have to hand feed him. But walking? I would not put a bet on it. I know, Xavier said. But it would make these things a lot easier. Unless we do it, we're going to keep having these problems. We'll both be more powerful if you would just bite me and get it over with. My stomach rumbled. I am not biting you. Besides, it's a bad time to do it right now. We're above where the Dark Council likes to meet. Can't you feel it? The distant footsteps started again, then stopped. My pursuer was confused and didn't know where I'd gone, but eventually, they'd find me. Of course, I can feel it, Xavier said. It's the worst sense of impending doom I could imagine. I bet that even some normals can feel this. It's coming from underground. I've been going in and out of sleep all day here. And the nightmares. I don't even want to describe them to you. You're talking more, I said. He had gone through half the rap by now. His strength was returning. He sat up off the T-pillar for a moment before slumping back to it. Alyssa, it could just be this dread messing with my mind, but when I was sleeping, I saw things that shouldn't even exist. Or exist anymore, I should say. Like? I asked, checking the surrounding landscape again. I could no longer hear the tour group. It was almost as if they had vanished. Xavier smelled stronger and stronger, though. My stomach roared. Well, Casio in his full demon form, or what I'd imagine it would be. And other things. He looked up at me, the purple in his blue eyes brightening with fear. I saw things that are supposed to be extinct, for starters. I said, let's hope they still are. I don't think we can handle running into anything worse than a demon, especially in this state. My stomach rumbled again, enough for Xavier to look up. He said, Alyssa, if you need to bite me, I'm ready. I told him, you're not. You're weak. I could really hurt you. Did I feel relief or disappointment? Disappointment washed over Xavier's face, so much so that I had to rethink every poor signal he had sent me over the last few days. He really wanted to strengthen our bond, but there was no good time. I knew that when we finished with this mission, if we even survived, I would back out the next time he asked me. I guess you're right, he said. You would. I might need more to eat before I go into battle. There's a small restaurant out there, but they're closed, I said. By the way, someone's following us, and they have a gun. Xavier's eyes popped all the way open. The footfalls came again, much closer this time. I had failed to pay attention when I needed to the most. Can you move? I asked. Maybe. He struggled to his feet, but I pushed him back down, ducking along with him. The closest T-pillar stood overhead and blocked the view. The breeze blew in again, and the footfalls stopped. The person was probably only about 50 feet away, on the other side of the hill that still shielded us. I heard that. Xavier whispered. I shushed him and said, I'm not strong right now. A man asked a question in Turkish, then repeated it into the air. I could guess that he was asking if anyone was out here. Then he repeated his question in what sounded like Spanish, and then in English. Any intruders? I exchanged a look with Xavier. He shook his head. I had my sword, but I had been shot before. The last time it had happened, Xavier had to carry me from my house to the underground and I had passed out. He was in no shape to do that now. He might not be able to do so much as summon a charge. The man said another sentence in Turkish, then Spanish, and then what we could understand. He said, there is a supernatural here. It was the bus driver. It had to be. Either the locals didn't want supernaturals at their ruins or, more likely, the Dark Council didn't want us near their secret meeting place that we could sense. This man might be a gatekeeper working with them and he might be more than willing to shoot the two of us to protect the secret. I wondered how he had figured that out after I had gotten off the bus. And then his footsteps got closer. Closer, until at last the bus driver's head appeared over the T-pillar and he scowled, raising a rifle straight towards us. Chapter 16. I didn't wait. I leaped over the pillar, legs shaking, and raised my sword. A shot went off and pain exploded in my side, but I was already in midair. We collided. The man screamed and went down. Xavier shouted my name. The world got very dark, but I held on, keeping consciousness, pushing him to the dust with one hand as my blade sliced his shoulder. Blood dribbled out. He dropped his rifle as the skin on my side tingled and tried to pull itself together. I took my hands and pinned his shoulders down. It was the bus driver, all right, and now that I was overpowering him, I spotted the flame tattoo on his neck. It glittered. "Are you bound?" I asked. He reached for his rifle and tried to spit at me. But he missed. "Let me go." Then he called me something in Turkish, but I could guess what it meant. "That looks suspicious," Xavier said. He was standing next to me on wobbly legs. "Is that a tattoo?" It was the first I'd seen here in Turkey. I said, "It sure is." I thought of my flame power. More blood dribbled out of his wound. It smelled faintly of spices. This man's cut wasn't burning. I hadn't slashed a normal since Casio's fire number on me, but his cut should glow with orange flame by now. I dropped my sword, which landed in the dust. Something was up here, protecting this man from the flames. "Who are you bound to?" I asked. There was some magic at work here. "No one." "Who?" I demanded, lifting the man and slamming him back down again. I tightened my grip on the man's shoulders and my stomach rumbled again. He didn't have much scent, but it was enough to send me into a frenzy. The monster I had worked to suppress for the last 14 years was being unleashed again, and I had the feeling that I couldn't hold it back much longer, but at least this wasn't Xavier. The man said, "I cannot say. He will kill me." "It's the Dark Council," I said. "I know it is. Just say how to get down there and we'll let you live." "What will you do?" the man asked. My stomach burned with hunger. My mouth felt dry. I knew what I needed to do, what I could no longer resist doing. I said, "Xavier. Don't watch." Xavier's feet shuffled as he turned around. "I won't peek." I checked to make sure he was facing away. "I mean it. Don't watch." "No," the man said, trying to stand, but my strength was still enough to hold him down. We depended on this. I had to do it. At that moment, I caught a whiff of something distant and terrible on the wind, and sheer terror swept through me. It was the burning oil smell from the capital. Whatever being I had sensed coming from the airport had made its way over here. I swore. "Xavier, that thing I smelled earlier, it's here." I faced the man on the ground. All the color had drained from his face and true terror pumped through him, metallic and intoxicating. I asked, "Who's coming? Who do you serve?" He gave in. "Gaozu." The man shouted. "Gaozu will destroy both of you." "Who's Gaozu?" Xavier asked, turning back around. "Oh. Sorry. A member of the Dark Council. They all meet soon. You need to leave." The man then closed his eyes, waiting for the worst. I couldn't hold out anymore. I checked to ensure Xavier wasn't really watching, and I did the worst. The man bit in a scream and his blood flowed into me, pumping strength into my limbs and the rest of my body. I couldn't stop. The man's screams got louder, and then weaker as I sensed his pulse getting fast and erratic like Xavier's had been. "Alyssa!" Xavier shouted, wrapping his arms around my middle and pulling me back from behind. "Stop!" Shock filled me and I stopped, letting myself fall back into his arms. We tumbled back into one T-pillar as the man grimaced on the ground and put a hand to his bloody neck. He muttered curses in Turkish as tears of pain filled his eyes. "You monster," he managed, as I sat against Xavier. A fresh horror washed over me. He had seen. My battle partner had seen what I had to do, and now he was staring at me, mouth falling open as if he had figured out what I was for the first time. I stood, full of strength, which only punctuated my horror. The burning oil smell got a little stronger as whatever powerful supernatural approached the ruins. The distant sound of a car got closer and close. There were no other sounds. The other tourists had already gone. I was disgusting. Turning, I bolted across the dust, leaving the man on the ground to cradle his neck and curse in pain. "Alyssa!" Xavier shouted. He couldn't keep up with me now. I knew what I was doing was stupid, but I didn't care. Xavier's feet pounded the ground as he tried to follow, but it was no use. I was fast now, much faster than I'd been in the city. I didn't stop until I reached the tourist area. I ducked behind a trash can in the darkness where I belonged. The woman I'd bought the wrap from was long gone. The parking lot was empty except for the green bus. And from the distance, a few miles away, the limo rolled down the road from the direction of the city. While I had been walking around, trying to find Xavier, whatever creature riding inside had been traveling across the country and now it had arrived at the ruins, just like I'd feared. Xavier's footfalls got closer behind me. I let him catch up as I watched the distant vehicle draw closer. I could hear gravel crunching and could sense crickets going quiet. "Alyssa," Xavier said in my ear. I hadn't been paying attention to him. I said, "Erase that from your mind. Please." "I know what you have to do," he said. "I just didn't expect it to be so, well, bloody. I thought you were going to kill that guy." "Well, what did you expect? Rainbows and unicorns shooting out everywhere?" I whispered as the motor of the limo got louder. Way back, the man's cries echoed over the hills. "Please. Just forget that you saw it." I was shaking. "I can't. We have a problem." "What about that guy?" "He's conscious, but he's hurt. He's going to alert whoever's coming." "Are they still coming?" Xavier scraped the rifle on the ground, which I only just realized he had. At least he had taken the man's weapon, and mine. My sword glistened in the pale starlight as he held it in the other hand. I had freaked out so much that I had left that, too. I realized Xavier couldn't see the limo, which still looked to be a couple of miles away. "Yes," I said, glad to change the subject. He had seen. There was no way he'd want much to do with me now. I had destroyed all of it because I couldn't hold back. Sure, the man had wanted to shoot us, and I'd acted in self-defense, but leaving the guy out there hurt was weighing down on me. I wanted to bring him out and set him in the parking lot so someone would find him. But seeing their servant with bite marks on his neck would only alert the Dark Council to our presence. We had the underground to protect. The man had served the Dark Council, right? Some of Casio's bound people hadn't chosen to serve him, as I'd learned at my house when I first met the mayor. "How far?" Xavier asked. "Over a mile," I said. "I think I hear the car," Xavier said. "We can watch from here and see what gets out. We've got a building we can duck behind if we need to." The wind kicked up and a few raindrops hit me on the top of my head, even though all the stairs shined overhead. The streetlights that were illuminating the tourist traps all went out as if in anticipation of the arrival. "Alyssa," Xavier said.
"Yeah?"
I asked. We walked behind one of the tourist traps, a gift shop that advertised t-shirts. I lost sight of the coming limo, but I could hear it crunching the dirt road. The dirt changed to the smooth sound of tires on gravel. It had reached the main driveway of the tourist parking lot. "He told me, I heard some tourists right before you found me, and now, they're all gone." I said, "I know." Xavier asked, "But there's still a bus here. Unless that green one I saw before the lights went out is an extra?" It took a second for what he said to sink in. "Oh," I said. "Exactly," Xavier said. "I've been lying out there half the day. When tours finish, they bring them around past where I was lying. This last group didn't do that." I said, "Oh. This might be bad." The green bus didn't look like the others at that station. It was almost as if someone had come in and taken advantage of the tourists that had been waiting. The last I had heard them, they were across the ruins, far from this part of the attraction, going further and further from the parking lot. Do you think the Dark Council has something planned for them? Like human sacrifice? Meanwhile, the limo was getting closer. It would park in the lot, which was a couple of 100 feet from us because there was nowhere else to park. We stood at the corner of a building. We were far enough away to hide unless the being inside had excellent senses. I don't know, Xavier said. Tour groups have been going through here all day. The guides I've seen and heard took off a couple of hours ago. I thought the place had closed already, but then these two shady-looking guys showed up when the sun started going down. Maybe they're not actual employees, I said. I could imagine servants of the Dark Council sneaking around here after the workers left. We can't talk about this now. I dared to peek around the corner of the building. The limo now sat in the distant lot, lights still off. It remained still for a few minutes, as if waiting to make sure everyone had left, and then I noticed movement. The tour guide, the one with the name tag, approached the limo with purpose from between a couple of buildings towards the end of the row. He did not have any of the tourists with him. Yes. They must be servants of the Dark Council. It made sense now. The late tour. The mystery bus taking advantage of the impatient people. The night tour that made little sense. These two guys had set up some ring to rope in innocent people to use for whatever evil they had planned. Maybe the right to release Leon's energy needed a blood sacrifice. Maybe the Dark Council just wanted to have some snacks for their shindig. I sniffed the air. There was no whiff of the tourists. They had vanished, probably to somewhere under the ruins. The tour guide opened the back limo door for whoever was inside. An older-looking man got out, clothed in a golden silk robe with red trim. Despite his age, he stood tall and with confidence. He was balding, but his long black beard was neatly combed, and his mustache flowed into it. The guy looked like an ancient Chinese emperor. "What do you see?" Xavier whispered. The old man showed no signs of detecting us. He greeted the fake tour guide with a nod and the two shook hands. The wind changed again, blowing in our direction from the limo, and the burning oil smell got stronger than ever, so much that I wanted to gag. Something was seriously wrong here. The dread feeling still coming from under the ruins didn't help matters. I was facing an ancient being, one possibly older than civilization itself. This was someone who people 12,000 years ago might have worshipped, right along with Casio. It must be Gaozu, I said. Whatever he is. A horrible thought crept into my mind, but I shoved it away. I don't know what we're up against, but I don't think we'd survive it. The two men walked toward the ruins. Their quiet footsteps mixed in with the distant cries of the injured man who I was caring less and less about. These two guys deserved to be hurt. They had led unsuspecting tourists to their demise and probably made some money off the deal. I said, "We need to follow them and see where they're keeping the prisoners. We must save them. I'll carry you." Xavier hesitated. "I can walk." "No. I'll carry you," I said. He was afraid of me, scared now that he'd seen the part of me that I was getting less and less good at suppressing. I was once again destroying things. It was all my fault. I finished with, "Whether you like it or not, we need to stay quiet, and human footsteps aren't very silent." He sighed and waited for me to pick him up. He dropped the rifle to the ground, what good would it do against beings like this? And handed me my sword. I swept him up in my arms. Following Gaozu and the tour guide wasn't that difficult. They walked along the catwalk, both as noisy as any average normal. Gaozu remained silent, and he sounded like any normal when he moved. He made no sign that I was following behind him, carrying Xavier in my arms. My battle partner smelled like adrenaline. He smelled like the scared man I had left behind, and I hated it. Things had changed, and not for the better. Gaozu's robe shimmered in the starlight as if he were made of some celestial power. The tour guide walked in front of him, playing his role, and they were walking past the same ruins where the fake guide had stopped everyone at first. Xavier and I followed, sneaking through the pure darkness. My gray vision had snapped into place without my realizing it, sharpening every detail and etched animal on the T-pillars. The wind switched directions a lot, and when it blew from us to Gaozu, he didn't show any sign that he smelled us. Whatever he was didn't have the best sense of smell, but the surrounding atmosphere was tense like it wanted to open. More sprinkles landed on my head from the open sky. He was having some strange effect on the air, and I wondered if he could make it rain if he wanted. It reminded me of the stories Dad's grandfather used to tell him about. The catwalk ended up ahead. But instead of stopping, the tour guide led Gaozu off the catwalk and onto the dust. They kept walking around a fourth set of ruins, making a large circle around them. The tour guide ducked and fiddled with something on the ground. He had no flashlight but seemed to move from memory alone. I stopped. There must be some entrance to the underground here. Gaozu must not have the greatest hearing either, because he didn't glance in our direction. The tour guide leaned down, pulled at something that I couldn't see thanks to the hilly terrain, and then the two of them ducked down and vanished into the earth. I broke into a run, Xavier in tow. "Let me down," he said. I did. "Fine. Don't be snappy," he said. "You've been snappy to me," I said. "Now it's my turn." We ran together, and I kept my sword raised high in case someone came back out of the ground. I wondered how the tour guide had convinced his victims to head underground. They had been going in that direction. I sniffed again, but no trace of the burning oil smell remained. It would be horrible below. I could only pray my sense of smell would dull and get used to it. We left the catwalk and circled around the half-excavated ruins to the spot where Gaozu and the tour guide had vanished. The ground here was smooth, worn down by centuries of farming and animal feet. There was no sign of where they had gone in. "Great," I said, panic rising inside of me again. Those people down there were doomed unless we got down there and freed them. "Look around." "I can't see like you can," Xavier said. "Sorry," I said. I was being a jerk to him and driving him further away, but we couldn't worry about that now. That was something we'd only have to do if we survived this. I got on my hands and knees, setting my sword down, and I pounded on the ground again and again, listening for any hollow sound. They had hidden the entrance to the underground very well, so much that not even scientists studying this site could find it. I pounded, and pounded, while Xavier got down and tried to help. But at last, after I was about to give up, I hit a part of the ground that made a very faint hollow noise. "I found it," I said, sitting all the way up and eyeing the patch of ground. It looked just as dusty and smooth as the rest of it, except for a tiny indent in a barely exposed stone. "I found it!" "I still can't see," Xavier said. "There's a handle here," I said, hooking my fingers underneath the indent. "They don't want anyone to find this. I bet the regular employees here don't even know about this. They probably walk over it all day." I had barely found it with my enhanced senses. And when I pulled, the ground rose a bit in a 4x4 ring, exposing pure darkness below. "I think I see," Xavier said. "I'm not sure if I'm ready for battle. I think it's best if we go down there and stay out of sight as much as we can. We should really take the coward's way out and see if we can snatch the body, as much as that thought gives me the creeps." That was the least of our worries. "I agree," I said, not sure how we were going to accomplish that. "But if we run into Casio, we kill him and get our parents back. We can't forget about that." "How strong are you now?" "A little less than average," Xavier said. "I think I've absorbed most of those calories into my system. I might feel a little stronger in the next few minutes, but after that, it's as good as it's going to get." He drew close to me like he was unsure of something, and then he turned away. "Let's get down there. If we survive, we need to have a serious talk." Yikes. If we survive, I said, feeling as if I had died already. Chapter 17. I lifted the hidden trapdoor all the way up. It reminded me of the concrete-covered ones in Cumberland that led to the underground, the disguised ones that normals couldn't find. A part of me wondered if Xavier had gotten the idea from those, but he couldn't have. This was an ancient door with an equally old stone hinge. It had been here long before the underground was even a thought. Maybe it had even been here for as long as the ruins, or nearly as long. Xavier and I climbed down the ladder inside, an ancient stone thing with rungs carved into the rock. Xavier closed the door above us. My gray vision snapped into place. The tunnel went down, so much that I wondered how the tour guide had convinced anyone to come down here, or even if they had come down here at all. I couldn't see the bottom. "How far down?" Xavier whispered. "A long way," I admitted. "This is probably so far down that those radar surveys or whatever they didn't find the chambers." The dread was worse now, worse than ever. I wanted to scramble back up the ladder. I only had a sword to defend myself with. This old Gaozu guy seemed like he could manipulate the atmosphere. But we had come this far, so I climbed down. A bit of Xavier's energy coursed through me, but it wasn't as strong as it had been after the good meal he'd had at the mall. We had a sandwich wrap between us. I wasn't sure if I could lend any strength to Xavier, and I would not count on it. The stone ladder was hard to grasp, and we headed down. I couldn't make out the bottom yet, and I thought we might head into a void, but then I realized there was a faint black fog hanging around us. It was as if the dread itself were taking on a true form. It sent a sensation of black pulses through me like some shadow wraiths were nearby. "I don't like this place," Xavier said. "We should head back." I said, "We can't now." The memory of all those wraiths closing in on me and Xavier filled my mind. If they appeared again, there would be no building for us to jump from. Xavier gulped and said, "We have to. I can't transpose in a place like this. It's full of evil magic and not just dark magic." "I'm not leaving those people," I said, aware that by going down here, I was forcing Xavier as well. "You're going into one of your moods again." The fog cleared, or I got so close to the floor that it seemed to. The dread feeling remained as bad as ever. I reached the floor, and a hallway made of ancient brick stretched out in front of us. My gray vision snapped into existence. The bricks were little more than a bunch of rocks packed tightly together with a minimum of shaping. The people who had built this hadn't had very many tools, probably just some primitive stone ones. Xavier said, "I know I am. You don't understand. It's not something I can control." He glared at me as if it were all my fault. "Then what's doing it?" I asked, sniffing the air. The oil smell was still there, but very faint, and the hallway split into two ahead with both ways curving out of sight. Which way had Gaozu and the guide gone? He said, "I can't tell you that. It would complicate things." "Then let's go," I said, angry that he wouldn't share this vital piece of information. "We need to hurry. There's no time for this." I grabbed Xavier's hand and he flinched as if my touch were hurting him. "Leave me alone." Xavier seemed so distant, so gone. I would ask about it later. I guided Xavier along, smelling his adrenaline, which threatened to mask the burning oil smell. I couldn't believe it had diffused so fast down here. A bit of light flickered down the right tunnel, then vanished. I was playing a game of hot and cold again, so I guided Xavier down on that one. "It's pitch black down here," he said. "Not to me," I said. If anything, my senses were sharper now that I had taken what I needed from the bus driver. "There's nothing near us." Xavier told me there might be. I checked, but no wraiths bled out of the cracks between the stones. The black fog remained, blocking our view of the ancient ladder, but I caught no movement inside of it. This was the sort of place shadow wraiths would love, and it felt like they were around, ready to spring out at any moment. I could fight one or two of them, but it was terrifying when just the touch of one could sentence you to become one of them. We followed down the right tunnel. The light flickered again. It was yellow. Electrical. The tour guide still had the flashlight. That told me that Gaozu must not have the vision that I did. The more I learned, the better. The tunnel remained as stony as ever, and some rocks became mixed with animal skulls as we walked. I hoped they were hunted animals and not sacrifices, and that I wouldn't see any normal or supernatural skulls in here. Low voices echoed towards me, but they sounded like they were from another building, like a muffled argument you'd hear from another house. They spoke in a language I didn't know. A faint breeze blew against me. There was some larger opening farther down the tunnel. "We're coming up on something," I said. The light came a few more times, then died, only to be replaced by a faint, fiery glow up ahead. A sense of doom crept up on me, stronger and stronger, but I forced myself to keep going, to take step after step. The hallway curved again, and before me, a very large chamber spread out and my color vision returned. "Whoa," Xavier said, as we stopped and stood in the dark hall, taking in the scene. The only thing that had stopped us from being spotted was the fact that we still stood in the dark. The chamber must be the size of Xavier's entire underground home, even though I wasn't sure how large it actually was. The black fog was gone here, allowing me to see the entire thing. I had expected a dome, but this chamber was more like a giant room in a large cave, with huge stone teeth hanging down everywhere as if it had been here for not thousands, but millions of years. They dripped with moisture, and a cave smell that reminded me of dark mages filled the air along with the burning oil and a hint of sewage. The floor was flat and carved. I spotted the tour guide out in the chamber, trying to light a torch on the wall with a simple lighter. Other tunnels broke off from the main room, and lots of other torches already burned low on the walls, as well as around a dark symbol etched into the floor in the center of the room. I sniffed again, catching a hint of the old man I'd been sitting next to on the bus. There were prisoners in here, and I had the feeling the Dark Council wasn't going to let them go soon. Or ever. "The tour group is here somewhere," I said. "You smell them?" Xavier asked, sounding normal again. "Or do you hear them?" I listened. Faintly, a woman begged in another language. I didn't have to understand it to know what it meant. "Let us go." I also caught the stench of embalming fluid. I said, "Both. Leon's body is in here, too. We have to revive him when we're done with all of this." "How?" Xavier asked. I said, "There must be a library in here. Alana had mentioned we could find the right in this place. If we don't do it, we die." I crept forward and Xavier held onto the back of my shirt. The light in the hall still wasn't enough for him, even though it was good enough for me to see in color again. His energy pulsed through me. He was stronger now, almost at full strength. More of the room came into view, and I stopped again. I hissed. "Casio." The demonic mayor of Cumberland stood out there, decked out in his best suit and fully in human form. Even from this far away, I could make out his black, flaming eyes and his sewer stench. He hadn't bothered to put on cologne or sunglasses. He had no one to hide from down here. Casio's bald head reflected the firelight of the torches. Gaozu stood next to him, robes shimmering, and the two of them were deep in conversation in some language that I couldn't even guess at. There must be ancient tongues even older than the magical one Xavier used sometimes. The tour guide scrambled around, lighting more torches, but that didn't distract me from another disturbing fact. There was a cell on the other side of the room, to our left, sunk into the wall of the chamber. Behind the old metal bars stood the tourists. Their metallic fear mixed in with the burning oil and the smoke and Casio's stench. I couldn't stand it. These were people who had only come to the ruins to take some pictures, and now they were down here, missing forever, ready to take part in some grisly ritual, probably the one Gaozu and Casio would use to extract the magic from Leon's body. There must be 24 people in the shadows, more than the number who had been on the trapped bus. These ropers had been collecting people from other tours as well. And Leon. The body lay there very close to the ritual circle, just outside of it and near a mounted torch. The black etches inside the circle looked like a bunch of moving snakes. It was the shadows dancing, but the sight creeped me out. The symbol inside the circle looked like a star with a bunch of other symbols etched inside of it. This might be the heart of the dread we'd been feeling. I thought there were 5 in the Dark Council, Xavier said. Maybe 3 of them are late, I said, tensing. It looks like they'll be here soon. So far, we have a demon baron and some guy we don't know the nature of. Sounds like a great fight. This might be our only chance, Xavier. They're going to do the right soon. Casio and Gaozu continued to speak. They stood very close to Leon's body. Neither one of them must have a good sense of smell. Not only was the embalming fluid bad, but other things were kicking in as well. It was revolting. We know Casio's fire can't hurt me, I said. We don't know about the other guy. Xavier, you attack Gaozu. I'll take Casio. Are you serious? He asked. I said, time's running out. They will start the right soon once the others are here. If Casio and Gaozu smelled this bad on their own, I didn't want to imagine what the other 3 members would reek like, or even what they were. We take out Casio. He's the biggest threat. I hoped I was right. Agreed, Xavier said. He gave my free hand a squeeze. We free those people, and then we take out Casio. Alyssa, let's do this. Chapter 18. The time was now. Xavier and I crept forward toward the sacrificial chamber, staying as quiet as we could. I could barely hear his footsteps. The talking outside got louder and more animated. I felt like Casio and Gaozu were speaking 2 different languages, which must not have been a problem for ancient beings who had time to take every Rosetta Stone course. I peeked around the corner of the chamber. Casio had his back turned, and he and Gaozu walked closer to the cell, where the tourists all stood at the bars. Some of them shrank back as the 2 approached as if they could sense that something beyond the obvious was way less than right. There were more people trapped inside the cell than I thought, even a younger girl who must not be any older than 10. I remembered hearing that Casio had murdered children before and would have no problem doing it again. They'd been collecting tourists for longer than just the last hour. Every smell got worse. The tour guide moved to stand in front of the cell like a dutiful little servant, but the 2 powerful supernaturals ignored him. Casio spoke and ran his hand down one bar of the cell as if admiring his prize. It was disgusting. If anyone deserved to die, it was these 2 in front of us, along with the normal guy who had roped these people in. I wanted to fight. I wanted to kill. I could hear every utterance of fear in those normals and every cry of terror, and it was tearing me apart inside. Casio said something to Gaozu in his special language and the 2 of them exited the room, walking towards another tunnel and into the darkness. The torchlight flickered and left the chamber empty. They must be off to grab the sacrificial dagger, I said. What do we do about the one guy? I didn't worry about him as a threat. I did worry about him yelling for Casio and Gaozu. Now a woman inside the cell was arguing with the fake tour guide in what I guessed was Turkish. She spoke louder and louder, losing control of her emotions, but it was providing the distraction Xavier and I needed. He had his back turned. I crept into the chamber first, staying close to the walls and in the shadows. The stalactites shielded us as we tiptoed forward, keeping us out of sight of the prisoners who wouldn't know that we were there to help them. Xavier and I had to get those people out of there. That mattered more than Leon's body right now. If they were part of the right, they had to leave. We passed the middle of the room, and the death smell got worse, threatening to make me cough. I moved as quickly as I could as the woman gripped the bars and tried to rattle them. The fake tour guide would be easy to take out. I might even bite him just so he could see how it felt to, no. Not in front of Xavier again. He was still freaked out over the bus driver, and I was at full strength anyway. The adrenaline smell overtook the death. I crept behind another stalactite and another until I passed another dark chamber entrance that smelled of ancient books and paper. It must be the library that Alana had mentioned, the one we'd need to use to bring her back to life. It was another thing we'd have to survive. But right now, the people were what mattered. The fake tour guide spoke again, talking quickly and in a low voice like he was trying to calm the woman down. Hey, being sacrificed won't be so bad, when one of the prisoners, the 10-year-old girl, trained her gaze on me. I emerged from behind the stone and held my finger up to my mouth to tell her to remain silent. She did. Casio's and Gaozu's words were still floating down the tunnel towards us, but a quick test of the air told me they were still headed away, deeper into the underground. The girl looked away from me, watching the woman instead. Xavier's energy burned through me, and I stepped forward, sword ready, in view of the prisoners, creeping towards the fake tour guide. Even though I was no longer hungry, I could smell his blood. It was spicy. I might kill. I had come close before, but I would not resist now. Do not move, I said as I seized the man from behind with one hand and pressed the sword to his throat with another. He sucked in a breath while Xavier caught up with me and rummaged through the man's pockets. The guy sucked in a breath. The adrenaline smell spiked. His pulse quickened. Keys jingled, and Xavier pulled them out, old brass things that were rusted. He went to work trying the lock on the cell door as I dragged the fake tour guide towards the shadows, sword at his throat the whole time. He had the same fire tattoo on his neck, the one that signaled he was bound to Gaozu. What is Gaozu? I asked. The man muttered something, but I pressed the blade closer. What is he? I repeated. He showed no signs of understanding. The bus driver might know multiple languages, but this man didn't know the one I was speaking. He took another sharp breath. He was ready to call for his master. I didn't let it happen. With a quick slice of my blade, I made my first human kill. I let the man fall as he bled on the floor, filling the air with spice. A sense of satisfaction rose inside of me, something I had hoped I'd never feel from this, so I focused on Xavier unlocking the door and opening it. People poured out, all silent like they knew that noise would be the end of them. No one screamed. A phone flashlight clicked on and illuminated the chamber in more detail, illuminating the inside of the library for a split second. Old leather-bound books and glass cases protecting papyrus documents flashed for a moment in full color before going gray. Climb the ladder at the end, Xavier whispered to them. Run. Steal the bus. They don't have the keys, I said, low enough to avoid detection by the two Dark Council members. Hopefully, they'll find the bus driver, Xavier said. They have a chance out there. I watched as the begging woman and the girl followed the rest of the crowd. No one had to speak to each other to understand what the common goal was. Everyone linked hands, navigating into the dark of the tunnel Xavier and I had come down. Quiet footsteps faded. At least they knew the way out. The place was creepy but not confusing. The last of Casio's and Gaozu's voices echoed back at us, then vanished. The two of them had left the area. I couldn't smell them anymore, but that could be because spicy blood had filled the air instead. I hoped it didn't blind my sense of smell. Let's hope our buddies are having a tea party, Xavier said. What did you do with, oh? His gaze landed on the new body on the floor at the side of the room, which I had done my best to hide behind one stalactite. Don't look, I said, turning my gaze away. Now's the time to either hunt that library or get Leon's body out of here. We can't avoid either without dying. But would resurrecting Alana really help us right now? Xavier asked. My fire mark on my wrist burned, warning me to keep my end of the bargain. She hates Casio. We've killed her before. We can do it again if she turns on us. She might even help us deal with Casio. That's a long shot, Xavier said. I'm more worried about Leon than her. The old man still lay there, motionless and doll-like. I wondered what Leon would think when he woke up here, out of that fiery lake where he had to spend eternity as a fire wraith. Bringing Alana back would bring him back, and vice versa. Leon would fight Casio before us, I said. Are you sure? Xavier asked. Alana's had plenty of time to tell him who really killed him. I said, good point. We ducked into the library. We were hosed no matter what we did. We would take this one thing at a time. The library was dark, but my gray vision kicked in. It was another vast chamber that looked like a museum crossed with an unexplored cave. The opposite wall was smooth and carved, with something that looked like an ancient, very complex, and very long family tree on the other side of the room, drawn on stone with fine red paint. The thing was so expansive that it took up the entire wall. It must be 20 feet across, and the entries were tiny, written with runes. I felt dizzy looking at it. The spines of all the books had the same style of runes. Panic set in. I couldn't read any of this, and Xavier was relying on me. But my panic didn't last long. Xavier flicked his wrist next to me, and a ball of purple flame erupted above his palm. It was enough to let him see around him. Wow, he muttered. I never imagined. What is this language? I asked. It's the old, unnamed magical tongue, Xavier said. Apparently, demons and whatever Gaozu is use it, too. I feel gross now. I can read it. Sort of. Do you see anything that can resurrect people? I asked. It was a big library, almost as large as the main room had been in the Cumberland Public Library. There were no computers, but rows and rows of glass cases protecting ancient scrolls filled the room like desks waiting to seat students. Shelves towered overhead, and there was no ladder to roll around and use. There's so much here, Xavier said, rushing to a shelf and running his finger down each spine, muttering to himself. I've got to use all my lessons to remember how to read this. I said, you paid little attention in school, then. We might be in trouble. I'm paying for it now, Xavier said. Speaking the magical tongue is easier than reading it. This book's about food prep. This one's about war spells. Wow. Casio's been learning about us mages for a long time. I think this stuff is stolen. I ran to the other side of the room and plucked book after book off the shelf, one of which had the front cover crumble. Start going through them, I said, listening for any sign of the Dark Council returning. Do it fast. We don't have time. As soon as they came back, they'd see the prisoners missing and their servant on the floor in a puddle of blood. Casio would make the connection. I wouldn't make it out of here without becoming whatever Casio wanted me to be. Xavier did so, bringing the fireball with him. I stacked more books on the next glass case and then the next. Time stretched on and got more tense. I'm not finding anything, he said. There's just stolen mage knowledge in here. The closest I've found is necromancy, which isn't the same as resurrecting someone. What about the scrolls? I asked. We were tearing apart this library that belonged to the regular supernatural community. It was as if the Dark Council was trying to squander everything for themselves. Xavier took his free arm and brushed all the books onto the floor, where they toppled in a cloud of dust. He squinted at it. This is also mage knowledge. It's ancient. Oh. I think this might be interesting. I drew closer to the scroll he was looking at. It was written in the same runes, and even under glass, it smelled very old, like sand in ruins. Without warning me, Xavier raised both arms and slammed them down on the glass, which shattered and rained all over the scroll. He wiped the glass off carefully, as if it were an afterthought, and picked up the scroll by sliding one hand underneath it. I think this is what we need, he said. They must keep the important spells under glass. I'm trying to read this, but it says resurrection right here, he said, pointing to a rune. I know I'm not supposed to share this with you, but I don't give a crap right now. What do we need? I asked, glancing at Leon's body out in the main chamber. Let's see, Xavier said. We need a magic circle, which we already have. We need something from the victim's body. Check. Oh. I must recite a few words a few times. And we need fresh blood from the victim. We stared at each other as it sank in. We don't have that, I said. Xavier sighed. We might. My blood might work. I'm unfortunately descended from the guy lying out there. Xavier wouldn't even call Leon his grandfather anymore. Not that I could blame him, not after horrible revelation after horrible revelation. Leon was a monster in the guise of an excellent warrior, and we would have to bring him back to bring Alana back. It was the only option, and we might not survive it. And then what? I asked, right when two horrible stenches hit me. And then, Casio said from the doorway of the library, you will step out here with us. Chapter 19. We had been so busy tearing apart the library and breaking glass that I hadn't heard the subtle footsteps of Casio returning. The spicy blood had masked the smell. I thought of that in the nanosecond it took me to face him. He and Gaozu both stood in the doorway, blocking the way out. Purple light flared stronger, and I ducked as Xavier tossed a charge past me and toward the two powerful supernaturals. Casio leaped out of the way, but Gaozu remained, and the charge struck him in the chest. It wrapped around him, turning to lightning bolts, and then exploded into useless embers that rained to the floor and vanished. I waited for the guy to say something, but he remained silent like a living statue. Casio scrambled back into the doorway. Step out here, he ordered again, all confident and scary. For what? I asked. Oh. You need a sacrifice. That is the simple part, Casio said. He fixed me with his terrifying, fiery stare. We'll find those prisoners soon enough. They can't go far without transportation. Gaozu will have no problem rounding them up. The difficult ingredient was you, Alyssa. I take it you know what we plan on accomplishing tonight? Something was really off here. Xavier's energy pulsed through me, and I knew I should strike with my sword, but Gaozu hadn't reacted to Xavier's war magic. Whatever he was had an invulnerability to it. I wondered if my flame power would do something, but even that didn't work on everyone. I said. I'm sure it's full of rainbows and unicorns, whatever it is. Oh, and there will be cake, too. Casio laughed. I like your sense of humor, Alyssa. He glanced at Gaozu and back to me. I'm also glad the two of you got my message about what I plan to do to the underground. I sent the vision to every seer mage in the Cumberland area, hoping that one of them would relay it to the two of you or that they would at least spread the word. It seemed to have worked. I knew those elder war mages would be too busy bickering amongst themselves to come out here and that the task would fall to the two of you. You didn't disappoint. Wait, Xavier said. You sent that vision of purple flames to all the seer mages? You're catching on, Casio said. What an intelligent young man you are. I could sense Xavier's anger. He was flushing red and clenching his fists with the vital scroll now at his feet. If he wasn't careful, he would step on it. Anyway, Casio said, facing me again. As you can see, 3 of our 5 members of the Dark Council have not yet had the chance to arrive here, and Leon's body is frankly getting, well, ripe. His death did not come at a very convenient time. I was hoping he would wait a few more years until our normal scheduled meeting. 2 of our members cannot make it for another 3 weeks, which causes a problem. Well, enjoy the problem. I said. What kind of disgusting creature do you think I am? Casio asked. That's why I lured the two of you here and made it easy. Normally, magical wards prevent most supernaturals from even entering this place except for the council. Easy? Xavier asked. Yes. Easy, Casio said, smiling at him. The mayor was mocking Xavier. He knew how to hit the wrong buttons. I hoped Xavier did nothing rash. The chances of that were up there with Leon giving us both a big hug if we survived long enough to resurrect him. Anyway, Casio said, turning back to me. The right to extract a mage's energy from their cells is very complex and requires that 5 different powerful supernaturals be present, besides a large blood sacrifice. Where is my father? I demanded. But Casio kept speaking. Alyssa, you carry the pieces of the remaining 3 inside of you, however small and still dormant. You will stand in the circle with me and Gaozu and we will extract the energy from Leon. Then I will direct it to the underground and end the resistance. I'm not taking part, I said, shuddering. I had pieces of the other 3 Dark Council members in me? But wouldn't that mean? Wait, Xavier said. You can direct Leon's energy right to Cumberland's underground from here? I have a special helper who's there now, making sure my competition will be in place for their destruction, Casio said. Have you ever met the Elder War Mage Thorne? He is telling the other supernaturals to go back to the underground and from what he has told me over the phone, he has been very successful in driving them and the other elders back to where I need them. After tonight, the underground will be no more. He has agreed to be part of this rite. Once I have the energy I need, I will direct it to him, and he will unleash the full blast on the underground. They'll never see it coming. Xavier's mouth fell open. Elder Thorne? I faced him and said, don't tell me he was the one who tried to torch us at the meeting. I thought of the old man, convincing the other war mages that the best place for all the supernaturals was back underground. Xavier gave me a weak nod and said, we need to have a talk with him later. Why would the war mages work with you? I asked Casio, mostly to distract myself from other horrible thoughts. Oh, all old people fear death, Casio said. Well, not all of them, but the war mages do. Some of the more corrupt ones know what's coming for them after they pass on. They will broker deals with me to extend their lives. Now, why don't we stop talking? Alyssa, may you kindly step out here so we can get this right going? My sword burst into purple flames, and I charged, blade pointed at Casio, but he dodged out of the way and left Gaozu in the line of fire. My blade hit and sank into the man's chest and the burning oil smell exploded. I gagged as I stood there, blade planted. Gaozu barely flinched. Instead, I watched as he reached for the blade, wrapped 2 hands around it, and pried it free. I fell back as wind snapped against me and tossed me into one of the glass cases, which shattered. Gaozu uttered something that must be a curse in whatever ancient tongue he was using. I managed to lift my head, ignoring the pain right under my shoulder blades where I had collided. Gaozu stood there, a narrow hole in the front of his golden robe. There was no smoke. There was no now familiar orange glow of a fire burning someone from within. He didn't even show a sign of pain. Instead, he calmly ran his hand over the front of his ruined robe. And I watched as an orange glow, the same one that spread through the supernatural enemies I stabbed, formed around his hand and the tear in his robe. Instead of burning, the glow mended the front of his robe, and I even caught the sound of a strange sizzle, not like something was burning, but like something was pulling together. Gaozu was using the same magic I had to heal. Casio moved to stand in front of Gaozu now, as if he wanted to protect the guy. Great friend, but it looked like Gaozu didn't need protecting. I wish my friend could speak to you, Casio said, to tell you that you carry a little piece of him in you as well. Have you not figured out what Gaozu is yet? Think about it. You mean, I said, that he's like, related to me or something? The thought was disgusting, mostly because of the stench he was giving off. I didn't smell like that, did I? Casio nodded. You descended from my friend here. Lots of people carry ancient genes from ancient supernaturals and don't know it. Where do you think the vampire potential came from? All people, normals included, who have the right gene came from the same ancient ancestor. The same goes for some others. The pity is that most of these powerful influences never activate. It takes a special event, such as being bitten or being exposed to an element like fire, to wake these latent powers up. So, I had lots of dangerous genes. Yikes. That's awesome, I said, trying not to look at Gaozu. I thought of the massive genealogy painting on the other side of the library, plotting generations and generations. It was as if Casio had been down here, trying to research and find the person with the right dangerous mix, me. I'm glad that you think so, the mayor said, missing my sarcasm. Why don't we step out here and get this over with? I'm sure your father wouldn't want to wake up in the infernal dimension and discover that he only has a future of torment waiting for him. And your parents, Xavier. I don't think they want to go through the same thing. Despair settled. Casio was right. He could do anything to my dad. The demon baron had 3 bargaining chips to use against us, and he would. Leave them alone! Xavier glanced down at the floor, to where the scroll had landed between his feet. He was shaking. These 2 had us trapped. I was some freak with the trace of all these powerful supernaturals inside of me, and Xavier had promised to bring his parents back to Liliana. He slipped his hand into mine, and the 2 of us walked out into the main chamber together. He squeezed my hand 3 times, but I didn't know what it meant. Despair threatened to drag me down. I wanted to sink to the floor and pound the stone. Saving the underground meant sacrificing our families. Death would be the easiest thing for them. Casio had worse things planned. Saving our families meant killing the underground. Casio said something to Gaozu, who walked over and dragged Leon's body by the robe into the circle. We had minutes left if that. Then Gaozu said something back in an unfamiliar language. He was ignoring us. I couldn't read him. Casio was the only one who mattered at the moment. And then, the golden-robed man walked to the tunnel the tourists had gone down. I knew what was happening. It was his job to bring back the sacrifices so there would be plenty of blood for the right. Casio, who stood on the other side of the large circle, must be confident if he was letting his friend go off. Xavier leaned close to me. Our families wouldn't want us to do this. Torment stretched his words. I had never heard him so anguished, not even in his worst moods. I knew Dad wouldn't want me to do this to save him. He had always told me he would die for me, but I couldn't do this. I would condemn him to torment instead of magical sleep. But if I chose the latter, I could never live with myself for allowing hundreds or thousands of people to die. But I knew what we had to do. We hadn't come here to help Casio finish this right. We had come to stop him, and if we wounded or killed him, could he even hurt our families? I squeezed Xavier's hand tighter in agreement. You will remain in the circle with Alyssa, Casio ordered Xavier. Unfortunately, I need to keep you alive. Have you strengthened your bond yet? No, I said. We haven't, and we won't. Very well, Casio said. The right will still work. We'll worry about that later. Xavier winked at me from the corner of my vision, and I knew this was the time to move. We had to kill Casio or die trying. My sword burst into purple fire as I raised it and let out a war cry. I closed in from the left, Xavier from the right, as we charged. My blade lodged in Casio's side, and he screamed, a horrible sound that echoed through the chamber. It was a cry from a beast in the deepest parts of the infernal, an agonized roar that must be audible on the surface. I drove my blade deeper into the mayor's side as smoke rose from the wound. A charge of magenta energy struck him from the other side, wrapping around him and constricting as black blood poured out around the blade. The flames intensified, and I screamed with rage, maintaining my hold, not letting Casio thrash me off. "Give back my father!" I screamed. Casio glared at me before roaring again. His teeth were yellow, all yellow and jagged and ancient. The sewage smell was worse than ever. Fire danced in Casio's eyes. A reddish tint came over his skin, then darkened. He was losing his human form, his illusion that fooled most of Cumberland and the rest of the world. "Give him back!" I repeated. Casio clawed at me, slicing my arms with a black razor. Lines of pain burned, but I ignored them. Another magenta charge flew at Casio, enveloping him in war magic, one of the few things that could kill demons. He screamed again, in actual pain this time. He deserved it for murdering so many, for wanting to sacrifice innocent people. The cave above glowed in purple and the stalactites looked like teeth ready to come down and bite. But Casio still wasn't dying. He thrashed and my arms trembled, holding the blade in place, holding him there like he was on a skewer. Yet another scream came, loud enough to hurt my ears, as he raked at the air with black claws. Black wings burst from the back of his suit and flapped, spreading out, making the air around us whoosh. I couldn't do this much longer. He was resisting. Too powerful. "Xavier!" I shouted. "Above!" My battle partner looked up and got it right away. He stepped back, and I held onto the sword, keeping Casio in place as he clawed at me again, this time getting me across the cheek. Pain flared, but my flesh tingled as it pulled back together. Magenta light flashed overhead, and rock cracked and crumbled. "Alyssa!" Xavier shouted, wrapping his arms around my waist. I let him pull me back as I realized what was happening. Casio stumbled backwards, outside of the magic circle, and into the path of the descending stalactite. My sword still stuck out of his side, impaling him as the smoke died. He couldn't burn. He was a demon. But he could be crushed. 2 tons of stone hit, and black blood splattered everywhere as a deafening boom sounded through the chamber. We jumped back together. Casio's scream stopped, and he lay there, red skin underneath a business suit and crumpled black wings. A puddle of black, inky blood spread out from the crumbled stone that formed the top layer of death, and the stench was unbearable. We stood there together, watching as Casio flinched and reached out with one arm. "He's not dead," Xavier said, holding me tight. "I don't know if he can ever die." I would have charged him and finished the job, but my sword was underneath the mess somewhere. Too much could happen, so I remained still, wondering about my next move. I didn't have to wonder long. The chamber rumbled and an enormous whoosh sounded from somewhere in the exit tunnel. I grabbed onto Xavier's hand and pulled him away from the tunnel, over Leon's body and over Casio's struggling form, as the burning oil smell returned full force. "I heard something," Xavier said. "So did I said. "I think our other friend heard Casio, and he's coming back. We're about to solve the mystery of what he is." Xavier had no time to ask me what I meant. I could only stand there, weaponless, as Gaozu emerged from the dark tunnel and faced us. Only he was no longer in human form. The massive creature took up the entire tunnel and had to squeeze himself out of it, bronze wings flattened against golden scales. His snake-like body coiled and then straightened as he walked all the way into the chamber on short reptilian legs, stretching out to show his entire form. Gaozu grinned, showing rows of very long and sharp teeth. The air heated and the hot wind blasted against us as he let out a breath that could contain fire when he did it again. "I thought dragons were extinct," Xavier said, trembling and letting go of my hand. "So did I said. Run." Chapter 20. I stood there only long enough to watch Casio lift one very red arm and let it flop down again. The golden dragon, who looked just like the figure Dad and I displayed on our coffee table at home, took one step towards us and sucked in a breath. I took Xavier's arm, and I bolted faster than ever had before, racing for another tunnel, any tunnel, that would shield us from the flames to come. Even if they couldn't kill me, they could destroy Xavier. I would go with him. Gaozu might not care about the dark pentagram thing. We bolted right over the 5-pointed magic circle, right over a flame symbol, and into a tunnel on the other side of the room as heat and light broke behind us and the fire crackled. I only let go of Xavier once we had sheltered in the tunnel, and I whirled around, facing a line of fire that had erupted on the floor where we'd been standing a second before. The flames danced, then died off only feet away from Leon's body. "This could be bad," Xavier said. The busted stone over Casio shifted as the demon tried to get up. Fire wouldn't bother him either. He had nothing to fear. "I thought dragons weren't evil," I said. "They're supposed to be lucky. Dad's grandfather used to tell the stories. Some Chinese emperors were thought to be children of dragons. Dragons could bring rain. Good luck, but this one just wanted to destroy us. Childhood ruined. How was it possible that this one had given me some of my gene pool? What did that make me?" "This one isn't," Xavier said as Gaozu stepped forward to look into our tunnel. He couldn't move quickly. His dragon eyes were reddish, almost like dark rubies, and they would have been beautiful under other circumstances. He was waiting. Of course, Dad's grandfather had also had some not nice tales about dragons destroying towns. Maybe they were like people. Some were good. Others were jerks. Maybe this one had spent too much time with Casio. Either way, Leon's body was still out there. Casio was still out there, and if we went down, they could do the right. Gaozu waited, and waited. I looked behind me to see where the tunnel led, and panic crept into me as my gray vision snapped into place, letting me see all the details hidden in the dark. I said, "We're in a dead end. They're waiting for us." "Great," Xavier said. "Maybe you should go out there and negotiate with him since he's family, after all." I slapped him on the arm. "He's dozens of generations from me. At least. I bet lots of people are related to him." Xavier leaned close to me. "But you can't burn." "So, I get to do the dirty work," I said, talking mostly to keep my nerves calmed. Gaozu still had those very long, very pointy teeth, and he could affect the weather. "This isn't a time for jokes," Xavier said. "Leon's body is out there. Casio's alive. They're going to do the right with or without us and then turn you into the tool to end the world. I think you should distract Gaozu. There's something I need to do." I didn't get what he was saying. "Why?" I asked. "Remember when I said cremation is bad news for war mages?" he asked. "We're going to set off the bomb before Casio can take that energy and send it to his traitor friend. I've got to make sure we can do the resurrection right if we survive it." Then I got it. We had to destroy Leon's body and set off all his energy. "In here. With us," I said. "We won't survive. Unless we can transpose out of here?" "That won't work," Xavier said, grabbing my arm so that I faced him. "There are too many wards here. I just wish my sister and I had gotten along better." I got what he was saying. We probably weren't making it out of here. I trembled. At least Casio would be gone. Maybe someone else could get through that portal at the ATC building and get our families out. I thought of the anguish Dad would feel when he found out I was gone. There would be no point in eternal torment after that. He would carry that pain for the rest of his immortal life. "Okay," I said as the dragon huffed, waiting for us to come out. "We try it. I could think of no other way. You do whatever and I'll keep the dragon off you. Then we grab a torch or something and set fire to Leon." "Sounds easy enough." "Oh, and Alyssa?" Xavier asked. I said, "What?" Xavier pulled me close, and our lips met. The moment stretched out, eternal, blissful. Xavier's energy thrummed through me as we embraced, holding each other tight, as the dragon huffed once more. I should have done that sooner, Xavier said, smiling at me. Let's get this over with. I felt faint, but I chased the feeling away. We were going to die in the way Casio was going to destroy the underground, and no one would even know that we had saved them. No one would know about the elder who was a traitor. Xavier's sister would never call him a moron again. But we weren't letting Casio have it the way he wanted. Once I was gone, incinerated, he would not have his dark pentagram. The world would be safe until another came along. I couldn't survive war magic, just regular fire. The dragon scraped its claws against the stone. I faced it, weaponless. I would draw its fire from Xavier. It didn't matter to me. It was this dragon's fault I couldn't burn. I'm ready, I said to Xavier. He nodded. So am I. Here goes nothing. We ran into the main chamber together. Gaozu straightened up, scales shining, as he sucked in a breath. The air in the room was hot. I waved, running to the side, as his gaze followed me, and Xavier rushed towards Leon's body. And in a furious rush, flames roared at me, and the world turned yellow and orange. The heat wrapped around my skin, but I squinted against the fire, trying to invade my eyes. There was no pain, just heat. Gaozu couldn't harm me this way. The fire seemed to last forever, the jet that threatened to send me flying back, but I stood my ground, doing the impossible. At last, the flames stopped, and the dragon stood there, glaring at me like he was unsurprised that I had survived the onslaught. It was almost as if he was reprimanding me, not trying to kill me. Xavier was leaning over Leon's body, tugging at his hair. At last, he pulled a clump of the white strands out. Gaozu turned to look at him, but I caught his attention again. What are you doing? Trying to slap me on the wrist? I asked, not sure he could even understand me. You know, I thought dragons were cool, helping with droughts and stuff. And they're supposed to be smart. What are you hanging around with someone like Casio for? He's probably going to stab you in the back if he merges the infernal dimension with this world. Demons only care about themselves. You know what? I bet he's been plotting against you and the other Dark Council members the whole time, through all these millennia. I've seen him stab his longtime lover in the back and she was another demon. What's he going to do to you? Think about that. The creature tilted its head for a second like it was really considering what I had to say, but then it drew another breath, and I knew another onslaught was coming. Xavier backed away from Leon's body and summoned another magic charge facing away from me. I saw why. Casio was emerging from the stone, intact and ready to battle. We were about to have a grave disadvantage. Both creatures were stronger than us. Don't listen to them, Casio said to the dragon, standing and spreading his own black wings. The council needs to stay together. We need to make the normals respect us again and worship us again. What kind of lives are we living now, staying out of sight? The ruby in Gaozu's eyes hardened, and he stepped towards me, sucking in a second breath. I was in for a bigger attack this time, maybe even involving those claws. The time was now. I ran towards Leon's body. Gaozu turned his head, letting out a jet of fire that followed me the whole time. Heat blasted against me. I jumped over Leon's body. Oh, crap. War mages could never get cremated. I backpedaled as Gaozu stopped shooting fire too late. The dragon realized its mistake and backed towards another tunnel, flattening his wings against his serpentine body. He turned and vanished into it, golden scales shining one last time. Casio muttered a curse and ran for the exit tunnel. Then I saw why. Leon's clothes were on fire. Some of the flames turned purple at the base as the first of the Elder War Mage's energy came free. The fire spread more, until it consumed Leon's entire form, bursting into pure magenta war magic. The air in the room tingled at a dangerous level, and Xavier wrapped his arms around my waist. "Get down!" he shouted. I fell to the floor. The air turned hot, painful, purple, it rushed, whooshed, and roared. I knew what was happening. Maybe it would be fast. Xavier wrapped his arms tighter around me and held me close. The roar got louder, louder. I closed my eyes. But the pain was fading. Our nerves had fried too much to feel it anymore. At least I was with Xavier, so it couldn't be too bad. I just hoped that we didn't annoy each other too bad for all eternity. Xavier trembled. "I'm holding this the best I can." I forced my eyes open. Magenta war magic rushed all around us, forming magical fire that filled the entire world. There was nothing else. It must be louder than any wildfire in existence, but we lay in a dome of clear air, of coolness and no pain. We were on a circle of stone and the rest of the universe had turned into angry magic. Xavier had put up a barrier. He had his eyes closed, face inches from mine, shaking, putting everything he had into keeping it up against the onslaught. "Keep doing it," I shouted, closing my own eyes and imagining some of my strength flowing into him. "Keep doing what you're doing." A bit of heat returned, then faded, then returned. The barrier might not hold, but at last, the roaring calmed and I dared to open my eyes again. The purple flames around us had thinned, revealing the cave chamber as they vanished. Purple embers rained everywhere and turned the chamber into some place filled with fairy magic instead of death. I peered through a transparent barrier of more purple fire that flickered and came back again. "Xavier," I said. "I'm concentrating." I said, "It's over." He opened his eyes, pupils wide with panic. "We made it?" "I think we did," I told him. The surrounding bubble remained, then popped out of existence. The air in here was still hot, like a cooling oven, and there was the distinct smell of burnt sewage. Xavier and I stood. The chamber was empty except for my sword, sticking out from under a pile of stone. Gaozu had vanished, leaving no signs of the burnt oil smell. The war magic had cleared it, but burnt sewage remained. Leon's body was utterly roasted, leaving the magic circle free of everything except the etched patterns inside of it. The torches still burned with regular fire, but some magenta fire had joined in, creating a strange effect. "We made it," Xavier breathed. I didn't expect to. I thought my barrier wouldn't hold against that. "Well, you are a Lovelli," I said. "You might be the rebel one, but you're from the most powerful family of war mages. What did you expect? To die?" Xavier smiled. "I think your family underestimates you," I told him. "Maybe you should stop listening to them." "So, you kissed me because you thought we would die?" Xavier wiped his shirt off. He turned his forearm over, checking out his crossed sword's mark. It was still there, bright as ever, with the fainter one still trying to hide underneath it. He ran his finger down his skin and stopped right next to the symbol. "Alyssa," he said, mouth falling open. "What?" My hopes leaped. He said, "We killed Casio." "What?" I repeated. Xavier held up his arm so I could see. There was the old tick mark on his arm, the one from killing Alana, and a new one, fresh and magenta and shining right next to it. I rolled up my sleeve to find the same two marks on my arm, twin slashes of victory. "We did," I managed. "Is that the burnt sewage I'm smelling?" "What about Gaozu?" I eyed the exit tunnel Casio had run into. The stench was coming from there, carried on a faint breeze. I was dreading what we were going to find that way. It was all so surreal. We had really taken out an ancient demon baron? "Well, do you smell any burnt dragon?" Xavier asked. I said, "He might have gotten out of here." "I don't smell any dragon." What about the people who made it to the surface? I don't know, Xavier said. Hopefully, all that power stayed underground, or they might have been in trouble. Bursts like that can travel for miles. I turned in a circle, eyeing the entire room. The blast had thrown all the books of the library everywhere, but none of them had burned. The war magic only burned living things, not inanimate objects. We still had access to the right we needed, right? What about Alana and Leon? I asked. We still have to resurrect them, and we don't have Leon's body anymore. Does that mean we're going to die? I thought of Alana's promise of our demise if we left this place without bringing her back first, and if we brought her back, we still had to survive her wrath. Now that Xavier was out of the way, she'd turn her hatred on us. We had no barrier now. Don't worry about that, Xavier said, reaching into his jeans pocket. I have this. He pulled out a tuft of white hair. Leon's hair. We just need some part of the dead person to make the right work. Oh, and my blood should do it. There was one more thing we needed, too, a full magic circle with the Dark Council. But we don't have that, I said, panic rising in me again. Who said they had to be alive? Xavier said. Xavier's still lying in that tunnel from what you said, and you're here. If that right to siphon Leon's energy could work with you standing in, this one will as well. You have pieces of the other members inside of you. Oh, I said, feeling gross. Maybe this will work. I am so not looking forward to this. But we should, Xavier said. Once we finish and get out of here, we can go after our parents and the others. Now, we just need some demon blood to activate the portal. Xavier won't be there to stop us. Hope rose inside of me. After facing down a dragon and Xavier himself, we could handle Alana and Leon, especially if they got disoriented after coming back. I think you're right, I said. Maybe this can only get easier from here. We stood there and looked at the magic circle together, at the endless possibilities that the ancient library and this chamber promised, but also at the endless danger. I had the most horrible sense we weren't close to done yet, but right now, linking hands with Xavier, I didn't care. Gaozu had fled. Xavier was dead. The other Dark Council people wouldn't arrive for weeks. We had the whole magical place to ourselves, and Xavier and I had finally kissed. Instead of the serious talk he'd promised, this might be a new beginning. We should take a little break, Xavier said, kissing me on the cheek, and just enjoy our victory a little. I need to recharge after that, anyway. I wonder if there's an old wine cellar down here we can check out. You never cease to be funny, I said. You're the one with a sense of humor, not me, Xavier said. Come on. Let's check this place out a little and see what we can find.